We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years approximately 8 to 6 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're gonna get kicked out of being number 2, you're gonna go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're gonna get when you become number 4.
President Biden, do you support reparations?
Well, I mean, since I haven't spoken on this, got a chance. Number one, the reason we're the country we are is because of immigration. We've been able to cherry pick the best from every single continent. The people who come here have determination, resilience. They are ready to stand up and work like the devil. We have 24 out of every 100 children in our school today is Hispanic. The idea that we are going to walk away and not provide every opportunity for them is not only stupid and immoral, but it's bad for America. They are the future of America.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. And this is what we are faced with. And this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
We are owed $104 trillion on the very low end, plus $735 billion recurring. This number does not include the cost of about 50 Black Wall Streets that were decimated, nor compound interest from 2017 when Sean D. Rochester's book, The Black Tax, was published, nor the cost of Black life, nor the cost of living increases, nor the war on drugs, nor the current day pandemic. The number I'm working with is for slavery, Jim Crow, and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Good evening on the West Coast. Good evening in the mountain. Good evening in the central. Good evening on the East Coast. You know exactly who it is, family. Angela, your father, your hostess with the most is on the Reparations perspective, bringing you those free and hot topics and making the case for reparations, making the case for weaponizing our vote, socializing our suffering. How y'all doing, family? I know y'all been waiting for hours for your sister to come to you live and in living color. It's been a day, family. I am here to tell you that Mr. Marcel Dixon, he had to keep moving the times because he had an interview that he just finished. And so that's why my times kept moving. You see, he is going to afford me the luxury in just a couple of minutes to go live in his Twitter space with the hopes and the prayers that I can impress upon Freedmen to weaponize this vote, this election cycle. Family, we are out of time. And your sister has been in a ton of spaces talking about how we are at DEFCON 4, how this midterm election will make or break Freedmen very survival. This is no joke, family. And the ish hitting the fan out here in Los Angeles is a peek into your future, because Gavin Newsom is intending to run for office. He is going to do for the country what he's done for the state of California. And so it is so imperative that we have this conversation again and again and again. I know you guys might be a little over me beating this drum, but I've got a few short weeks to make my message go viral, to get the people to get to these polls and close these borders. So time is of the essence, and I will have to be here more often than normal because time is of the essence. We are out of time, and these Demorats. Hi, Diane Scott. Chicago is the same. Oh, yes, ma'am. New York is the same. North Carolina is the same. Okay, so I have been screaming this for a couple of years. Hi, Lizo, K Shadow. I see you, fam. Diane Scott. Thank you guys for joining the live. I'm just looking at my phone up here to see when Marcel starts the live Twitter space, because he's got, like I said, 20,000 subs over there. And so I need to reach us in a New York hurry, and he has offered to host me on his channel. So yes, I have been sounding the alarm on the heels of the very incredible Dr. Claude Anderson. Hi, Sandra Delry 360. I see you, family. On the heels of his cries for 40 years to alert us that our replacement, the great replacement of American freedmen, was on the precipice of that 1965 Immigration Act. And you see these ingrates acting very, very ungrateful for the fact that our ancestors fought and died for civil rights that they now, by and large, exclusively benefit from. And so this is problematic, and I've been sharing that it's coming to a state near you. And Marcel has offered to allow me, after I spoke with him about the space I streamed a couple of days ago, Marcel was like, we need to hold a space and get this message out, because I'm up against a lot of opposition in the contemporary reparations grassroots movement who naively believe that withholding the vote, or no tangibles, no vote, is the way to go this election cycle. And what I have been trying to stress to as many freedmen as will listen, because we're tough, we're very emotional, you know. We were the ones, 86% of our electorate, who went out here and thought it a novel idea to replace an overt racist in office of 4 years with a covert racist in office, a combined over 60 years. We thought this was a novel idea to replace the overt racist in office of 4 years with no record against American freedmen, with covert racists in office over 60 years with records against American freedmen, several New York City blocks long. And so we're a highly emotional people who are really, really afraid. We don't have the courage of our ancestors who had less education. They had less education, and they didn't have social media. And yet they managed to leave the repugnant clans for the Demorats to get civil rights. And so now you've got a lot of folks in the country that hate the skin we are in. They are literally and the Demorats are not innocent. They are weaponizing our vote to erase and replace us. And so this is why I have to be on here, because I'm starting to catch some traction with my messaging. But right now we're only at about 18%. And that's problematic. Okay, family? So I don't see Marcel yet. Just give me a second, family. Let me see if I can get him on the phone so we can get started. I don't want to detain you. The hour is already late. We were supposed to go at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Let's get him on the line. Hold on. Uh-oh, they're asking where I'm at. Lord. Hold on. Let me go over here. Hassan is asking where I'm at. So maybe he's over there. Wait. Hold on. I'm trying. Happening now. Let me try to click on this link because it's not coming up on my... Oh, start listening. Here we go, y'all.
I want her to get in here so she can make her little build real quick.
Okay, I just sent the request.
But if not, I'm just gonna let y'all go ahead and do your thing. But
Marcel,
let me invite Angela. Let me send her the link.
Hold on. Let me let them know I'm here.
You're a co-host too. And also, I'm really going to just do a lot of listening, but I'm going to jump into with question whatever. Angela, you have a queue here.
Yes.
Angela, you have a queue. Big. I know you want to make your narrative first, but you have Big Lowe's, then you have Ogun Spirit, Secret Sister, then a son. So.
Thank you. Well, let me first of all thank you so much, Brother Marcel. You've got a bigger following than me. And I called you and appealed to you about how reckless it is for us to withhold our vote or ascribe to ascribe to the no tangible, no vote, non-strategy. I've been in a couple of spaces today sharing with the viewers and the people in the Twitter space about how reckless it was for us to ascribe to a Democratic down ballot type of non-strategy that was given to us by folks in ScrewTube. We ran out here and we voted blue down the ticket without any real explanation. So that meant a lot of folks thought that included Joe Crow and Kabami. That's what they thought. And so this is how we got here. What that strategy, that non-strategy did in effect was entrench us in the fight of our lives to prevent from becoming the permanent underclass. That's exactly what Dim Down Ballot did. That's exactly what no tangibles, no vote will do. That's exactly what withholding the vote will do. Now, I'm going to give a little bit of an overview before I go into my newer talking points. So keep your pens and pads nearby because we are, seriously, it's either close these borders, and if we don't, we're going to leave the fate of our lineage in the hands of immigrants who seek to replace us and Crayola white supremacists who seek to erase us. So a couple of episodes ago, I was sharing with you guys a peek into your future. I was talking about what's going on down here with the LA City Council that's been exposed. Now, I don't know how it's been leaked. There are a couple of people that believe that this is what the Republicans have done to try to turn things around down here politically. But it has blown the cover off of the Latina, anti-Freedmen, racist sentiment that's coming to a state near you. And so I'm going to give you just a little overview before I get into my newer talking points. If you want to see that full exchange, you must like, share, subscribe, family, and turn on your notifications. You must come to I'm speaking with, hello, Racebook, hello, ScrewTube, hello, Twitter. This is who I'm talking to in addition to Twitter Space. Hi, Twitter Space.
Angela, hold on. Let me say real quick. Y'all, share this space out, please. Share this space out. I'm hoping to get a good conversation. I need to hear y'all ideas because if this is a strategy that I feel is, because I definitely want these illegals to get the hell out. They need to go. If you're illegal, you broke the law. Okay? It is an invasion. They are trying to replace us. They are trying to dilute our power that they know we have. How do we stop it? We don't have any reparationist candidates except a few. Unless y'all run for office, which looks like a lot of you want to do or going to do, it's not going to happen. At least not right now. So what do? I need to hear from y'all. So please don't sit there and be quiet in the audience and then talk trash about things after the space is over. I would like to have a good back and forth. Please share this space if y'all can. Andrew, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes, please share the space. And I'm going to land in just about 5 minutes so folks can weigh in. I spoke with you guys about what's happening here in LA. Now, ScrewTube, I can't see you chatting, but please chat amongst yourselves. I'll get to you momentarily. I'm on these other screens sharing over here live. I share with you guys about what's happening out here with these Latinas. It's not just Latinas. It's all the immigrants, okay? But the Latinas were caught on a hot mic. But what's even greater than their offenses to all groups, including their own, these people are making $207,000 a year, sitting on the LA City Council that they redistricted in order to oppress American freedmen and to drive us out the state. We have gone from 17% to around 3%. And now the illegal immigrants, the undocumented, whom Gavin Newsom has allowed into the state, now number 2.3 million. They outnumber American freedmen now. We're only 2 million. The Black immigrants here are around 600,000. This is what we've been reduced to because of these type of illegal activities happening in the LA City Council that was caught. But the mayor is involved and the governor is involved. They know what's going on. And then they sit up here and pretend to be about reparations, all the while Governor Newsom has aspirations to run for president, to do for the country what he's managed to do here in the state of California, which is to erase and replace us. We are being driven out of here on a daily basis. And this is greater than the fight over anti-freedmen racist slurs. They are not just doing things in word, they're doing things in deed to undermine us and to wipe us out of the state of California. And so what I've also come to understand in all of this fallout is that these Hispanics, they run remember when I showed you guys how the freedmen were screaming on Maxine Waters because Blanca Jimenez of LASA was denying American freedmen Section 8 housing vouchers for years before they came screaming down on Maxine Waters. All of these people are complicit, even the skin folk. They all know what's going on. They're all complicit. These particular Latinas just got caught. Not only do they run housing down here, but they also run the unions down here. They also run the DOJ, which means I'm trying to sit up here and figure out how to have a recall election and wipe out all the LA City Council, because where there's smoke, there's fire. They run the DOJ. They run everything. So what is the likelihood of those of us that descend from chattel slavery who've been neutralized economically? How do we get justice in this situation? It's coming to a state near you. So right now, I want to read to you what Efrain Rojas has shared. And it's something that I've been sharing with you guys as I've been pushing you to overstand the 911 we are currently in and why you need to invoke my Freedmen protest voter strategy. Maybe you'll believe it when you hear it from one of them. He says, I found your channel on YouTube, and I want to share some insights on the Black and Brown Alliance charade. We Latinos.
We should put that in the Jumbotron. We should put that in the Jumbotron so people can see it. I don't know if people saw it. Do you have it in your Twitter thread, Angela? Because that needs to be put in the Jumbotron. That needs to be put in the Jumbotron so people can see it and read it.
Oh, yes. Well, it's being streamed right now live on my platform. But when I get a break and allow someone else to bless the mic, I'm going to try to find a way. I will make a way to get it in the Jumbotron, okay? I've got it saved on my phone. I should be able to do that.
Let me find it. I'll find it.
Okay. So let me go back over it again. I found your channel on YouTube, and I want to share some insights on the Black-Brown Alliance charade. We Latinas are 50% of Los Angeles and will soon be a clear majority in California if we aren't already. You should be very, very concerned about this because we are not going to give up the special consideration for disenfranchised minorities. We will be the overwhelming majority, and we will assume for ourselves, like they already have here in California, overstand is coming to a state near you. We will be the overwhelming majority, and we will assume for ourselves priority in government jobs, government contracts, subsidized housing, college admissions, etc. All the Black leaders in the Democratic Party have sold Black America out. You have voted for your own erasure. So if you don't believe it from me, you've heard it from Ephraim Rojas. I told you guys, not you guys are very informed. But there are many American freedmen, even in this grassroots reparations movement, that don't know how to use a Google, and they're sitting up here spreading lies that the Latinas vote by and large for the GOP, that the Asians don't vote at all. And I have shown you in the last broadcast where Latinas turned out the vote for Joe Crow 66%. And the Asians turned out the vote for Joe Crow 72%. Now, even though we turned out the vote 86%, do you not see the correlation between the increase in Democratic support by these immigrants and why he's been giving away our reparations and protections 40 going north? Because there is a direct correlation. Now, why are these Black leaders ignoring people like Marcel when he comes out there and puts a microphone and a camera on them to address reparations? Because they're very smug right now. They believe that we will foolishly show up to the polls because of a made-up Trump boogeyman as they sit up here and pretend that he's more racist than they are. A man who has no record against us, a man who kept immigration out of the country, so much so that Black unemployment when he was president here in the state of California was 5.3% as compared to now that Joe Crow and Newsom have a hold over the state and the country alike. And the illegal immigration has gone through the roof, and Newsom has chosen to give them driver license, give them protection from deportation, give them our jobs and our salaries when they don't even speak the King's English. They're getting these jobs. They expect us to have qualifications. They expect us to come in the door being overly educated and overly experienced. But they're giving these undocumented jobs. They're doing all manner of things to set them up above us. And now, as a result, the unemployment rate for American freedmen in the state of California as of April 22 this year was 11%. We are now in October. Can you imagine what it is now? And so,
Angela, I'm sorry. I put the letter in the Jumbotron. Y'all need to read it. I also just made another poll. I just found this one Someone put on, what's that damn website called, y'all, where you ask a question and people can respond to Quora? Is that what it's called? Quora? I forgot what it's called. Anyway, someone on there just said how Mexicans and Asians, well, not Mexicans, Hispanics and Asians are about to become the majority in the West, and how that's going to benefit them politically. And with their numbers combined, they can overrule the Black Americans. Even if we get support from some white Americans, they are seeing their wisdom in having numbers. They're seeing the wisdom in being the majority in a region. Some of us are sitting here arguing against things like this. So we're gonna discuss what Angela is saying soon. But either way, it is without question that these illegals need to be put the hell out, and this illegal immigration needs to be stopped. Angela, you may continue.
Thank you so much, Marcel. You're absolutely right. As we've got people in the contemporary reparations grassroots movement, I'm not calling no names, sitting up here hoping in a wing and a prayer because they intend to withhold the vote, that somehow, the Demorats lose. When you've got these Demorats giving them our reparations and protections in order to guarantee that they turn out to the polls during the midterm, while we foolishly and naively believe that they by and large vote for the GOP. These are the same Latinos who used to be anti-abortion, who used to be anti-LGBTQIA. But and that's why they were voting conservative with the GOP. But now that they see that their numbers, thanks to the Joe Crow administration, from us delivering him the White House, not me. I voted green at the top of the ticket, but I did foolishly vote Demorat down ballot as I was advised. I'm still working to get over it. I'm not totally recovered. I'll get there. But the bottom line is we have not only integrated ourselves into a burning building, we are on fire. And you've got people foolishly saying to let the chips fall where they may, as if withholding the vote for tangibles that furthermore you're never going to get until you bring these Demorats to their knees, not for just midterms, but for several election cycles, till they beg us to cut the check for us. That's how long this is going to take. And don't sit up here and talk about how afraid you are, because the Demorats in flooding the country and weaponizing American freedmen votes, you have voted for your erasure and replacement with these immigrants. That's what we did when we voted for this trifecta that we currently have, that will not address an end to qualified immunity and will not address reparations, all the while telling us they have no money, that they're spending $1 bazillion to secure their new voter base. And that's why they're so smug and can give Marcel their ass to kiss and can be in marches with the LGBTQIA, because they are trusting that they never have to do a thing for American freedmen, and you still will be their loyal, democratic lapdogs. You guys are sitting up here talking about no tangibles, no vote. How's that working for us now as we're on the bottom as the anchor of this country's capitalism? And I ain't telling you nothing new. Dr. Claude Anderson been screaming this for 40 plus years. So this is not new. I'm just telling you, my eyes are wide open because I'm living this here. I've given you guys stories and the whole 9 yards about what's happening to us in the workforce here. If we can't work, we can't eat, we can't house ourselves, we will perish. So I'm begging of you to please weaponize your vote, because when you don't show to the polls, or when you show to the polls and vote Demorat down the ticket to shore up the Demorats that have betrayed you, you are literally making a way for these immigrants to determine the fate of our lineage and Crayola white supremacists to further annihilate and erase us. Marcel, I'll take a breath. I'm sure someone else would like to speak.
I hope so, because I was really hoping to have a good back and forth. But the first person that was up here, he dropped down. So, Ogun Spirit, you have it.
Thanks for allowing me to chime in on this. I did get a chance to listen. Boy, my ears took a beating just now. I had to turn my phone down. But thank you for that.
Sorry.
Yeah. You didn't necessarily have to. You didn't have to scream and yell. You got the point. I totally get it. But no disrespect at all. Thank you.
He don't know about the reparations perspective.
Here's my perspective here, and if you don't mind,
let me mute.
Pressing mute.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the idea of voting for Republicans because the Democrats are opening up the gate, to let all these immigrants in is I would not necessarily do that. I'm still on no tangibles, no vote. And my reason is because there's no history of the Democrats ever winning without us. Therefore, holding our vote automatically makes them drop, like she didn't disagree with earlier. But the thing is, it is true that a lot of these immigrants are coming over here and they are jumping on the Republican train. They are running right past Biden and going on the Republican train. So, but my point is this, even if we hold our vote, the Republicans will win and thus the border will be closed. The reason why I'm not going to give my vote is because they have not promised me anything. So they were going to do that regardless, with or without my vote. They were going to do that as Republicans if they win. And again, if there is no history of Black people or no history of the Democrats winning without Black people, that should tell you indirectly that if Black people hold their vote, that they're not going to have enough immigrants in here to replace us. Most of them are running over to the GOP, and they're not talking about reparations either. So and am I going to be upset at some brothers and sisters that decide to vote Republican? No. I'm just not, because it's not good enough for me. And again, if I don't vote, if all of us don't vote, I believe that the Republicans are going to win anyway.
Okay,
so
there's that question. Because, y'all know I've had my issues with us just saying no tangibles, no votes. I am not necessarily yet endorsing Angela's strategy, but let me tell you, if I have to say where I'm leaning towards it, because these damn illegals need to go. They need to go. They got to get the hell out of our country. They are invading us. Then they're coming here with the audacity of being anti-Black. So if I have to say where I'm feeling right now, I'm actually leaning closer to Angela's strategy. But let me criticize the no tangibles, no vote stance. I am a big fan of us not giving away our votes for nothing. However, that's not enough. That is lazy to me. Us just sitting back saying no tangibles, no vote, that's not enough, because not enough of our people yet are on that type of wave pattern. If we get enough of our people to do that, then yes, the Democratic Party will fall and collapse. The problem is not enough of our people yet are to the point where they're going to say no tangibles, no votes. So the same coons that we are trying to stop from getting in office are going to still get enough of our votes to get in office. And they're going to still get enough of our votes to get in office and then open the floodgates to these illegals. However, if enough of us vote for these despicable people like Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock's despicable, they get our vote, but he gives me his behind the kiss. But at least Walker might get in there though, and Walker might say, you know what, close the damn board and I'll send them all back. So that's one thing the MAGA will do. I'm not talking about Republicans. Republicans love them some cheap labor too. I'm talking about the MAGA branch of the Republicans, the anti-establishment branch. So this is me presenting a counter argument. I'm not completely, I'm with you. I don't want the Republicans getting our votes either. I don't want us being in another abusive relationship. However, I do criticize the no tangibles, no vote stance. I agree with it, but we got to do more. Y'all, why are we not getting it? Why are we not understanding? We cannot just sit on the sidelines and say, I'm not going to vote. That is not enough. Why are we not understanding that? Why are we just sitting there on the sidelines?
Marcel, to your point, my friend, and I know other people want to bless the mic. I see your hands. This is brief. Right now, my strategy has only impressed, and I can't take credit for all 18% of them, but I see a lot more of us trending towards my Freedmen protest voter strategy. Furthermore, I don't know what I have to do to diffuse this nonsense. People are just talking out the side of their neck, holding to an idea pre 46 million immigrants in this country. Those are the legal ones. Joe Crow, with your vote, if you deliver these Democrats, and if my voice is too loud, it's on you to adjust your volume. Because I am turned all the way up and I am scorched earth. So I'm not going to adjust how I speak. If you don't know about the reparationist perspective, I scream everything because we are out of time. And so I'm trying to get through to people. Here I am sitting up here telling you that 66% of these Latinas voted for Joe Crow and 72% Asian. They got 42.6 million of these immigrants in the country right now legally able to vote. Okay, that means that with your vote, if you deliver these Democrats come the midterms, our vote will be rendered powerless, and their plans to erase and replace us with the immigrants will be finished. The rest of whatever's left of our reparations and tangibles, you can forget it. It will be a wrap. With 42.6, you add DACA, that's another 12 million. So I know folks like to say we're about 65 million, but that will make us neck and neck. And when you factor in the coons who are going to continue in this very ethno-genocidal voting pattern of being the Demorats' lapdog, coupled with the grassroots contemporary reparations movement spitting this nonsense about no tangibles, no vote, as if that's been working for us, then you make way for 65 million people to go out here and take it over, and that's it for us. We will go the way of California for the rest of the country, and it's already happening in New York, in Maryland, in Philly, in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. So don't be sitting up here talking about how much us withholding the vote in the past has managed to do anything to the damn Democrats. They are replacing you. That means they have neutralized you economically, and now they're coming for your vote. And you ain't come up in here with no data to prove that if we withhold the vote, we're going to be victorious. I am sick of folks talking out the side of their neck and not knowing how to use a hot damn Google button. I'll land there.
Hold on, I'm going to let you respond. Let me finish something, though. If enough, okay, so first of all, this is not necessarily vote MAGA, because if you have a Democratic candidate who's for closing down the border, and there are some Democratic candidates who are for, I can't name any right now, but I'm sure there's some out there who are against illegal immigration, who are for immediate deportations. I know I'm one of them, but hell, I don't know if look, I'm a Democratic candidate for now. Y'all know I don't give a damn about the Democratic Party. I'm only in there because that's where my people are, and I want them to be held accountable to my people, so I'm going to be in their face 24/7. This is about voting for closed border candidates. That's really what this is about. Ogle Spirit, I'm going to give you a chance to respond if you would like. That's only fair. I'm going to give you like a minute, okay?
Yes, sir. And I'll try to keep it quick. I'm still doing no tangible, no vote, no matter how much yelling is going on. And here's why. If we decide to all just vote for Republicans or whatnot, yeah, they're going to close the border, but also, too, those who vote for that Republican are going to have to take responsibility for all the racist policies that Republican put in there that affect us as well. So when you don't vote for him, then you don't have to answer for him. But if you do, sure, he closed the border, which he was already going to do if you don't vote. But you're going to also have to take responsibility for whatever comes with that. And that's all I'm saying.
Hold on, let me ask you.
What racist policies are they implementing?
Wait,
we don't.
No. Please wait your turn. Please wait your turn. I know people are waiting. I know, because y'all know I love to talk on these spaces. So I understand. I'm going to get to you, but I want us to have a discussion. Ogo Spirit, are you saying the racism that the Republicans will do? What racism do the Republicans do that the Democrats don't do? I'm curious, because right now we got a bigot in office who locked up a whole generation of Black Americans. That was a Democrat, okay? Right now, we have illegal immigrants we have children of illegal immigrants in California who are talking about F that guy, he's with the blacks, and how they wanted to redistrict a whole district so that Hispanics and Latinos would get more resources. Those were Democrats doing that. So what racist policies are we not going to get with the Democrats that we'll get with the Republicans? Because I'm not seeing where we're not going through anti-blackness right now. Can you explain that a little more, please?
Sure. No, I agree with you. We're not getting anything from either one. That's why I'm not trying to give up my vote for either one. So what I don't want to do is make it seem like I'm trying to take up for the Democrats, because you know I'm not trying to do that at all. But what I don't want us to forget is that these white supremacists play both sides of the argument, and we can't forget that, especially when none of it is bringing our reparations to us.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
That's the point. They play both sides. What Angela is saying to me is that we need to play both sides. What she's saying is that we need to weaponize these cold border candidates, get these illegals the hell out of here. Because here's the option we have until we decide to run for office. Here's the options we have, y'all. This is it. We either have the Democrats that are going to be anti-black and have illegals flooding and taking over, or we're going to have the Republicans who are anti-black but putting the illegals out. Those are our two choices. Until we decide to run for office, which y'all are still sitting there quietly, not wanting to do because y'all waiting for somebody else to stand up and do it. So, the next is sister. Stacey, sister.
Hey, baby. Okay. Let me tell you. First of all, Angela, baby, I love your passion. I got that same passion. Ogun, you should have that.
Oh, hold on, sister. I'm sorry. Let me say real quick. Oh, I'm gonna drop you down, but if you want to come back up, I'm gonna invite you back up just so I can clear the stage. Okay? I don't want you.
Thank you, sir. No problem.
Okay. Thank you for your input, and no one's attacking you. I want to be very clear. We're just having a conversation. This is a family conversation.
I already know, my brother. No disrespect taken at all. No respect to you.
Thank you. Okay, sister. I'm sorry, sister. You may go ahead. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
I'm gonna beat your ass when I catch up. But anyway, I'm a little old, so I would run if I could, but I'm just going to get behind my Marcel, okay? But he is correct. We do need a few of you. Now, I wanted to ask, Ogun, my brother, he wants to tell Angela how much she's screaming in the passion, but I wanted to ask, you say no tangibles, no vote, but what have you done? What works have you done to help us get those tangibles? That's just one question for him. You understand? Now, I should have been a strategist, but let's keep it 100. Republicans, Democrats, they all won. We all know that. So the thing is, right now, we got to play upon their egos, okay? So the thing is, right now, we got to play up to the Republicans. We got to get the Republicans to love us. And guess what? I haven't seen any Republicans stand up besides Trump, okay? Besides Trump that said he would run again. Now, let me tell you what that would look like. Trump is a very out-of-the-box kind of president. And for one, they all turned their back on Trump. Do y'all recall that? So Trump is going to want to pay them back. So let's first get them to get on our side. Get Trump in there, and just for the fuck of it, Trump would say, and I know this for I'm going to give them their reparations. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. I'm going to do it. He's that kind of man. He wants to hang his balls right in their motherfucking face. And he's not looking at color. He don't care about Democratic and all that. Because guess what? The man already got money. So he's looking at, I'm going to give it to him. Now I got your back. You getting what I'm saying? This is for every one of them that turned their fucking back on him when all this stuff went down. So that's one. You know, for two, that is just a strategy of my own. I want us to, and this is you, Mr. Marcel, and I would love to tell Mr. Tariq the same thing. The first time we could start pandering and kissing up to the Republicans would be November 1st. That would be the first time that it would go out, because you know it's going to be some media there. So the media is going to hear, what? The black people are behind Republicans? Guess what, people? I don't give a fuck if they don't like me. I respect Trump because Trump told me he don't like me. But guess what he didn't do? He didn't harm my people. I'm going to be honest. Now, the black one that everybody's saying, the first black president, you know, he sat back and let them shoot us down like dogs. So what I say, I like Trump because Trump is a throw it to the side kind of president. I'm not going by the books. This is the first president in my history that said, I'm not standing in the White House because a black man was there first. I would be in Mar-a-Lago or however it is. How illegal is that? But he did it. He did it. And the insurrection, he didn't actually say, go tear it up. He was pretty much saying, let's go up there and do the same thing y'all doing here, up there. They went above and beyond. The white people went above and beyond. And even he looked scared. So my thing is we have to play chess with these motherfuckers. And to play chess, we got to throw them off. When y'all are up there, Republicans, that's what you leave with. Let them know that the Republicans, they thinking about playing with the Republicans. Oh shit. And by the way, our base, anybody that knows me know I do the government thing. I have been sending a lot of these bitches home. 112,000 so far. I've been doing my work. I've been working. And just because I'm not up here, and I have pulled up to 3 things. So, Mr. Ogun, I could say all my life I've been marching, working, getting bit, getting beat, getting a whole bunch of shit. This is my life. And my thing is I would like to know what you have contributed to actually have the right to tell us up on here, no vote, no tangibles. Because to me, if a man's not putting work in, if it was for me, I would say you don't deserve a tangible. Of course you do. But I'm just saying, we all have to be in on this. If I got my old ass out here and fighting FBI agents and going to, if I'm doing all this, come on. Now, if the men don't outshine me, that's our first line of defense. I'm behind my men, but y'all gotta stand up. And right there beside Marcel and Tariq cannot be the only, and they can't be the only one standing there. Now, the women like me and Angie, big mouth and all, but with the mouth, we can back it up. It's called passion. It's not called screaming. I felt the energy. And if you don't feel the energy, I feel like maybe you need to be vetted. Because a real FBA, I felt that. Now, Marcel, did you feel it? Because I felt it.
Yes, sister, thank you. And you make a good point. Before I move on, I want to say, y'all, I'm not here. Look, I'm going to be fair. I'm going to speak some real stuff right now. Y'all ready for some real?
Me too.
Yes, me too.
Before you go any further, before you go any further, I just want to be the first to say Congressman, because I'm just going to start calling you Congressman Greg Marcel Dixon. I think if we start putting it in the air, our ancestors will catch it. And don't forget, we have to go to the Devil's Punch Bowl and we have to give our ancestors some libation. I'll meet you there. I don't care, but we have to give them some libation. We need their help. So I'm going to go on here, Congressman Dixon.
Thank you so much, Secret Sister. Let me tell y'all, Secret Sister mentioned something that made me think. Y'all, when Trump was in office, there was nothing Trump could do right by me. I'm not gonna lie. In fact, he could have probably done reparations. I probably would still came up with a reason not to like him. It's because that's how I was programmed. And then you know what? The longer he was in office, I always knew that he wasn't. Like I always said to people, everybody acting like the presidents before him were our friends. Hell no. But when that thing with Ice Cube happened, when Ice Cube said, hey, I want to work with either side to do something specifically for Black Americans, who wants to meet? And when the Demorats told Ice Cube, I'll check with us after the election, but Trump's team said, hey, we'll love to meet with you, and they cleared their schedule and sat and made time, that changed things for me. And then when Trump not only met with Ice Cube, he didn't just take photos, but he came out with an actual plan. Was it reparations? No. Is it anywhere near reparations? No. Was it a perfect plan? No. But the Democrats have yet to do anything even remotely close for specifically for Black Americans. He talked about getting rid of illegal immigration. I'm not praising the plan because it was definitely a plan that was lacking. But the fact was, though, he made time and he did it. And he, guess what? He got no backlash for it. And he didn't care. Even if he would have gotten backlash, he did it, though. He said the Democrats get Black votes, but it was meant for Black Americans. I'm about to show Black Americans that we are the ones that have their back. Secret Sister is right. If we ever get reparations, it will probably be from someone like him. Angela, I thought I made you a co-host.
You did, but you know how Twitter is. It won't let me accept your co-host invitation.
I'll bring you back because I need to polls. I think some people are trying to get up, and I am not seeing them. Maybe so. And if it won't let you, I'll have to see if someone from the audience can probably co-host. Okay, but next,
I'm here, so I don't know. Let me know.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry. Who was that? Oh, being honest, I got it. Okay, I got you.
Okay, let me say this real quick. I see the hands, and I'm gonna be brief.
Okay.
That beautiful sister that just spoke, I just love you. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm very passionate, and if I weren't living what's about to come to your state, maybe I'd be a little less passionate. But I am seeing us literally be wiped out of California. In some of the Black neighborhoods, you'd be hard-pressed to see American freedmen in places like South Central, Compton, Carson. You go into the banks, you go into the grocery stores. It's like being in another world. It's so overwrought with immigrants, you would think that you were in Mexico. And this is what they've been doing. And I share with you guys in prior archives about what Wells Fargo did to us. Yes, Asun said, please make her a co-host. Asun Powell. Marcel, please make her while I finish this thought. I shared with you guys in prior archives how Wells Fargo Bank, who owes us a ton of reparations, they literally went through and started making up stuff and making up ways to get rid of us, especially those of us who became mothers and wives. It cost 2 of my American freedmen friends' lives. That's how much stress they were under. One was 24. She died from a stress-induced aneurysm when they told her she could no longer go to college on company time, because what they would do to keep you enslaved was every time you met the bar, they moved it. And so there's so much post-traumatic slave syndrome still ongoing. It's present. It ain't really post. In these corporations out here, these microaggressions, they already got lawsuits from these racist Latinos doing serious mental, emotional harm to Black workers who are in some of the lower skill. But their hate and disdain for us replaced us all the way from the teller all the way through senior level management. And it takes forever to find work out here. When you're looking for employment, why? We have no social capital at the hiring tables. And they've gotten so slick about it, family, that they will literally have someone that looks like you in the interview. And no matter how educated you are, no matter how qualified you are, they are not bringing you back in. Okay, so this is what we're up against. So forgive me, Ogun, whatever the gentleman's name is. I didn't mean to scream on you that way, but I'm feeling a lot of anxiety when I literally sit up here and tell you the numbers. And when you know how politically lazy our group is, or how drunk off the Democratic cyanide our group is, because 86% of us, including my dimmed down ballot, even though I was green at the top of the ticket, is how we got here. And so I went to God in prayer. My inner Christ, I prayed over a strategy. Asan knows, because I knew that continuing to vote blue, no matter who, was going to be to our peril. And this is a strategy the ancestors gave me. When you hear me speak at the task force hearings on over 300 archives, when you hear me speak, the ancestors won't leave me alone. We've all been commissioned by the ancestors to be here. And they didn't die for us to have the right to vote for our erasure and replacement. They need us to grow a backbone in the cojones that they had when they pivoted from the repugnant clans to the Demorats for civil rights. I'm an independent. I'm not endorsing either party. This is simply about closing the borders. If it's a Demorat that's about closed border, give them your vote. But please, let's stop the emotionalism behind this vote and understand that your ballot is your bullet. I'll land.
All right, son, you got it.
Can I reply to her?
Go ahead, like 45 seconds.
Wait, sweet sister, let me say this first. There's a lot of people that are trying to get up, so if you are finished speaking, if you don't have anything else to say or whatever up here, you can come back up, but there is a lot of people that's waiting to speak.
Now I was replying to
Secret Sister has to give you like a strict 30 seconds.
No, it's not going to be long. I just wanted to say, Angie, thank you so much. And Marcel, thank you so much for having the heart to do this. I thought more men would follow you, but I guess not. I will try. And guess what? For everybody, I am going to get, Marcel will be doing possibly commercials for him to be getting endorsements and things. So I'm still working on it, brother. Don't think that I stopped. I love you, and we're going to get all this money. and we will get our reparations check. You can drop me down, baby.
Thank you so much to your sister. I seriously appreciate it. Thank you. Son, you got it. Son? Son, you're on mute. Son? Okay. Who was next? Miss T, you got it.
Okay. Hey, y'all. Hey, family. Hey, everybody in the room. Good to hear everybody and see your faces. We made it to another weekend. It's a great space. I have been saying over the last week or so, we need to run on a protect America, maybe not necessarily make America great again, because a lot of our beliefs don't line up with those type of people. But we do have beliefs in America and in protecting what America is supposed to stand for. And we have all of these people infiltrating the country from these Latin countries that are just really shithole countries, just like the old president said. He did not lie. We're not just talking about African nations, but we're talking about those Latin countries too. And hell, even these people that they're bringing over from Ukraine said he did not lie. We're not just talking about somebody's mic open. Latin countries too. And, hello? Okay. Even in Ukraine, those people are uncivilized. Some of those men that they brought over, they can't even allow them to run the streets. They got to keep them locked away because they're cavemen-like. They'll come out here and hit you in the head and grab you and take you behind a building. They're screwing animals and all kind of stuff. So we do definitely need to protect America. And one thing I want to say about Trump, of all the presidents, he has been the only one to say out of his mouth, Black Americans built this country. He said it. He gave us our honor. He gave us our praise. And I want y'all to hear this. He wanted our votes for sure. But they all want our votes. But the only one who ever gave us the respect and honor, and we overlooked it, was this man right here. I'm going to play this. It's just like 45 seconds of him honoring Black people.
Extraordinary contributions of African Americans to every aspect of American life, history, and culture. From the earliest days of this nation, African American leaders, pioneers, and visionaries have uplifted and inspired our country in art, in science, literature, law, film, politics, business, and every arena of national life. The depth and glory of these contributions are beyond measure. You know it, I know it, and everybody knows it. Since the beginning.
Did y'all hear him?
I never heard that part before. Wow.
I'm going to post it in the Jumbotron. Not even our own Black president gave us these words. And I just want to say, like you say, he may not have done everything we wanted him to do, but none of these goddamn presidents have, not even the Black one. And at least this one was open to sit down with us and hear what we wanted from America, because he knows that y'all heard him. He wasn't reading this off no teleprompter, y'all. I'm looking at his eyes, and y'all will see the video. Y'all hear him. So we could have gotten some kind of reparations from this man. I don't know if he'll get the opportunity to run for president again. We don't know we know what's going to happen with this January 16th. He was smart enough to put all of these judges into position that owe him. So they're not going to send him up down the creek. But let's look at everybody with a fine-tooth comb, whether they be black, white, Asian, or whatever. And let's ask the questions. What are you going to do specifically for Black people? Because everybody else is getting stuff done specifically for their people. And I land my, one more thing. Reparations, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your love of Black people. Thank you for the warning. I hear your warning and I receive it. And I'm here in Georgia. We're not a border state, but they coming over here too. But I hear what you're saying, sister. And thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Marcel, go ahead, Marcel. I just wanted to bless her with just the whole space. I wanted to bless them with a couple of words. What Trump did not do, he wasn't giving away our reparations and protections to immigrants and refugees, and now they want to call the illegals asylum seekers. Trump wasn't spending $1 billion to fight a war with Russia vis-a-vis Ukrainian neo-Nazis, and Trump wasn't flooding the country with a whole bunch of illegal immigrants to our peril. So indirectly, the fact that he was for building a wall, closing the borders, really using ICE to get that up out the country, as I mentioned prior.
I don't know what happened. Angela, please continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just saying all these things that, when people say, what did he do for us? I'm telling you, when you close the borders, that relieves American freedmen the most. White folks have already killed and stolen all of our wealth. They can afford to be without a job for several lifetimes and it won't affect them. I'm telling you, white high school dropouts are more gainfully employed than our college degree. So when I'm telling us that neither party, and especially the Democrats who owe us, they will never give us reparations as long as they know they can weaponize this vote and erase and replace us on the Black vote. They're never going to give you reparations until you show them better than you can tell them by using your ballot as your bullet. But those are three major things I can think of that, although Trump didn't do anything directly like ending qualified immunity or reparations, he did us nothing with respect to hurting us. You got Joe Crow, who's seeking to put $37 billion more into these race soldiers to continue to execute us vis-a-vis qualified immunity. Okay, he spent about $1 trillion so far on this war with Russia vis-a-vis the Ukrainian neo-Nazis who are now in this country as refugees, more gainfully employed than American freedmen. And he's opened up the floodgates on immigration, which, as I said prior, hurts American freedmen in a way that you see is catastrophic. It is really literally genocide up out in California, and we have no power. We've been neutralized economically. All folks are doing is selling their homes and trying to get as much out the house and moving south. And I'm not against moving south, but it should be a choice. You shouldn't be run up out of a state that you happen to enjoy. That is not how any of this should be working for American freedmen whose ancestors built all the wealth these Mickey Ficky eat from with their lives. I'll land there. Thank you.
Okay, next. Son, are you there? Okay.
Okay, I'm there now. I'm here now.
Okay.
I've been having a heck of a time trying to unmute, but pretty much Angela has basically said most of what I was going to say. I wanted to piggyback on some of the things that O'Gloom was saying about withholding his vote and why. And one of the things that he said I thought was rather important that we discuss, and that was that he mentioned he believes that whether we vote or not, the Democrats are going to win, are going to lose if we don't vote because of our previous history, and that the Democrats never won unless the Black vote turned out. But again, if we know our history, we will now see
that never in history have we had mass immigration such like this, where we actually had the power to vote. So when we recognize that we are in a different time that requires us to move in a different way, we cannot use history as our basis for fear or political ignorance and then say, oh, okay, I'm not going to do it because history shows they can only win if I don't vote. No, history shows that in our past, absolutely. But now in our present time shows us that 66% of the Latino vote goes to the Democrats. Our present time shows us that the Asians are also voting in behalf of the Democrats. So with us recognizing that almost 33 million of us may not be voting, we cannot play the game, play the risk, take that risk and believing that I'm just going to let my vote sit and hope that the Democrats lose. What we're doing is we are solidifying what the Democrats program is, which is they are trying to replace us. They have already taken in consideration the margin of win if we laid our votes to the side. One. Two, if we lay our votes to the side and they do win, because our vote to the side only locks in what their theory was about replacement. So we don't have the time to play with our vote and be lazy, as Marcel said, and sit back and say, I'm just going to let it sit. No, if there's ever a time in history that our ancestors are calling upon us to pivot, wake up, and recognize where we are, we better do right by our ancestors who gave their lives. They gave their lives for us to have a vote, and not a powerless vote, but a vote that has power. And that power is in us recognizing the margin of wins when it comes to the amount of illegal and legal immigrants who are now voting as citizens in our elections. We don't have 1 second left on this clock to sit idly by and keep saying, oh, I'm going to let my vote rest. You are doing your ancestors disrespectfully wrong, and you are robbing each and every freedman that will come out here on that front line and cast a vote to, at minimum, close these freaking borders so that we can retain what little bit of power we have in our votes right now. We can retain it and hope that by 2024, we will have regained more of the power that has been stripped from us. You don't get to come in this space, call yourself a freedman, say you're fighting for us, and then say, I'm going to sit my tail on the side and let my vote rest. You need to rest yourself out of the American freedman fight. We don't have time for people to sit around and rest. It's time for us to man up, woman up, and fight for our power. Our ancestors, our present day people, and our future generations are depending on us not to sit on our asses anymore, make up excuses, and then watch our power come completely from under us because we decided to err on the side of history instead of recognizing where we were. And now there's time that these immigrants must go. Period. There's no more conversation about laying our votes down. You better pick your vote up and you better stand out there before the polls open. We need to see American freedmen out there. And if it's a Democratic candidate who is closing these borders, if you want to vote for them, so freaking be it. But if it's not a Democratic candidate that's out there voting, and you don't know where to vote, don't come talking about you want to write reparations in. Don't come talking about you're going to write Mickey Mouse on your ballot. Don't come talking about you're going to write your own name in. You better cast a vote to close these borders, because if we don't close them for the next 2 years, after these 2 years, we will have no power. We would have been rendered powerless, and all we can do then is come for each and every one of you who decided to stand on the side talking about you were going to hold your vote. Period. I land.
Boy, you bless the mic up and down and all around. Where is the mic drop on this thing when you need one? Okay? Where's the mic drop, y'all? Where's the mic drop? Thank you, Hassan.
Go ahead and invite the next speaker. Good Lord.
I can hear you, but I don't know what's going on with hers. But yeah, I heard. Angela can't hear you. I'm texting her now. She's on her other side, so she can't hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me? Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead and bless the mic. Who's next? Who wants to speak next?
Yes.
Okay, great. Go ahead and bless the mic. Who's next?
It's me. Angela, can I hear me? Chaos? Okay.
Who wants to speak next?
I do.
I dropped Angela. You're going to bring her back. I need to say this.
Hold on. We have the order, so let Marcel go next, and then we will call the next people up.
Right. Say this real quick. Got no tangible, no vote. You nailed it perfectly. It's lazy. Okay? I'm not saying give our votes away just for the hell of it, because, that our ancestors died for it. But I'm saying if you're going to say no tangibles, no vote, then you need to be the candidate running on the tangibles. And not, like Usher would say, all we're going to do is further facilitate them replacing us. So if they're importing anti-Black bigots over from Latin America who are going to vote against our reparations, then when we do get the tangibles for what that we have to vote for, we're not going to have enough votes to get it. Are you thinking about that? Are you thinking about they're going to keep flooding our country with these illegal immigrants to the point that when we finally do get tangibles, we're not going to have enough of us to get enough votes to get the tangibles. So we need to vote now to get them the hell out of here so we can maintain the numbers we have to get the tangibles we need. Stop being lazy. Some of y'all just want to be lazy. And some of you talking trash, please come up here and explain yourself so we can. This is a conversation. Okay, next is.
I think it's me, but I think I'm the only opposition here.
Who's talking?
Can you hear me?
That's hold on. That's the art talking. I think it was Freedmen.
I think it's Lawrence that was next.
Okay, well, I don't know who's against, but I'm definitely against.
Lawrence is next. Lawrence, please go. Lawrence, if you're there. All right, Art, you got it.
All fairness, you had it on mute. Lawrence, you there? Marcel, you had it on mute. That's all I'm saying. If he's still not there, I'll go.
Art, you got it.
All right. Well, I posted in the Jumbotron. There's a lot of stuff, but two things about the voting. Not really. The vote. Somebody got their mic open? Hello? Oh, okay. So I put two separate charts. One is showing the time frame from the Depression to now, and we went from 3 to 5 times the wealth inequality to 7 to 10 times. Every time I bring that up to voters, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to talk about it. We need to go. They say we need to go vote. So when you get these kickback from these non-voters, they're actually using data. And so if your only thing is to say this is the most important election of all time, well, we've heard that every election. Also, on that same thread, it has the untold story of American non-voters. That one actually has the PDF too. And another one that's a good book to get is Non-Voters, Americans No-Shows. I'm just going to read this little short part of this one study. It says, according to a story done by Lars Jensing of the CU News Corp, when Scherer first started classifying non-voters in 1996, the largest group was doers. So that whole lazy thing, not based on data. These are people who were sure their vote would count if only they voted. She told the Ginseng, what we found by 2012 was a different typology for the largest group of those who didn't vote, and that is people who do not believe their vote would count. Fast forward to now, I also posted that a 2020 study. They don't trust the government at all. It's like 30% of the non-voters. So when you say something like you're lazy, which is historically in a non-voter nation not true because they were the doers before anything, and then or you say if you don't vote, this fearful thing's going to happen. Well, you got to look from a non-voter perspective. They've been getting this shit into the stick. Like however you think a freedman is, a non-voting freedman, which is, I will say, probably disproportionately affects freedmen, are the worst of the. So when you can't fearmonger them. They've been through Democrat, Republican cycles. You throw anything at them. They're also known as the most adaptable people. They've done research on this. This is all Googleable. But the reason why these corporate parties don't do it is because it's not lucrative for them. It's just extra research for people they feel are too ideological different to incorporate in that. So non-voters have a more complex story than what I think people are giving it. And consequently, we're not talking about a small group here. We're talking about the majority of the population.
All right, stop, please. Hold on. Okay, we know the conversation about voters, non-voting, fair mongering us. We're talking about this particular strategy right here.
As far as the MAGA, because when I initially came in before I got to speak to you, I was like, no vote, no tangent.
Closed border candidates, period. What do you think about this? This is what we're discussing here.
In my humble opinion, the Republicans and the Democrats owe us money. I don't see the leverage of that strategy. Like, how do you get the tangible? Like, where's your leverage position? Like, if it's a poker game, where's your leverage?
So this is about getting these illegal immigrants out of here. What is being discussed now is, do we, I guess, risk letting the Demorats stay in office, and they will continue, as we see they've been doing, just literally, the border is literally wide open, or do we vote for any candidate of any party as closed border for deportation? They keep these illegals out of here, and they keep them from trying to bump up the numbers of people that will vote against them. Somebody's mic is on.
I think Sean's is on.
Hey, you mute your microphone, please. So that's the question.
Yeah, the reason why I brought up non-voters is because, like, by a 3-to-1 ratio in first and second place, the biggest priority for non-voters is immigration. I should have probably opened with that.
So what do you think?
I don't know if a MAGA candidate is going to get the non-voters. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's not about the non-voters. It's just discussing about people who might be willing to vote. Do you think we should say, just for the sake of getting these illegals out of here, vote for the candidates who are anti-illegal immigration and pro-deporting them? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. From that standpoint,
that's the discussion of this conversation here. That's all.
Did you have some in mind or something?
Hey, Marcel, can one of could the other co-hosts bring up Angela? She's still trying to get up.
Yeah, trying to, but
I got it before, so all right, that's what this is about here.
Thank you. Let's drop it back down to listener and bring Angela back up. I can't
finish though, Art. So anything you have to say?
Yeah, I think that people should be immigration can be handled more than one way. It seems like I'm just going to leave it at this: is that I feel like more non-voter views.
Do you hear this?
More actionable and should be looked at, but that point of view never comes across.
All right, that's not what we're discussing right now.
No, I get what you're saying though, but
we're talking about this. We're talking about, should we vote for candidates to close the border? I know all too well about how we are not courted with specific policies, and that's why a lot of people say, hell with that, I'm not voting. That's why I ran. I'm talking about this particular topic, not the general topic of our people being neglected and not being given specific reasons for which to vote. This is a debate we're having about this here.
Yeah, and I agree with that, Marcel. I'm just saying, when I originally came in the room, it was no tangibles, no vote or vote MAGA. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Yes, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, and that's why I changed it. And I apologize because that was misleading. That's why I went and changed it. So you're right. So I apologize for that, Art. Are you good? I'm gonna have to drop you down.
Yeah. Unless you guys need a non-voter perspective, then you can send me right down.
I've been a non-voter most of my life. I only voted for the first time in 2020 just to write reparations in. So I'm a non-voter. But thank you. That will be $400. But the minimum is $3. If any of you could donate, that will be great. Because we can talk about no tangibles, no vote. We can talk about voting to stop illegal immigrants. All of that stuff we can talk about. But at the end of the day, none of that's going to get us reparations. No tangibles, no vote. That means candidates that are not doing specific policies for us will not get our vote. Okay, great. That's not going to stop. That's not going to stop other people from voting for them. And even if we stop illegal immigration, which we definitely need to, that's not going to necessarily get us reparations either. It will make it easier for us to get reparations. But if you get candidates like myself who is running unapologetically, and as y'all see, I stand up on that reparations ground no matter where I am and no matter with whom I'm speaking. But I can't do this by y'all just saying, you go boy, or retweets and likes. I need money. So if you can donate, please make sure you remember that link up there. There's a lot of us in this space. And I'm not going to lie and say, I don't think there should be a reason why I shouldn't get donations when you can see how many of us are in this space. But it's time for us to move on. Lawrence, are you there? If so, you have the floor. Lawrence?
Can I respond? Can you hear me, Marcel?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. If I could just respond real quick to the art of appeal. Hassan said it so eloquently. You guys are sitting up here acting as if you've got the luxury to exercise a no vote strategy, to exercise a no tangible, no vote strategy over the best strategy, which is to vote for closed border candidates and vetted reparations candidates only to get this immigration under control, because the legal immigration is out of control too. And I have flashed on my screen right now how the Biden White House is preparing to take executive action to protect DACA dreamers. So that's about 12 million more that you guys are going to make way for. This no vote strategy, withhold the vote, was when we did not have the imminent threat of immigration overwrought in this country by our vote. It was our vote, 86%, to deliver Joe Crow administration, which is why we're facing erasure and replacement. Please stop telling me about what we did historically to bring pain to the Demorats. They are so smug right now because they know that you are so beguiled and naive to believe that they aren't replacing your vote. You're going to either go out here and vote for them, or you're going to sit up here and withhold the vote. And they've already got an answer for that. And they only import immigrants who hate us down to our baby toe, who want to see us dead. I'm telling you, we're living this right now where they're firebombing, throwing bottles at cars, and doing a lot of horrific things to American freedmen in the neighborhoods of Los Angeles. I'm a little bit removed from that, but I know what's going on to the people, and we are at war, and we are out of time. I'm telling you, you must weaponize your vote. Stop living in history. Stop reading these books to get you to suppress your own vote. If your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't be redistricting. They wouldn't be gerrymandering. And hell, they're laughing at American freedmen who sit up here and talk this nonsense about withholding the vote as if we got the numbers to do that. You've got immigrants that pretty much are comparable to our numbers who are getting our reparations and protections because of the freedmen vote. I'm asking you to weaponize it. I'm telling you that right now, you don't have the luxury of picking up a gun without it costing you your life. Ergo, make your ballot your bullet. I'll land there.
All right, Lawrence, are you there? Now I don't have to drop you. Lawrence, okay, gotta move on.
The Freedom Party is next.
Freedmen Party, Lawrence, are you there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I was having issues with my connection, but nevertheless, a good space myself. With just in terms of the voting, when it comes down to this, yeah, I'm with you guys as far as this. No tangibles, no vote. Just I don't want that turning into just a saying. But when it comes down to it, the most important thing is I think facing us is the stuff that actually hurts us. And you heard me say it before. One of the biggest impacts I see next to criminal justice is illegal immigration has destroyed entire communities in Southern California. This is not a lying thing. It has nothing to do with race or anything like that. This is just an actual fact. Black society is not where it was, and Black people are at the bottom of the economic chain in Southern California. Its culture has been wiped away. Illegal immigration is not just good for Black people, but this is something that's not good for the country. And it's only common sense. The people that you see supporting it sit above it. People who are rich are very wealthy, who don't really have to experience their neighborhoods, being impacted. Those people support it, rich Democrats or Republicans. But people who go to work every day, average, citizens, even Hispanic as well, do not like to see their neighborhoods being ravished and destroyed. So when it comes down to this mega, like in the Jumbotron, we have to vote for our interest, at the end of the day. And as far as I'm concerned, I only see one way right now, just as a Black person. And, I don't want to see what happened in California happen in other places. Thank you.
That is my fear too. I dread the day I wake up and the beautiful, almost 40% Black South, which is becoming blacker, is now filled with a bunch of anti-Black, legal and illegal immigrants, and the Black American freeman culture is gone. We're going to tear our dumbasses around, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Sitting there talking about no tangibles, no vote, and they're just sitting on our behinds. If you're going to do no tangibles, no vote, that's fine. But are you going to run for office? Are you going to put your money behind candidates that are going to run for office on the platform we need? Are you going to do that? If not, then you are just as much of a threat, because you're sitting there thinking that by being inactive, you're helping. No, you're not. We have to do more than say just no tangibles, no vote. There has to be action behind it. Because no tangibles, no vote, don't get these illegals the hell out of here. Our goddess, FBA goddess, I think it's you actually, because you were in the queue. You were in the queue. I'm not sure if you said what you wanted to say, but you were in the queue.
I wanted to say this as far as when it comes to Trump. They put out here like fear in people, which I know people have already spoke about as far as him being the boogeyman. And so if you speak to the older people, first thing they say, oh, I don't like Trump. But when you ask them why, they don't have a reason why. And the only reason is because they've been watching the news and then pushing all, saying all the stuff about him. But not realizing that he also said some things that were good for us as well. There is a TikTok video where this woman is asking this Black couple, she's talking about some outrageous stuff that was said. They thought Trump said it, but it wasn't him. It was Kimami. Kimami said it. And they was like, what? They couldn't believe it. Because what I tell people to do, don't just sit up here and go by what everybody else tells you. You need to be able to find the shit out for yourself. Because just like right now with local voting is important. When you are waking up in your city, you need to do what you need to do for your city, because Washington is not your city if you don't live there. So you need to go to these meetings. Now, I'm not going to say I was perfect in doing that. And now that I am doing this, I'm on my way back from somewhere right now. I am seeing what's going on. So what Marcel and everybody is speaking about, we need to get in the race. I was one of those that was saying no tangible, no vote. But I'm done with that shit, because now that I see what these people, they gonna vote anyway. So if you say no tangible, no vote, you're not voting, but the other ones are. And they're voting against your interests. So if you want your interest to be in there, then you need to find out who these candidates are. Don't vote by just because their names sound black or whatever the case may be, because we need to start judging a book by its cover instead of what we used to say don't. Yeah, we do need to, because we have people that look like us that in the inside, they not us. So you need to be judging the book by its cover and also making yourself more aware of who these candidates are. Put the faces with the name and also find out who they are and what they stand for. And you could do that by going to these meetings that they held. Oh, all this stuff. All of that is important. And forget about no tangible, no vote. That's out. The vote needs to happen. And we need to vote everyone out that do not have our best interests at heart. Thank you.
If I can say something real quick, Marcel, I thank you guys so much. Y'all bringing the fire and dropping all kinds of mics over here. But do understand that Trump has candidates that he's endorsing. And so because I'm not a big fan of Trump, but I do love closed borders. I do love that we had our unemployment numbers for American freedmen was 5.3% when he was in office. And now it's over 11% with Joe Crow and Newsom. And Newsom has aspirations to run for the presidency. He's planning to turn the country, how California goes, he will do that all over the country. Therefore, I'm following Trump's lead. I don't know what Trump is going to do with respect.
Go vote for Tuberville.
Excuse me.
First of all, you go come in here and you're gonna wait your turn. Okay? Don't come here all this goddamn emotion, like we owe the Demorats some fucking thing. When our people are to the bottom, don't you fucking come in here acting like we owe anyone anything. She can vote however she chooses to goddamn feel. It's her ancestors died for her to have that right. Isn't that what you said? Her ancestors died for her to have that right. Now you wait your turn. This is a discussion. I can't. Y'all want to really get to me? Come here acting like we owe someone our vote. This is a discussion. Our ancestors died. That's what y'all like to say to us, right? Our ancestors died for us to have this right. Our ancestors died for us to have the right to vote the way we want to fucking do. Our ancestors died for us to have the right to discuss whatever the hell we want to discuss. So you sit there and you wait until we get to you. Then you will be able to express yourself without interruption. Angela, please excuse that. Please continue.
Thank you, Marcel. My God, I lose my train of thought when people. I lose my train of thought. Yes, to answer his question, I am voting for anyone who agrees to close these borders. And for me, like I mentioned prior, Trump didn't start a war with Russia and spend $1 trillion on Ukrainian neo-Nazis. Now the Saudi Arabias are in bed with the Russias and are denying us oil. They're putting oil restrictions. Do you know what that means out here in California? Before it's all said and done, gas will be permanently $15 a gallon, while that Jean-Pierre woman is talking about how they saved us $1 on gas. So if Tuberville, Tummyville, the Tummy Man, whatever the name is, I don't know. But if he wants to close these borders, hell to the motherfucking yeah. He gonna get my vote, as will Herschel Walker. Okay, while you men are out here being all of your emotions, I don't understand why women, always the black woman, gotta have more balls than the men in the grassroots movement. But okay, let me swing my balls and Mother JJ at the same damn time. But I'll be damned if I keep these borders open to my daughter's detriment, who I do hope to see be married and be living off her reparations along with my grandbabies and my great-grandbabies. I'm that Harriet Tubman that would have shot most of y'all coming after me about my Freedmen protest voter strategy. That's who I am. That's how I'm wired. That's it, and that's all. So if Tummyville is for closing the borders along with Herschel, whoever the hell want to close the borders will get my vote. And I will be pushing this till times get better for Freedmen. I'm not going to sit on the sideline holding out the vote and hoping and praying, crossing fingers and toes that the Democrats magically lose with 42.6 million immigrants in the country whom are getting our reparations and protections. And I told you 72% of these Asians gave the vote to Joe Crow, 66% gave it to Latinas, and you want to challenge me about Tummyville, Tuberville, the Tuber man. I don't know what his name is. I ain't looking at names. I'm looking at what Trump is doing, because he didn't overrun this state of California with all these immigrants. He didn't give them protections from deportation. He didn't give them driver's licenses. He didn't give them our jobs. He didn't give them our Medi-Cal, while over 50% of American freedmen are dying in these streets from homelessness. He didn't put them up in 4- and 5-star hotels over in New York City. He didn't talk about $50 million like that Eleanor Norton Thomas, whatever the hell her name is. Talk about $50 million to feed these freaking illegals who have broken the law. Whoever is closing these borders is getting my vote, and I'm pushing that all the way through 24. So if you don't want to hear from me, don't come into space when you see me in here, because that's my square. I'll land there.
Angela, let me ask you real quick. What did you say? Now, you know what I said to you. Wait, hold on, Eric. I'm going to get to you, y'all. Listen, y'all, I know people are waiting. I'm going to get to you. But this is a conversation that I want to dissect for me, too, because I have some reservations, too. I heard Herschel Walker, when he was asked about reparations, he said, oh, slavery was a long time ago. That's unforgivable to me for him to say that. And I cannot imagine, given that type of animosity and dismissiveness, because Herschel Walker has money because of his NFL career, okay? So the rest of us are hurting. He went out there and had his own biracial child. He probably has, I don't know if these other kids he has are black, rich, or what. I don't know. Y'all know? I don't know. Anyway, but I know what you're saying, and look, you're in California. You're in the belly of the beast. You've seen the hostile, anti-black minefield that place has become because of democratic policies that just leave the border open. If we don't get it together, that will be all of America. But what these other people saying, okay, so we're trying to get our people to not just vote for a party because lesser of the two evils. And now, how is this not saying lesser of the two evils?
Thank you for the question. The bottom line is you got to pick right now between what you going to be emotional over. That's the bottom line. Because I just saw Warnock give you his ass to kiss, Marcel, while you were on the campaign trail. He's not for reparations either. So if you guys are going to sit up here and be in your emotional bag because Herschel is able to speak about what he ain't going to do, while these Demorats lie to you about an empty HR 40 that they're intending to give everybody race-based reparations, when we're the only ones who descend from U.S. chattel slavery, we're the only ones suffering the highest rates of unemployment and underemployment. We're the only ones that are redlining into environmentally racist communities and tenement housing. We're the only ones they wage war on drugs. We're the only ones they miseducate. We're the only ones that they're waging the war on poverty. Come on. We're the only ones that can't afford homes right now, while these illegals with our taxes and the whole 9 yards are being able to buy homes. You got to pick what you are most uncomfortable about. I'm here to tell you the ethno-genocidal plans for erasure and replacement of American freedmen cut me like a knife in my core. I cannot sleep at night over Donald Trump calling Africa a shithole country. You know, the one that traded us into slavery. Or Herschel Walker talking about he ain't black, he think he Cherokee. He done got a lot of bastard kids all over the place. His mama coming for him, his son coming for him. That shit don't matter to me. What matters to me is freedmen flourishing. What matters to me is freedmen getting up off this bottom. It's time for someone to trade places. I don't give a shit what you say about it. I don't give a shit what you call me. Trump supporter, I'm over it. You called me a Trump supporter in the Republican clan when I voted green at the top of the ticket. I'm more emotional about the ethno-genocidal plans than I am the do-nothing Republicans nor the do-nothing Democrats. The overt racist Republican clans and the Crayola white supremacists in the Democratic Party. Okay, so we are at lesser two evils because nobody has strategized since the ancestors left the Republican clans for the Democrats. That's how we got here. Folks just kept voting blue no matter who. Yes.
So what I would do is you're saying pretty much weaponize. Okay, so first of all, let me be very clear. Then I'm going to go to Eric. Until we run for office, my people, unfortunately, all we're going to have are these do-nothing for Black American candidates. What part of that are we recognizing? What I'm guessing Angela is saying is weaponizing the ones that are going to say, I'll put every single illegal out. And then our vote will become more powerful. I got to move on because we've been waiting for a while. Eric, you got it. Freedmen Party.
Thank you, Marcel. I'm going to try to get these points say it again?
Aren't you and Art the same people?
No.
He sounds like you. Okay.
That's racist, Marcel. In terms of kind of how I think about the strategy, I think we got to evolve from vote MAGA to vote or run, and I think that's essentially what you're saying in terms of if you're not going to vote, then run, right? And a lot of people don't vote because they don't feel like there's a candidate that's qualified, which means that you feel like you're the most qualified person, so you should run. And so right now, in terms of trying to use that strategy, it's pretty much late for most of us to run. So in this case, we need to weaponize it, like Angela was saying, and harm the Democrats by voting for Republicans primarily that are going to be pro-Freedmen in terms of their anti-genocide policy, right? And so when we do that, this round in the midterms, that's good, but we have to measure it. So I'll say 11,780 votes, right? 11,780 votes. That was the amount that Trump was asking for to overturn the election in Georgia, right? Now, with that, that's not a lot. Marcel's had rooms with that many people, you know what I mean? So that's that many votes. So that amount can flip an election. So if we realize how valuable our vote is and measure it, because right now I looked up the numbers, there's 50 Republicans in this Senate, 213 Republicans in the House. Now, a majority, in order to have a majority in the House, they would only need 4 more Republicans and only 1 more in the Senate, right? So the upper bounds to this is when I'm looking at my critiques of Trump. So I'm going to play a clip really quick because I know, I think it was someone else that played this Trump clip, but I'm going to play 2 clips that are
Americans built this nation.
Okay.
African Americans built this nation. We built this thing. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get. You built the nation. Yeah.
Now the second part is him at the insurrection giving his speech.
And you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation.
So he is like wolf in sheep clothing. We still have to be careful. He's like a sweet talker to a girl who will tell a bunch of girls the same thing. Oh, I love you. Text them all at the same time, right? And like we can't just fall for what he did and how he betrayed our country by trying to overthrow it and create a fascist country. If you're a student of history, which I am, Trump is trying to become Hitler, and Steve Bannon is Dietrich Eckart, who basically raised Hitler. So Stephen Bannon is behind Breitbart, he's behind Cambridge Analytica, and if you're not aware of how that changed the outcome of the election in 2016 and things like that, it's very important that you go look that up. The other thing I want to mention, in terms of people mention, oh, he's funding, the Democrats are funding the neo-Nazis right now.
Well, let's think the topic about the MAGA and the illegal immigration stuff.
Yeah, I'm about to finish this last part. And yeah. So let's not forget during what was MAGA doing during Trump's presidency. Charleston, South Carolina, great people on both sides. Rittenhouse. Who else can we talk about? There's a lot of people we got to understand that we're kind of forgetting what happened and how he cleared black protesters just to take a photo op in front of a church. So let's not forget that.
Even though we're getting off topic.
Yeah. Now let me get back to the topic because I wanted to critique because there's a lot of pro-Trump stuff on this stage and I didn't hear a lot of pushback.
Biden had people at the border whipping black people with whips. He never did that to those African Americans. Let's just be very clear now.
It's possible to be for immigration, stopping it, right, without being pro-Trump. These can be true. Both can be true. So I think we have to understand that he's not the only person. He's not the only person in the world.
Trump is not a candidate right now. Trump is not a candidate.
I'm pointing out that the facts of what's happened in this space. I've heard a lot of pro-Trump talk, so I just want to give us some salt to think about. Hey, take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I mean?
And the truth of the matter is, because I have to stick with facts, he was deporting the hell out of these illegals. He was keeping them the hell out of this country so much that someone would say, I'm not even going to come to the country. So in the light of immigration, illegal immigration, what is the plan? What do you think?
So again, vote or run. So in 2022, right now it's too late for most of us to run. So vote for closing the border candidates for this election cycle and the midterms. And then after this election cycle, register as an independent. I put 2 tweets in the Jumbotron that shows the current electoral power. 43% of the country is independents, 27% are Republicans, 27% are Democrats. Because of that, if you're a major party, you get 25% or more, which means they get $100 million each of our taxpayer money to run candidates that we don't care for. And so if we knock them down by just under 25%, they won't have that $100 million each. That's $200 million per election cycle. So they'll have to ask us and beg us for what they want, which is more money, more donations. I just got a text earlier today from GOP because I signed up for GOP and the Democrats robocalls and stuff. And they literally said, hey, you didn't fill out this over. You failed us. You got 30 minutes. I'm like, what the heck? They're desperate. Both of these parties are about to die. If you look at the two-party system versus independence, if you combine the registrations of the independents, if you compare that with the Democrats combined with the Republicans registration versus just the independents, there's 3 points in the last few years that we've reached 50% parity, meaning there's 50% independents and 25% Democrats, 25% Republicans. And that, if you look at the overall trend, that's going to flip eventually where the majority of the country are independents and the two-party system is less. And that can happen by 2024, if not this election. And so if we look at the other important thing in terms of the vote, our vote is extremely important. 32 million eligible freedmen. And so the value of a vote in 2020 was worth $90 per voter, which means that was a $3 billion voting block that freedmen represented if we could vote collectively. Now, Michael Bloomberg ran and lost, and he spent $1 billion, right? So if we're able to pool our vote, pool our money for candidates, and run on reparations, run on anti-genocide in terms of immigration, we can accomplish that with the candidates that we want. and that we can raise up from the grassroots.
Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you to the 11 people that have donated to me thus far. Those of you that haven't, it will be greatly appreciated. The donation link is in the Jumbotron, and help a lot.
So can we, before we move on, Marcel, can we start limiting the comments to no more than 2 minutes? Then I'm going to call out the roll for the next people. The next one is going to be Phyllis, then Sister, then Black Panther, I think that is. Now it just shifted. Okay, and after those three, then we'll call out the next group. So, Phyllis, you're up.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that the most important thing, as most of you already said, at least Ashawn and Marcel and Angie, that the most important thing I believe in this election is to make sure that we vote for candidates who believe in closing the border. Because if we don't, our vote all over this country, our votes all over this country will be diluted and we won't have a voice. Just look at it. You see the borders, every day they're coming over by the thousands, by the millions. And now what they're doing in many different states, they're allowing the non-citizens to vote. Just like they tried to do in New York, but they voted it down, or the Supreme Court voted it down, and they were actually going to allow non-citizens to vote just after living here for 30 days and being a resident. So just imagine if all of these folks, these non-citizens, illegals, if they come across the borders and they're in every state, whether it's the South, whether it's the West, wherever it is, and they're going to be allowed to vote, and then where are we going to be? Our voices are going to be muted. Our votes will be diluted. So the tangible in this vote is to vote for candidates. I don't care what side, whether you vote for a Democrat or a Republican, but just vote for someone who's going to fight to close the borders.
Thank you, Chris. And again, y'all, this is a discussion. I want to hear different sides too. But I'm really liking what I'm hearing. There's a post. This person has her page private, so I can't put in the Jumbotron. You just took several shots and several tweets by illegals saying we are going to, the white man started. Oh, we're going to be the majority soon. They know the border being open works to their advantage. And because none of y'all and none of us, not enough of us, are running for office, who are the reparations candidates for us to vote? So if we say no tangibles, no vote. If we don't run for office and become the candidates with tangibles, then we don't want to vote. And the borders are going to stay open, and the illegals are going to keep pouring over here and minimizing our power. Then by the time we actually get the candidates with the tangibles, there won't be enough of us to vote to overcome their numbers. That's what's happening. So while some of you sit there talking no tangibles, no vote, what are you doing to stop these illegal immigrants from coming over here? So I still, want to order for someone like a Herschel Walker to make my stomach turn, but because no reparations besides Tamara ran for office in Georgia, there is no other candidate from the vote. One of them is going to push abortion to kill black babies. He's going to push illegal immigration. So they're going to be killing our children while bringing over illegals. They're minimizing our population while increasing the population of the illegals. The other candidate ain't going to do a damn thing for us either, but at least he's going to stop abortion and put the illegals out. So think. Sean, I'm not who's next. I'm not sure who's next. Thank you. Y'all please keep donating. I appreciate it. We have to fund the candidates. And I'm not saying for me, I'm saying period. We have to fund the candidates who are giving us the tangibles or trying to get us the tangibles we need. I'm not sure who's next to sign.
Okay, the next one is Sister Sean and then Black Panther Party.
Hey, Sister Sean.
Peace, power, reparations, or die. What I would say, I'm going to echo a couple of callers. Here's what needs to happen. We need to become what you call one-issue voters. And that one issue is immigration. There's layers to this thing. That's fight number one. All right. So you got to definitely understand that. It doesn't mean that you are precluding tangibles, reparations, but you got to fight this fight in different layers. The first fight, you got to stop the bleeding.
Your mic is on. Have some feedback.
You got to stop the bleeding, and the bleeding is immigration. So I would suggest to the people, and I tweeted out to all of my followers, we need to become one issue voters. It doesn't mean that we don't vote, but we vote in our interest. And we do not need to be voting for any open borders candidates. Because if you vote for open borders, you're voting for your own demise. Okay, now, here's why. We already understand there is no black and brown coalition, right? These Hispanics, and I'm not trying to integrate them all, but they're being exposed. These people want to position themselves as the new white man. And these people are more vicious than the white supremacy that we fight. So now we've got double goddamn duty, right? We're already dealing with the white supremacists. Now we got to deal with the white supremacist Hispanics. All right? And it's proven in facts. And EEOC, the majority of EEOC cases, which is the entity that deals with discrimination in the workplace, most of the cases are going against white Hispanics, not the white man. So, and then what they're doing, they're very, very passive aggressive. So they sat there passive aggressively, and a lot of you all sitting in this space helped them out. Rack and Brown, we about to be a coalition on the jobs, right? But they're very passive aggressive. They sit there, but then when they get in power, they go for the kill, and they killing your black ass. So what they've done is they've infiltrated government and private industry. So now it's a problem. So it used to be this and that, but now you are in positions of power, and it's affecting us as freedmen. And it's not going to stop unless we stop it. So I would say step one is be a one-issue voter. We have many steps to go. The first issue, the only issue is immigration. That's a one-issue voter. And anybody that is for open borders, vote against them. I don't care what goddamn color they look like, right? And the next thing, the next question that we need to start asking is who is sanctuary cities. We need to be voting against and recalling sanctuary city status to all of our mayors across the cities. So we need to look into that, because we got to understand these people coming across these borders, they are bringing cartel mentality and anti-blackness. That cartel mentality is vicious. It's violent. That's why I hear these stories coming from LA, and it hurts my heart. That is an introduction to cartel mentality. They're bombing people, macheting people, chopping people's head off, the MS-13, terrorizing our freedmen in LA. I'm not in LA, but I hear them now. We have not heard them. LA have been screaming for years. We're only hearing them now. And it's coming to a theater near you.
All right, thank you, Sister Sean. We have to move on to the next speaker.
And let me say something real quick too. If anybody has other ideas, I would love for you to grab the microphone. Okay? Because what I'm not about to do is go back and forth in threads, because that's just too much typing. I am saying, what I'm thinking as I'm hearing this, I'm listening, is we can do no tangibles, no vote. Okay, fine, because we think that's enough. And the people who aren't offering tangibles are going to still get votes. And then they might get in office we're still not going to get tangibles, but the illegal immigrants will. The border's still going to be open. Or we can say this other candidate is not offering any tangibles, but they're going to stop illegal immigrants. So we either don't get tangibles, but illegal immigration is stopped, or we don't get tangibles and illegal immigrants are still flooding over here. And if we don't like either option, then we should have ran for office, or at least gave it a shot and tried. So our people could have had a tangible offer. So you can look at yourself if you don't have it. Who's next, son? Is it
Black Panther is next. Can you hear me?
Black? Yeah. Oh, he's like, yeah, hit you.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say I'm a huge fan of you, Marcel. I've been following you for a while, and I just want to say work you do for Black America. We don't have a lot of politicians who do that, so I just wanted to give you your flowers. I also wanted to shout out to Reparationist Perspective, the Freedmen Party, you know, all of y'all showing out. And I just want to start off by saying that there are two types of, you know, one who's actually doing the evil work and one who sits back and letting the evil work being done, which is letting people in our communities, our neighborhoods, practicing anti-Blackness and violence towards us. And I'm going to donate to you, Marcel. I have to order another card. I lost my card. I'm clumsy as hell, so I lose everything. But I just wanted to say I admire your work, and thanks for the conversation.
Thank you so much, Black Panther Party. And right, y'all, we can't think we're going to make changes by act of omission, by saying, okay, I'm just not going to do this. We also have to say, this is what I'm going to do, okay? Pedrito said that he has his request sent in.
Yeah, I just brought him up.
Okay.
But the next one is Andre, and then Black Alpha Network.
And Deborah was up here too. Deborah dropped out and just came back up, but Deborah was up here for a while waiting too.
Yes, I'd like to speak eventually.
Okay, so after Black,
yeah, me too. I've been up here since the show started. On
right? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I think it's only male crews, because I know only male crews. I think Deborah, and then I think it's Andre, and then Miss Great 8. And then shut up. Y'all 2 minutes.
Okay. Are you still telling me to go now, Marcel?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. First of all, thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate it so much. And I love your spaces, Marcel. So it's really just a couple things, and I'll try to be very, very quick. First of all, for Angela, girl, keep yelling, because that's what we need. We need that awareness that you've been bringing up.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I heard you in the other space too, and you was yelling then, and I'm like, that's what we're talking about. We need that energy. You know, so now, and one thing, I don't know if people know it, but, you know, Trump actually did not write his speeches. I think it was Stephen Miller that was doing speech writing for him. And we already know, for most of us that are hip to Trump, we know what Stephen Miller's background is, which is that okay sign. And I personally feel like Trump really was saving Black people for last, okay? But the biggest thing for me is, I think what we really need to be sure about, or we need to make sure we're cautious about, is that we continue with consistent messaging. And what I like about what you said, Angela, is I feel like you really do make some extremely valid points. And I know that, you know, there's others in this reparations movement that have larger platforms, have larger influence, that are actually promoting the no tangibles, no vote. And the thing with that is, I feel like we would be doing ourselves a service.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like we would be doing ourselves a service if you were able, Angela, because right now you brought an alternative strategy that really has a lot of logic to it. And if we took a poll, a vote or something, it's probably half the people that agree with you, half the people that agree with the no tangible, no vote, and then somewhere else in there, people are like, well, yeah, you know, flip-flopping, they're not sure which way to go. That would be me. You know, it's like, okay, I get it. So I'm thinking it would make sense to meet with those larger influencers and the larger platform holders and put your strategy out there, and also have them provide us with that clarity, because we should not, as people, knowing that we want closed borders, we don't want this immigration, We need to pull back on these sanctuary cities. Everything that we've said up here that is the problem, for the most part, everybody's in agreement with it. And so maybe we need to get those major influencers that are the main ones pushing the no tangible no vote and say, hey, look, we still have some questions on that before we can get all the way behind that. And then we've also heard a competing strategy that appears to be as logical as the no tangible no vote. And so that way, if we listen, because the people that are in this room now, everyone might be buying into what you're saying. But what's going to happen is the larger platform holders are going to continue with their messaging, and then your message doesn't get out. So I don't think there's anything wrong with having, some type of a powwow or whatever, a summit where this can be discussed, because all of the people that aren't even in this room that feel this lopsided version, they agree and they don't agree and they agree and then they don't agree, we need to make sure we're all on the same page so that our vote can count when we do. And the other thing, we talk about, the voting, but let's also remember that there was some election stealing going on. There was some attempts to manipulate those voting machines.
Tell me about it. People keep not taking what I'm saying seriously.
I'm trying to tell you, baby. And so, we have to keep that in mind, because we can set this thing up and it be right on paper, and all they're going to do is twist the machines. Ivanka Trump and her husband, Jared.
5 seconds, Snell Cruz.
Okay, they bought a whole hell of a lot of voting machines. So we don't know all this that we're doing now, if it's even going to come to, benefit any type of way. So to land my plane, I'll say this. Angela, I like your strategy. It makes sense. It's very logical. I think you should meet with the major influencers and the main ones that are pushing that no tangible, no vote, and so that they can come back and provide us clarity and let us know why we need to stick with that plan and see if there's a way to incorporate what you're talking about. I land my plane.
Thank you so much.
If I can respond, Marcel.
Keep it like maybe 45 seconds.
I know. I'm sorry. I'll be brief. Love My Folks in my thread said people are not conflicted about the closed border vote. They are loyalists to certain influencers. They seem to forget commentary is one thing. A survival strategy is another. Thank you.
Okay, just real quick. I mean conflicted on either buying into your strategy, what you've presented in the last 2 spaces, or continuing with the no tangible, no vote. That's where the conflict is. I think we're all in nobody's in conflict where the borders have to be closed.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah, right. That's one thing I think we can say. All of us in this space, most of us in the reparation, we all know that immigration is an issue. I think what some of us are struggling with, Angela, as you and I have already discussed, is like we just going to vote for nothing specifically for us. What you're saying, Angela, is hell, we better protect our vote so that when those tangibles do come, our vote will still matter, and we won't have 90 million illegals now that can vote compared to our 60-something million, and our votes won't matter. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. I'm saying to close the borders because what's happening is they're taking over everything. The city, the state, the federal offices, they are the public officials that are going to tell you hell to the no. That hostility that leaked up out of the LA City Council is a shared sentiment because the only kind of immigration they import into this country are anti-Freedmen, racist, Crayola, white supremacists. I'm telling you, if you don't weaponize your vote, and close the borders and then allow the repugnant clans to slow this down, or whomever we decide is closing the borders, because I believe that Trump, when he wins in 24, if he chooses to run, he'll get my vote. But I believe that he's going to do like he did before, which is to put up a wall and to call ICE, unlike Joe Crow's ICE. They're opening the borders. You got the immigrants on camera telling the people that are interviewing them in their native tongue that the borders are open, as Kabami sits up here and say they're closed. I'm talking about closing the borders so we can at least tread water until we can sit down with the repugnant clans, because now they're going to be interested in talking with us once they see that our numbers increase exponentially
towards them to close the borders, I believe we could get something more in the way of a conversation out of them for something more tangible. But as long as we're sitting up here...
Andrew, I'm sorry, that's a good stopping point there. I get it. Deborah, you got it, because people have been waiting. I know how it feels. Deborah?
Okay, good evening, family. So happy to be in this space.
Wow, thank you.
Yes, I am grateful. So I'm going to piggyback off of Sister Angela. When she said coming to a city near you, I'm down here in Houston, Texas, and this is a red state. I have survived being fired by a Mexican, and I have survived being fired by a Nigerian. The only way I was able to have my job secured was for me to get a job position that I didn't want, but I had to do that to keep them from firing me. And listen, that was working for the state of Texas. I was there for 15 years before these people came and tried to get rid of me. So what I did was I eventually retired, took an early retirement. Okay. And so now I'm an entrepreneur. And so I go for these grants and loans and, all these types of things for my business. And every time I go for a grant, I'm denied. But I am a Black woman. I'm a triple threat Black woman, over 50 and all the other things, that would surely, be a, slam dunk for me to get grants. I was denied for the grants. So I demanded that the city of Houston send me a list of the recipients of the grants. About 20% of the names of over 250 people were Freedmen's. The rest, you got it, Hispanics. They were giving them grants for taco trucks, tire shops, tow truck, all of that. And most of the grants in the state of Texas is concentrated where Hispanics are heavily populated. So on the economic point, we need to vote against immigration. We need to close the borders. We need to build a wall. We have to do whatever we need to do. I have a home I've been in since I was a little girl. And when I go to the neighborhood McDonald's, they ask me if I could speak Spanish. It's just disgusting behavior. Two little girls have been kidnapped by illegals. Two little Black girls. They are defecating in the stores, in the grocery stores, and I'm talking about defecating in the stores. Crime is rampant. A Mexican man shot a Black man dead in the parking lot of Walmart. And I'm talking about all of this is happening in the past couple of months. I am against immigration. I am voting for Trump or someone Trump-like, because they don't want them people here either. They are taking our jobs. Our large cities like LA is becoming third world cities. Do you think them fools up there in LA accidentally, it's an explosion of homelessness in LA. But it's Black people. That is by design. These people were just now busted, Nuri and her gang. But don't you think this has been going on for years and years and years? Because the homeless population is out of control in LA.
Did you hear about the Hispanic in Las Vegas that went around stabbing people?
Yes, heard about that too. And that's all by design. We are under attack. These people are trying, if they can't get us out of here by murder, abortion, police killings, now they have foot soldiers. That's what I call it.
I was just about to say, that was who killed the people in Raleigh. I don't know if y'all know, we understand now. Yes. Raleigh is on the page now. That's 10 minutes from my house. A 15-year-old white boy shot up a Black officer that was sitting in his car waiting. So yes, we all are under, everybody is after us. And this immigration, we need to get a handle on it, because this shit is outrageous.
It's outrageous. And one other thing I would like to say. Now, when we talk to people who vote Democrat, They can be flipped, okay? I have flipped 12 people. 4 black men, 2 LGBT, an 80-year-old woman who is my mother, lifelong Democrat. I kept it simple. I showed them what Joe Biden has done against us and what the Republican Party under Trump had done for us. Now, I wasn't a Trump supporter, but now that Biden has been in, now we can compare what Trump did. We were fine when Trump was in office. But now the money is going to Ukraine, our money. Afghans, you know they are giving Afghanis $80,000 for a family of 4. Okay, LGBT, everybody. And now we love our LGBT. We're going to protect our black LGBT. That's not what it's about. But they are giving all this money away, and it's not coming to the freedmen. You know, and it's easy to flip people. Yeah, we just have to keep it simple. And I had put a comment on one of Marcel's page, and I said, go door to door. Go door to door. They will listen to you because they know that we are not getting what our ancestors.
Ms. Deborah, thank you.
Okay.
Let me say something real quick.
Okay.
I told y'all this story here. For the past 17 years, I've been a teacher. The most anti-black behavior I've ever seen has always come from the children of illegal immigrants, these Mexicans. Always. Just last year alone, one of them told a black American student, all black Americans do is sit around, eat fried chicken, and the white man has to walk them like a dog. That black American boy slapped the hell out of him. Good. Then the next thing he said, one of them called another black American kid the N-word. Once upon a time here, all the anti-black behavior mainly came from the white kids. I can't remember the last time I had to deal with a white kid that was being anti-black. It's always been the illegal immigrants. And some of you are sitting here talking about the no tangible, no vote, but what do you want to do to stop them? Doing what we're doing is why we are where we are. Saying no channels, no vote, but not doing anything else is just as bad as the sellouts we have that vote for nothing. Okay, next is, please don't get on the mic, tell me, let me see, I think I remember. Andre, then shut up.
Yes, thank you, Marcel. Thank you, guys. Very, very important times right now. I posted a few things in the chat. One of the things I saw on Democracy Now! I watch it, and I feel like it's increasingly becoming a think tank for the Democrats. But, you know, I posted the clip what I thought was interesting. They had this Odila Romero. She supports indigenous diaspora in Los Angeles, and she's kind of using the time in that clip to express some solidarity with the black community. I mean, a lot of this stuff is being on camera where Latino representatives are kind of having to answer for this stuff, and there are some voices and some instances where you can see them saying, listen, this is a case where they're discriminating against both groups, and we recognize that. And so we need to be able to channel and direct our emotions and our passion, because you know, immigrants, you know, Marcel, the way you're talking, you know, very impassioned, but immigrants are not our enemy, and nor should they be our main focus. If there's any sort of hostility or inter-ethnic conflict, that is the result of some larger systemic issues, and we should not get the message into people's heads that it's something wrong with these immigrant people inherently. It's the conditions that is going on right now, and I can say very plainly, really quick, that immigrants...
Stop right now. I don't want to hear this, it's capitalism, it's white supremacy. A lot of them come here with anti-blackness. I'll explain what you said, but please don't try that on here.
No, of course they do. And I have a huge issue with all of the current situation. No, I 100%. I'm a Black American. I'm from New York, and so if anybody knows about the horrible state of affairs,
City people and some of you Philadelphia people, some of y'all come up here with y'all. I used to hang out. I used to walk with my. We used to hang out on 45th Street.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I know exactly what happens and the conditions when it comes to immigration in New York. Is my entire life I've seen it, and there's a lot of anti-blackness, but we have to understand where it's coming from. There's nothing evil about immigrants. Hold on, real quick. The immigration serves
where is
the economy. That's why. Listen, guys. When we were slaves, we were the cheap labor. We were the free labor. Now they're getting other people to function in that role. In a lot of these positions, when it comes to like blue collar stuff, the labor. And so if you look at that city council meeting, it was the LA, Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. That was the guy that was in that meeting. It's all about the economy and the labor. You guys, we need to be able to strategically engage in the politics by associating ourselves where the battle is really being fought. So that is the reason.
Topic up here. What do you think about the topic?
I'm explaining to you the topic. The racism going.
30 seconds.
Yeah, the racism going on that was exemplified in that council meeting. It largely had
legal immigration or not.
Of course, you need to stop illegal immigration, but I'm saying in order to do that, we have to get to the source.
Are you agreeing with the strategy that's being discussed here? Vote for No, I need you not to try to explain what you're trying to explain. I need you to answer what's being asked, please. Are you agreeing with the strategy of voting MAGA, if necessary, to stop the illegal immigrants? If it comes to that. Yes or no? Unmute, please.
Yeah, you had me muted. That ultimatum is not how I see it. I don't subscribe to that scenario, but I do want to stop immigration. I'm telling you, in order to do that, we have to get at the source. The source of the immigration serves the corporate structure. The reason why they're having immigration come in is so that they can... Huh?
We know that. We know that.
Right. So, it's not going to stop unless we join that fight. We have to align our interests with that of the people who are actually organizing that fight. There's unions. That labor thing was a whole big part of it. That's why the LA labor representative was there, is because that's what's going on. The Latinos are in the workforce, and they're utilizing that, and they're organizing their power and their political power around the labor.
Okay,
right? We need to do the exact same thing.
Time up. Now listen here. First of all, the Hispanic legal population is booming in southern states where we don't even have unions. So that theory right there goes out the window. South Carolina, unfortunately, has one of the fastest growing populations of illegal immigrants. It's going to have one of the fastest declining populations of illegal immigrants by the time I'm through, because I done called ICE and wrote ICE like at least 15 damn times this week. So I'm going to minimize that population myself alone. But South Carolina doesn't have unions. No, I am speaking. Mississippi does not have unions, okay? And illegal immigrants are flooding those areas too. So that's one. Two, we all know that a lot of these big corporations and these politicians, a lot of them want these illegals to come over because they want cheap labor that they can exploit. We all know that. No one's discussing the causes of illegal immigration. We're not dumb. We all know the causes. Barbara Jordan in the 1980s said, and Coretta Scott King in the 1990s said, Barbara Jordan said it again. These are two black women, Freedmen women. They both said that the more you import cheap labor, the less reason America has to invest in Americans. That's what illegal immigration does. It makes it easy for these corporations to pay slave wages to not invest in the work populace because they get a cheap labor source here. That has nothing to do with these illegal immigrants coming here being anti-Black American. And even if they were not anti-Black American, their presence here would still hurt us. But the fact that they are anti-Black American means the gloves have to come off.
So, Marcel, can I respond, please?
No, you can. No, the gloves have to come off. Now, what you're saying is not bad. Okay, yeah, we can do all that stuff you mentioned, organize. But ultimately, everything comes down to policies. That's what everything is controlled. Please hush, please. Everything is controlled via policies. And I am here debating, discussing the strategy Angela has, and I'm really liking what I hear. Because the more I hear about how these illegal immigrants are taking over, the more anti-Black posts I see from these illegal immigrants, I'm starting to look at any of our people side-eyed who is not for getting these illegal immigrants the hell out of here. I'm looking at any of our people side-eyed who have a bleeding heart for them. And when you talk about something, they're not inherently the issue. Yes, the hell they are. They're coming here with anti-Blackness. And you acknowledge it. So how can you say that and then talk about something they're not inherently the issue?
Well, you just agreed with me. You just said everybody knows where the source is, where it's coming from. So it can't be both they're the source and they're not the source, right? We know the corporations are benefiting from this cheap labor. We need
immigrants are a problem as well.
Right. And so the obstruction to our organization is that anti-Blackness and that interracial conflict. That also serves the corporations, right? If we don't organize.
Do you support, I don't want to hear all that damn stuff right now. Do you support voting for closed border candidates? Yes or no?
I do support voting for candidates that will, advance our interests as a whole. I don't subscribe to that ultimatum.
That's another conversation. Right now, we are I'm in support of voting for candidates.
I am pro-immigration reform. Yes, I think that immigration is one of the ways that capitalists and the corporations are harmful.
Answer my question. To reform what?
Reform the ways that the corporate structure is using.
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about illegal immigration. Do you agree voting to get them the hell out of here?
The immigration is there to serve the corporation.
Freedmen.
Okay.
I don't even him. Sir, can you please just answer the question? He just asking the question. Just answer it, please.
Okay, I don't know where he went. Anyway, moving on, because that was about to irritate me. Shout out to you, Evan.
Yeah, I'm gonna try not to irritate you so bad.
You already have.
No, I probably already have irritated you since I came up here, but I'm gonna make you laugh a little bit.
Hold on. You came up here disrespectfully going in on Angela because she has the audacity to discuss how she feels we should vote. We have the right to vote how we choose, I thought. Isn't that what you always say, why we should vote for the Democrats? Because they're going to protect our right to vote? Yet the moment you hear somebody actually discussing that they have the right to vote and saying it in a way you don't, you think you can be disrespectful with them. So yeah, that did irritate me. Now please continue. And thank you to the 15 people that have donated. My donation link is in the Jumbotron. Please see the donations coming. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Shut up. You got the floor.
Smile and relax, Marcel and Angela. Now, listen.
No, you didn't.
What's up, FBA goddess? What's up, girl? Hey, check this out. So, listen, I don't know your remedy for immigration. And, on Hannity, Sean Hannity said tonight that America is in a crisis right now. There are 10.9 million current open jobs in America that are and they how to fill them and where them at. Talking about that are against open borders and stuff, just like you are. You got a capitalist problem in America, and I don't know where to meet it, how it met, because I'm not a capitalist. And where you find a capitalist, you find bloodsucker. That is the truth. They're gonna suck blood out of these immigrants because they're not gonna let the America part of it. The land is one thing. They're not willing to let corporate America fall for you and for nobody else. 10.9 in America right now today as we set. I don't know who's not working. A lot of people are in spaces every day, all day. But listen, there's a ton.
Okay, shut up. That was a low.
Let's really talk about it. Let me talk about it. There's millions that have left the workforce. Where the hell are they? I don't know. I know I talked to a bunch of people in spaces, but it's not a million of us in here. And down here in the South, where I'm at, FedEx, IKEA, man, these even places like Hardee's and Chick-fil-A, nobody's working. You can't go in to eat. You got to go through the drive-through window to get something because they don't have enough employees.
They're not hiring us.
No, come on, baby. Come on.
I'm telling you what I know.
Come on, Angela, let them finish, please. Shut up. I'm going to give you like a minute, 15 seconds. Go.
No, my people here that want to work, they working. I know you got a whole nother thing out there in California. People ask, I'm in California. I'll tell you that you're in Mexico. That's what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you to come to the South. Get up out of there. You literally in Mexico. So here's my thing. No tangibles, no vote. That's a Tariq slogan. That literally comes from Tariq. I don't know how you all are gonna get that change before the 5th, because no tangibles, no vote is something I've been hearing on YouTube and in spaces this whole year. No tangibles, no vote. No tangibles, no vote. Can you tell me that you can go look yourself in the mirror if you living in Alabama right now and say, I'm going to go in that voting booth and I'm going to push that button for Tuberville? If you can, you're a different kind of black person. You're just a black person that I've never met. And that's okay.
Stop. I can do it. No, stop and listen. How dare you say that? You voted for Biden. Tuberville got up on a stage and said some ignorant anti-black stuff. Disgusting, yes. Biden has been saying anti-black stuff since the 70s, but doing policies that have hurt black Americans. It was Biden that knocked up a whole generation of black Americans, for which we are still suffering. It was Biden who pretty much decriminalized a form of a drug that white people did, but criminalized that same drug in another form that's chemically not any different at all that black people were using. So we could be the ones particularly put in prisons. It was Biden who said he wanted to keep black kids out of his children's schools, so we want to make it into a jungle. Okay? It was Biden who's been sitting in Congress for 40 years while black American land ownership, home ownership has remained stagnant or regressed. So don't come here giving somebody some damn finger wagging when you voted for one of the biggest anti-black bigots there is. Don't you dare do it.
Marcel, does Carolina and Georgia have an immigration problem looming?
Yes.
Hell, are both of them ran by Republican governors and Republican senators?
Yes, they are. But guess why?
I think because listen, here's my point. You just made my point. That's what Andre was talking about. That thing is man. This thing is bigger than that. All these places that you're talking about have immigration issues ran by Republicans already.
Stop and listen, because I already done said that a lot of the Republicans for illegal immigration as well. I'm the person that brought out how Ronald Reagan, who's burning in hell, who was a despicable excuse for a human being. That was a subhuman to me. He's the one that signed the Amnesty Act for 3 million illegals. So you're not saying anything to me I don't know. But what you are also leaving out, that even if a Republican is the governor of a certain state, a lot of times it's democratically controlled towns and cities that are the sanctuary cities within those states. And in South Carolina, where I live, it's always, ironically, the blackest areas of the state that have the most illegals there. And lo and behold, you will find Democrats in control poll talking about black and brown. You will not find those illegal immigrants in towns and cities that have Republicans as the governors or the mayors, because they will get them out of the paint real damn quick. So I am not going to absolve the Republicans of their responsibility. I'm not going to look like they're the you're going to let me finish? I'm not going to act like Republicans are a panacea. That's why I'm saying it's policy. If any candidate of any party says they're closed border, I'm leaning towards hell yes, vote the hell for them. Because until we get reparationist candidates, which we don't have, because y'all, a lot of us aren't running for office, we're still waiting for that reparationist candidate to drop from the sky. Until we get those reparationist candidates, in the meanwhile, it's the Democratic administration federally that has the borders open. So even in states where they are deporting the illegals, which a state cannot deport an illegal immigrant, they can't. But even in states that are hostile to illegal immigrants, they could try to stop them. It makes no difference, though, if the floodgates are still open at the border. I've had students whose parents have been put out of the country only for their parents 3 months later to be back in the country. I literally have had that happen. Shut up, go ahead and land your plane, 30 seconds, okay?
So basically you're talking about Texas and Arizona, seems to be, right? Is that kind of where you're leading in that with Greg Abbott and them boys down there? That when they coming across, he shipped them on out. Hell, if he can't do nothing about it and he's sitting over there right on top of it, there are some powers that be that want that in place. And I think it's way
one of them.
Way beyond you or me or anybody else in this space can really do and control. So why cut your nose off to spite your face?
Oh no, stop. You got that defeated scared Negro talk coming in there.
No, scared Negro talk is what you said that the Democrats do. You remember you told me
scared Negro talk. I'm going to speak. I don't like using me, but I will speak. You're doing scared Negro talk. We're here discussing solutions. You're saying ain't nothing we can really do about it. So I guess I just gonna go down to the polls and me just gonna What we're saying on a state level, you should know. Shut up. States cannot deport people. States cannot deport people. That's a federal power. States cannot deport people, and the federal government can even sometimes curtail a state's ability to detain illegal immigrants. You know that. Matter of fact, during the Obama administration, it did some mess where you could detain someone you could detain them, but if a federal officer or federal agent didn't come to the prison, you had to let them go within like 12 hours. So pretty much ICE couldn't even get to a lot of illegal immigrants that the states were locking up. So you know deportation is a federal level thing.
It sure is. You're exactly right.
Exactly. And that's why we're talking about federally voting for closed border candidates. But I've heard your point. You made a good...
But listen, check this out.
Shut up. I'm giving you 15 seconds. Literally, that's it. I'm counting starting now. Go.
Give me 23 seconds.
23. Go.
Okay. Listen. If why do you think? What are you going to do about the 10.9 million jobs? First of all, answer that question for
me. 9, 10.
If you can't answer that question, then you're being disingenuous about the whole space.
14, 15, 16.
10.9 million jobs open. You got to do something about it, Marcel.
15, 20.
People down a Primrose Path.
21. 22, 23.
You my guy. I'm out.
You my guy. But I said 23 seconds. I meant what I said. You can ask more questions once. You just wasted your time. And about those jobs, though, I do want to talk about that. Y'all know that labor shortage is BS. Let's talk about it. In 2017, when they first started reporting a quote-unquote labor shortage, a lot of economists and sociologists did investigation into the matter, and they found out that what was happening is that America actually had a sufficient amount of workers to fulfill these jobs. What they found out is that Americans were starting to leave their jobs because of unsatisfactory conditions, one of them being low pay. And in some interviews with Americans, some of them reasoned, well, what the hell? If I'm still struggling with a job, hell, I might as well leave the damn job and just struggle. Now, when Biden came in office, after COVID happened, all the mandates happened, that also exacerbated what we call this so-called labor shortage. But even if there was truly a labor shortage, even if there was truly not enough Americans to fill these jobs, let's entertain that. That would be because we failed to stop illegal immigration. In 1970-something, Barbara Jordan came in talking about immigration, and she mentioned how because America was failing to invest in actual Americans would start to have less and less children, and there would not be enough sufficient Americans to fill in the jobs. It would be like digging a hole so we can bury ourselves. And Barbara Jordan was right, but that is still not the case. There still are enough Americans to do the work. These jobs have to be willing to pay the damn price. But Shut Up, thank you. Gotta go.
I gotta respond, Marcel, real quick.
Okay, hold on. I want to ask you something. I wanted to ask. No questions. No questions. You listen. No, we moving on. Angela's going.
Okay.
And Shut Up. If you want to stay on the stage, you're welcome. I can come back to you. Because I don't want this to be an echo chamber. I don't want you thinking that. And I don't want you thinking I'm being unfair either. Okay, but I'm going to let Angela go. I'll come back to you. Angela, you got it.
Okay, just real quick. Please don't patronize me by saying they're only not hiring American freedmen in the state of California. The Citibank said that it's cost the country, their anti-freedmen racist sentiment has cost the country around $20 trillion. So clearly, the racism that's going on in these jobs that are by and large occupied by whites and immigrants who had the social capital to do nepotism and to hire their own people who really aren't qualified to do the jobs that the educated American freedmen who've got diverse background and experience, who don't have any social capital at that table. That can't just be because of the racism and the anti-freedmen racist sentiment in the state of California. That didn't happen just here and cost the country $20 trillion. Thank you.
All right, who's next? Is it Padrino? Or is it Padrino, y'all?
It's Padrino, and then it's was Black Alpha after you. So
I'm for the Black Alpha or WPI. I think it was Black Alpha.
Black Alpha.
Okay, Padrino, you got it.
Peace. What's going on with y'all? I've been tuned in. I'm just I'm in disagreement in most of this stuff, and I'll just throw it all out on the table. So first things first, just in general in regards to voting, you know, people have their different things that they might want to vote on, and I understand. But I'm not a fan of people voting for specific items in regards to tangibles and economic funding, whether it be reparations or anything Black specific. Immigration, that is an important component, but I think that's the third thing on the list that we should be focused on. I think the first two should be reparations and the redevelopment of the Freedmen Bureau. That's number one. Number two, when we start looking at some of these states, I look at a lot of these states and I look at the numbers of just take Latinos or just Asians in general, right? So you could take Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. You look at the number of Blacks, it rivals up to about 25 to 35%. Then the number of whites is anywhere between 40 and 50%. So the number of Asians and Hispanics is like damn near minuscule compared to states like Texas, Florida. You can even go California. And if you just take Texas and Florida, both red states, they have an immigration problem and they shipping them out. So they already have red governors and red U.S. senators and red congressional leaders, but ultimately, they're shipping them out to sanctuary cities and states. Same thing when you look at California. California is all blue. They're going to take on all of the immigrant. That's what their job is. That's what they do. So, when we're looking at it, even if you do go vote, you can go vote for yourself. It's a good thing. Sometimes people, they go write their own name on a list if they want to take their right to vote. I'm a firm believer. I'm from the same city as Octavius Cato. So if you want to take the right to go vote, write your name down there. The most honorable Elijah Muhammad said, do for self. I say vote for self. Just put your name on the ballot. But to vote for someone, the shit is going to happen regardless, whether we like it or not. in regards to this immigration stuff, that's already in process. No matter who's going to be the governor, red or blue, they're already on board with immigration because they finessed this. There's not enough of us advocating for, immigration reform for them to take some of the different things that we're saying, I would say, fully seriously. So with that being said, to take a vote and use a vote for red, just take New Jersey, for example. You go vote red in New Jersey, that's not going to mean nothing. Nobody's losing their job. You just voted red for no reason. Same thing in New York. And there's nothing wrong with it. You could take that amendment right to do such for yourself. But I would just say, vote for yourself. Vote for what you think is best. But to vote for immigration, nah, that's a dead vote. If you're conscious, you're not just going to vote to vote. You're going to vote for something that means something to the advancement of your people. So that's really my thought.
Okay, well, let me respond. I am strongly considering voting for a closed border candidate. If I go to vote in South Carolina, let's just for example, and there's a closed border candidate, which, in this case, I'm thinking about someone at the federal level. 5 of them is definitely not closed borders. He will not get my vote. But let's say his opponent says closed border. I will vote for the person. And I'm definitely conscious. And ain't no one can question it. I mean, people can question it, but I know where I stand. My thing is this. Okay, you say go vote for yourself, but that's not going to get us any tangibles either. So if a person goes and do that, that will still be doing the same thing. Whereas, though, if a person goes and there's 2 candidates on the ballot, let's say neither are offering tangibles, so neither of them deserve our vote. But let's say one of them, though, is going to report or is running on a platform of getting these illegal immigrants out here. What do you say to a person who says that in the interim, we have 2 choices. One candidate that will bring illegal immigrants here that will dilute our voting power. So when those tangibles do finally come, we won't have enough people to get those tangibles because we sat back and let the illegal immigrants come in. Or is it more advantageous to vote to stop the flood of illegal immigrants right now to protect our numbers and protect the validity of our vote? Because maybe maybe New Jersey voting red won't make a difference. But in South Carolina and Georgia, when you get those races that are right there on the fence, it makes a big difference.
So I guess maybe I'll say this, right? Let's take South Carolina, for example, right? You have one congressional district. That's Clyburn district. That's the district that you're in, right? For Congress. So, U.S. Rep, rather, Congress, whatever we want to call it, right? So we just take that, for example. If you go vote Republican in that situation and not Clyburn, or if you just don't go vote at all, I mean, Clyburn is, and then the rest of those people are Republican. Tim Scott is the Republican, and then the governor is Republican. So, ultimately, immigration should still win in that state, even if you voted. So it's kind of just like a dead ballot to me. That's how I look at it. People might look at it differently, but that's how I look at it.
Well, but that's the state of South Carolina. In states like Georgia and North Carolina, and I know we got people from North Carolina on, and I'm right by Georgia, it can go either way. And we can even use Georgia. We can use Georgia as an example too, Marcel. Now watch this. You take Georgia, for example, right? You have Governor Kemp. You got Governor Kemp and Stacey Abrams. We're obviously not voting for Abrams, but obviously is no point to vote for Kemp because Kemp has already allowed illegals in, according to everything that we know. He's already allowed illegals in. He's already allowed all of these different types of things. Stacey Abrams is just only going to allow more illegals in. But we know by the polls that Stacey Abrams have no shot at winning, nor does Raphael Warnock. They're not going to win because enough black people aren't going to vote for them for other reasons. We're talking about government at the federal level. So governorship is important, but we're talking about federal right now.
Warnock and Walker. We already know that Walker is going to win that race. Black people are not voting for Warnock.
Warnock is still in, it can still go either way. And a race like this, a senator from Georgia makes a big damn difference in what happens with immigration policy. Warnock already made it clear. He's for open borders. He's for legalizing them. He's for giving them tangibles. I already heard enough when I went to his rally. Walker has made it clear that he is, pretty much wherever Trump is, pretty much he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Whatever Trump is for, he's for. In that case, neither candidate is offering to do a damn thing for us. Tamara Shealy Johnson ran for office on a platform with specifics for us, And unfortunately, there's a whole lot of things that happened. She didn't make it to the ballot. We can still vote for Tamara. We can still do a write-in, okay? But if most people aren't going to do that, which candidate is probably going to serve the interest of our people the best by protecting our vote? So when the tangibles do come, we will not have our voting power so diluted because we've been displaced. That's the question we're asking ourselves here.
And the answer to the question, and fully, no matter who's at that position, I feel like our claim and our language is so unique and so strong. You can have a top tier coon, you can have an immigration coon, you can have whoever in there. I think we'll be able to roll them over and roll them under. I think what happens is sometimes, there are multiple issues that go along for the freedmen, right? There's multiple issues that go along that we do have to redress, if you will. But if we focus on things that are non-tangible, that is I don't want to say it's a hard sell to the community because we're not selling, we're teaching, but that's a hard sell to the community at the larger hand outside of these spaces in which we communicate with one another, or even like in our networks. It's a little different than trying to get somebody to understand some of this language. So in the interim, I'll just say this. It would be best, I would just say, if you want to vote, and nobody's giving tangibles, just go in there and write your name on the ballot and use your tangibles and vote for yourself so that you can get something out of the situation. You don't got to vote for the devil. It's
boycott all of it. Just
can I?
Shut up. I don't want to disrespect you, but please shut up. Hey, that's your name, so I'm not being rude. I mean, you got that name, so I'm shut up. Please do your name in time. Thank you. No, Padrino. If I'm going to vote, look, these illegals gotta go. Oh, we gonna have this damn South Carolina looking like goddamn California. They're gonna go regardless.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
No, they're not, Padrino.
Marcel is absolutely correct.
Padrino, I don't understand what you're saying. From where are you getting that? I don't know. Oh, okay.
The reason why I'm saying that is either they're gonna stay or they're gonna go regardless, because the freedmen is gonna be the ones that's putting up the fight for it. What do you mean how? That's what we're in the active movement for. That's a part of the thing.
No, I'm asking how. If we run for office, who are going to provide these mysterious tangibles?
Look, that's why you got this space with 450 people. Some people gotta get inspired to run for office, or run people for office, or get involved in local politics in various different avenues. And
midterms is in 3 weeks. Midterm is in 3 weeks.
That's what I'm saying. So to tell people to vote red in 3 weeks is insane. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell people to vote red.
Clearly not. I've got 18% voting red.
Wait, y'all. Wait. Let me clarify some things here, because I like clarity. Angela didn't necessarily say vote red. She said vote for closed border candidates, even if they are Democrat, Libertarian, Green, whatever. But she's saying if they are red, then but they're closed border, do so. So my thing is, I always want to ask us, where are these tangibles going to come? I'm running for office. It's not a guarantee I win, but I'll tell you what, I'm running. I'm going to keep our issues front and center. But where are these, until we get these candidates who are going to have these tangibles, in the interim, the Democrats are going to flood us with illegal immigrants, and some Republicans too, because Sheriff is right, the Republicans like illegal immigration too, but the ones that don't, and the Democrats that don't, they need our vote, because we got to protect our vote. If we don't do anything in the meantime besides throw our vote away and vote for ourselves, the argument is by the time we do get the tangibles, there won't be enough of us to vote to get those candidates in office, unless we do the back south strategy. But even that can fail if we don't stop this illegal immigration. This is too big to
as long as Biden is president, as long as that devil is president, we're going to have an illegal immigration problem. So we have to build locally. So that's my answer to the question, to be
Padrino, that's what she's saying. Biden can't, the president there's checks and balances, and I know you know this. If the Senate goes more, and look, Shut Up made a good point. I'm gonna keep just saying that because I know Shelby give him a hard time, but whatever. He deserves it. But I have no other conversation. Shut Up made a good point. It's not like the Republicans are so anti-immigration. Okay, they had 4 years with Trump to do something about illegal immigration, and actually gave Trump a hard time about certain stuff. But what Andrew is saying, if you get her show is one of those MAGA types, and they usually do hate illegal immigration. But or even if it's a Democrat, what Andrew's saying, give the ones who actually show they are against immigration the position instead of just not using our vote. We can use it to protect our vote in the interim. But I heard your point, Pedrino. I don't see anyone else in the queue, but I don't know. Is there anyone else in the queue? If not, Pedrino, you're welcome to stay up. I know, Andrew, I know you want to respond. Andrew, go ahead. Son, I know you want to respond.
Yes, I do. The bottom line is folks are sitting. I'm trying to sound the alarm as loud as I can. You know, we were once 17% out here. We're down to 2 million. As a matter of fact, Governor Newsom, who's intending to run for president, has 2.3 undocumented illegal. I'm sorry?
No, Andrew, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. There are people in the queue apparently, but I don't see anyone. So I'm going to have to drop some people down, y'all. I'm sorry, because people are saying they've been in the queue for like 10 minutes. So shut up. I'm sorry, Sean. I don't want you to think I'm being unfair. Sean, don't go there a little wrong. Talk about Marcel was being to you and raise his voice. You know I talk loud. Pedrino, I'm sorry, Pedrino. I don't like echo chambers. You know that. But I'm going to have to drop you because I didn't know people are in the queue. So y'all, I'm going to have to put some people down to bring you back up. And, okay. Angela, go ahead. Then son, then we got to move on.
Okay, real quick. We were 17%. You're dealing with Governor Newsom, who has, this is a sanctuary state, and we've gone from 17% to less than the undocumented workers, the undocumented illegal aliens who are now in the state. They're now numbering 2.3 million. American Freedmen is 2 million down here, and we're shrinking. We've got the highest rates of homelessness, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm trying to get in front of is this coming to you. You're absolutely right. Both parties suck. This ain't a party thing. It's a Freedmen flourishing thing. I'm doing my best to share with you about a closed border strategy because we must weaponize this vote. The ballot must become the bullet. We're done, because if we don't come to the polls in the midterms in Obama-style numbers, it's powerless in 24. These immigrants will have a lot more power because they're the ones that's going to be coming to the polls. And so that's what I'm voting for. This ain't a party thing. If you find a Demorat that wants to close the borders, have at it. But I'm here to tell you 99% of them are for open borders. We have a trifecta right now, and they're flooding the country. They're keeping the borders wide open. It's coming to a state near you. That's what I'm trying to circumvent. And we don't know. We no longer have the luxury with all these immigrants here, 42.6 million. Joe Crow is intending to give about 12 million more citizenship with your vote come the midterms. If we don't make that bitch bleed. And if that's where the most of the people are that want to close the borders, this ain't a party thing. So please understand that if you sit on the sidelines and want to play this like we can withhold the vote and still get the outcomes we got in yesteryears with 42.6 million plus 12 million on top of that come 24, you are sadly mistaken and you are a failure to the line. I'll rest.
I know you wanted to say something, then we'll move it on.
I'm not going to be long. I just wanted to clarify something that was said by Pedrino. He said if you don't have a candidate that you want to vote for, you could just write yourself in. That is, again, very, very detrimental to us. We keep saying things like that because we don't know. We haven't taken the time to educate ourselves. Please know, there are only 9 states. There are 9 states that do not allow you to write in, or your ballot can be completely invalidated. Now, I'm going to give you the 9 states that I think, well, not all 9. I'm going to read the ones that I think are very important to us because it's a large concentration of us there. Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina are of those 9 states. If you want all 9 states, it's Nevada, New Mexico, South Dakota, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Hawaii. They do not allow you to write in on the ballot. Now, out of that, there are 41 states plus the district that does allow you to write in. But understand, 34 of those 41 states require that the candidate have registered. That means they must file their paperwork in advance prior to the election before you can just write their names in. So please don't walk away thinking, oh, I can just write in my name and then I can cast my ballot and then the rest of my votes will still be validated. Not in all states. So please do your due diligence before you just listen to people to make sure that your state allows you to write in something or someone before you invalidate your entire ballot. Now, land.
And not just that, if you're not going to get any tangibles and you say no vote, you're still not getting any tangibles voting for yourself. So if you're going to vote, you might as well at least put the illegal immigrants out so we don't have more anti-black bigots around here. And then we run for office and be the candidate that's presenting the tangibles. Black Alpha, you got it.
Hey, peace and respect, Brother Martel. So,
hey, Black Alpha, I'm good.
Before you go, can I say something? I'm sorry, Black Alpha. Marcel, I've been trying to bring enough up, but I don't see her. So if you see her, or
I don't see her either. Enough. If you listen, you got to come back in. Black Alpha, I'm sorry, Black Alpha. You got 2 minutes.
hey, peace and love, Brother Marcel. Salute to all the hosts. Salute to all the certified American freedmen in the the place tonight. I want to say this, and I want to make it very clear, straight to the answer. And I'm gonna be very brief, but I'm gonna be very poignant with my sentiments. If you want to stay on topic, vote MAGA to stop illegal immigration. Answer, absolutely yes. Why? Is because immigration affects us in every single corridor of society. These people have been placed here strategically to be elevated above us, and they could bury us under immigration. This is not an accident. This is not a coincidence. This is not happenstance. We all know what's going on. This is a play. Our sister Angela is prophesizing what's going to happen if this continues, the same way Dr. Claude Anderson prophesied what's happening now. Okay, Dr. Claude clearly said, if we do not do something today, we didn't get nothing as a second minority. What you gonna get when you the third, fourth, and fifth? And trust me, the Democrats want to make us the third, fourth, and fifth. And let me say this about going to the election box, the ballot, and writing your name in. That's like going to play basketball and shooting 3 with your eyes closed. You're gonna put up a whole lot of bricks, and we've been putting up bricks for a long time, and we ain't got no more time for that. So let's stay focused and stay strategic with what we do. If you got to vote MAGA, then vote MAGA. If you are a closed border candidate, you got my support, because at the end of the day, this affects us in every aspect. I mean, every aspect, economically, educationally, healthcare. I don't know if anybody spoke about it tonight, but there has been horrific things that are going on by immigrants in the medical field to our brothers and particularly into our sisters. And we all know about this hands-on. And Brother Marcel, let me ask you a question, family. Now, I think you're going to agree with me. I hear a lot of people saying, you got some immigrant problems down here in the South and in red states, and this is the same as the blue states. Family, is it really the same what's going on down here with immigrants as it is on the West Coast? Because I see a big difference. I see some immigrants here doing low wages, doing low labor. But if you see the blueprint out there on the West Coast, the further you go west, you see people elevated in higher positions that are inflicting anti-freedmen policies that you do not see down south. If you think Jethro is going to elevate Jorge down here in Savannah, it ain't happening, okay? So we can put a break to that it's all the same, and vote MAGA is going to get you the same results as vote for Joe Biden. If you look right now, has it? Look at when Joe Biden's president. Look at when Donald Trump was president. You got a clear distinction of the way this operates. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Absolutely. And the thing is, I know how a lot of these illegal immigrants are, especially what I've seen mainly with some Mexicans. I've seen where when they are they don't have big numbers, they're kind and sweet and humble.
Facts.
The moment their numbers start to go up, they start talking worse than you would get. You hear worse things that you would hear at a Ku Klux Klan rally. So, and that's exactly what they saw in California. That's exactly what happened. It ain't gonna happen here. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm winning this closed border strategy. They gotta go, gotta get going.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll land my plane right here, family, with that said. So individuals who are thinking that you're going to see the same type of policies in a Joe Biden or in a Donald Trump or a liberal, conservative, or Republican and Democrat in terms of immigration is not going to happen. It is completely different. And we need to be strategic. We're not playing checkers, we're playing chess. This is a high-stakes game of chess. We're not playing Uno. We're not playing Connect Four. We're not on the highway driving with our eyes closed. We need to be focused and strategic. And if that means voting for the Republican Party or voting for anybody who is a closed border candidate is in the best of certified American freedmen, then that's what we're going to have to do. So basically, to put it clear to y'all on this Saturday morning here on the East Coast, the same way that the Democrats weaponize immigration against certified freedmen, we need to weaponize the Republican Party against the Democratic Party. With that said, I land my plane. Salute, Black House.
Thank you, David Crawford. DeMonte, you got it.
Hey, thank you so much. So yes, regarding to your topic, absolutely. We need to go ahead and close the borders. Not only close the borders on the south, but close the borders with Canada, close the borders with Africa at this point close the borders. I actually work with someone who's on a work visa, and their visa is expiring. This person's from Ghana. And I asked them, I said, well, when your work visa expires, what are you going to do? And they said, I don't know. And I said, well, do you plan on, getting that work visa registered or, like reactivated? And they said, well, I'm going to try to go and get my school one done. And so I had to really sit back and think, are these immigrants really coming to escape different persecutions or, religious things when I see things like that? But then I also, look at the current politics under the Biden-Harris administration and say, they say close the borders, but in videos, the borders are open from Mexico, from Canada, from other areas, especially from Ukraine. When you talk about closing borders, you have to close borders in time of war. That wasn't a war that America started. So why are we funding something that we have no business in? And I rest with that.
Thank you, candidate Crawford. He's running for lieutenant governor of North Carolina, and Reparations is platform. So y'all please check him out. And Mr. Crawford, you can feel free to put your website in the Jumbotron. So please check him out. My people in North Carolina, my people not in North Carolina, we listen. If we're gonna say no tangibles, no vote, okay, we're not gonna get the tangibles if the candidates running on tangibles get no support. So there's really no support, no tangibles. You have to support the candidates that are running for office who are trying to offer us the tangibles, or we will never get the tangibles. Okay? So my donation link is in the Jumbotron. I appreciate all the donations I've gotten. Thank you so much. Mr. Crawford, you feel free to put yours in the Jumbotron. And well, I'm gonna put mine back up in there because make sure it stays fresh in the Jumbotron. Let me respond to what I see in the thread. People say, oh, you telling people to vote for no tangibles now? No, we're telling people to vote to close down the damn border. So until we get the candidates that are offering the tangibles, our vote will still matter by the time we're able to vote for them. Now, I don't want to give people directions on how to use your vote, but is there anyone else that has a better idea about what we do in the meantime about this invasion that is happening? Because if the Demorats continue, they will give them citizenship, they will give them voting rights, their children born here will have voting rights, and they're going to be the anti-black bigots that are not just going to be harassing us, but also coming with policies that hurt us and voting against the tangibles for us. So what do you do in the meantime to all those no tangible, no vote people? Can you come up with an idea about what we do in the meantime, though? Okay, next is...
Can I say something real quick, Marcel? Can I respond?
Sure.
Real quick. Out here, Reginald Jones Sawyer on the California Reparations Task Force started a bill to extend our reparations proposals when we are clearly out of time, and to amend the people who voted for lineage-based reparations so that he could kick them off of the task force. Every Demorat down here, predominantly white and Hispanic, white, Latino, Asian, every Demorat voted to extend our reparations proposals through 24 when they're due in 23, and to give Reginald Jones Sawyer the right to change that task force to people who agreed with race-based reparations, even though he knows, along with the 4 other task members, that it's going to fail epically if we do anything by race, because Democrats love to create the problems and then weaponize the problem against us for our votes to be the solution at our expense. So when you're talking about just laying in the cup, withholding your vote, no tangibles, no vote, you got nothing coming if your body politics looks like whites and immigrants akin to what is happening out here in the state. And you can rest assured that our biggest fight is going to be coming after these proposals in 23 and trying to pry whatever proposals out of the hands of these anti-Freedmen, racist, Crayola white supremacists in the state of California. So you need to find the folks that want to close the borders and get this up out of here, because it's coming to you. I'll rest.
Thank you. WPI, you got it. WPI, you need to unmute.
Nah, what's going on, Martel? This DJ right here. You know, brother, got to keep flipping accounts because they banning the brother. You already know, man. I'm top dog up here. So with that being said, yeah, what's good, everybody? What's up, Sister Angela? How you doing? How you doing, Sister Sean? And man, everybody up here. So, make a long story short, I think what y'all need to start doing is going over to the Reparations Perspective and getting her YouTube or aka ScrewTube channel. She got 300 videos over there. 2 to 10 hours of video talking about reparations for the last 7 years. I'm backing this sister 1,000,000,000% infinity, whatever.
Only 3 years, DJ. I love you though.
Yeah. No, we've been doing it for a little longer than that. Forget we come from the race book, so don't count that out. Former ADOS, as you say. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, don't dismiss what the sister is saying. Now, a lot of us that's over here on the East Coast, I get why y'all be clowning us, all y'all New York Negroes, this, that, and the third. But I'm from Jersey, so I ain't really with the shits. You know, I got a lot of tether friends. I got a lot of friends that I know that come from other countries. It is what it is. They do the same shit, come over here, do resources, get their shit together, and excommunicate, my nigga. That's how they do over here. So at the end of the day, for anybody that's coming from the East Coast, Maryland and up to Boston, you know what I'm saying? I know what it is because we're the ones who actually migrated from the South and went north and had to deal with the white people. The North riots, look up anything that you could look up that had to do with race issues in New York, of people gang banging. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the shit your elders would tell you, it was the white folks just harassing us. We be minding our business. Now we got to fight these people. You know what I'm saying? And now with that being said, since 85, the tethers have been coming up in this motherfucker. And we've been allowing it because, oh, yeah, you know, you brown and, you know, I understand you've been oppressed too by the white man. Now, fuck all that, because when they turn their back on you, now look what they doing. So any of y'all coming up here from the East Coast, meet your goddamn mic. Any of y'all talking about no tangibles, no vote. Hold up a minute. Tangibles look different in many shapes, sizes, and forms. Tangibles could be healthcare. It could be criminal reform. It could be, matter of fact, I do food. I'm a landscaper by trade. You know what I mean?
It could be closing the borders.
It could be that too, sis. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to indoctrinate nobody. I'm just spitting bars. You know what I'm saying? Oh, well, if that's the case, my close the border will be food desert. You know what I'm saying? Because around here, there ain't enough food to go around. And when you pay attention, because I got 30 years pretty much of retail knowledge on the books, I do deliveries for a living. So, and I know all these stores by heart. I know the people over here. I know what's going on. So why is it they ain't got enough baby diapers and supplies and milk in the hood stores, but then you go 1 or 2 towns or stores over to the white neighborhood, got everything you need. Everything is there in abundance. No problem. Come get as many as you like. If it's on sale, you get the minimum of 4. You know the rules. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to come out and get extras. You know what I mean? Save for somebody else. But they only doing this shit to us. Same thing with the Buffalo situation. It's more than just what's going on, what we talking about here in the digital space or even on the ground. Over here, my brother Petrino, because I know you over there in the Philly area. Shout out to my Philly homies, you know what I mean? So with that being said, over here in the Brick City, Jersey, it's the flip-flop state. We've had governor Republicans before that done a lot of bullshit to the state, just as well as the Demorats, as sister be saying. So now Governor Mandate Murphy, almost actually lost the governorship to Jack Ciattarelli, or Ciattarelli, whatever how you want to say his name, whatever, you know what I mean? He's GOP. So with that being said, I didn't vote for either one of them, but I did vote for Murphy in the beginning to get a Republican, Governor Christie, fat ass, you know what I'm saying? The Krispy Kreme doughboy, you know what I'm saying? From South Jersey, the hell up out of here. He a hometown boy and ain't never did nothing. He never even came to North. I think he came to North one time. And I think y'all can look this up. It was a little girl who was doing her little newscasting, little sister. Hey, why you don't do anything for North? Put the governor white fat ass on blast. He was embarrassed as hell. He never came back since. But these folks have been excommunicating us or relling us into this red line shit over here since 85. It's over with. So, sis, on you too. I got to get on you too a little bit, TRP. I understand you've been MIA for a minute, but the black state of America has to happen. It doesn't matter if we actually relocate. those from that went north and go back south, which has already been happening. I've been telling you that. So for over the last decade plus, most of the folks that I know that are born and raised here in Jersey have already gone back to the south or they passed away. So most of our folks is down there. There's only fools like me and my family that's still up here holding on to whatever is not here. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't nothing here. I don't even recognize what it is to be Black American in the state of New Jersey because I don't recognize none of these people up here. This shit look like the fucking Matrix slash, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the Twilight Zone. That's what this shit look like up here. I don't recognize any, I don't go to the clubs no more. I'm a DJ by trade. I don't want all the clubs. They relocated all the Black clubs to the Hispanic neighborhoods. That's what they did. Real shit. When I go try to apply and get a job down at North Symphony Hall or NJ Pack or Prudential Center, I ain't getting no job. But they say, oh, you got to be in a union. Hold up a minute. There ain't no union for engineers. No, go ahead. Sorry, Marcel. And I know I'm wild. I'm going to mute my mic. But at the end of the day,
just say 30 seconds.
For sure, dog. You know what I mean? So I'll say my 30 seconds for you. So I understand you out of work. I got fired. I could put you in position. I just need the phone call. So check your DM or whatever, brother. And go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for that, DJ. And you see what you just said, that's what Angela says in California. You wake up and you no longer see Black Americans anywhere. Where the hell are we? We're gone. And everything is different. It's like we're strangers in our own land. So some people are sitting there talking, oh, no, we shouldn't do this. Can someone give me an idea of what we should do then? I mean, most people are, I think we all agree legal immigration is a problem. I know none of us are arguing against that. I mean, even if we don't agree with this, I know none of us are saying legal immigration is not a problem. Let me be very clear. But what do? In the meantime, we don't have candidates right now that are offering tangibles. Really, because most of us did not run for office. If more of us ran for office throughout this country, at least one of us, I'm sure, would have won and been on the ballot for us to get behind, rally behind, support, and you would have had tangibles like reparations, and you would have had deportations as well. But we didn't do it. We didn't do it. So now we have the Demorats with the border open, and illegal aliens are flooding in like a damn broken dam. And they're going to try to give them not just citizenship, even if the illegal aliens don't get the right to vote, they are still going to hurt us. We're already 60% of the homeless. They're going to take whatever affordable quality housing there is. They're going to take whatever jobs that we have. Okay? They're going to flood us out of our own damn schools. Our kids already get mistreated and abused in schools. How much more is that going to increase when you have now 16 other additional kids added on to a class? They're going through that in New York City right now. So for all you people with criticism of this, do you have an idea about what we do? We also will say vote for yourself. That's not going to put one single illegal immigrant out. That's not going to close the border at all. But stopping someone from we're not for getting the Senate. But I'm not saying I'm for Walker. Because like I said, it still bothers me. But literally, if I had to choose right now, I'm leaning toward Walker because he'll get the illegal aliens out here. Voting for someone like Walker to get to the Senate, who will vote in a minute to give the illegal alien citizenship and rights to vote, and the new what they call it, the New Deal for New Americans, which will give them resources and housing and education, versus voting for someone like Walker, who will probably vote against giving them not a damn penny and put them out. That makes a difference with how this situation impacts us. Mark, you got it.
Can I say something real quick? I'm so sorry. Real quick, I do see about 18% of freedmen throughout the country are in agreement with my closed border strategy. But I am the little engine that could. I've only got about maybe 1,300 subs. I've been at it for a minute, but there are people with larger platforms, like someone said earlier, whose no tangible, no vote has gone more viral than my closed border strategy. If you believe in what I'm sharing with you, please give my Reparationist Perspective channel on ScrewTube a like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications, and please share. That's the only way we grow to critical mass to turn this Titanic around and for us to at least tread water until we can get candidates like Marcel all across the country running for office to defeat this. We need time, and we're out of it. Thank you.
Mark, before you go, let me be clear, y'all. People took Tariq Nasheed's no tangible, no vote, and they stopped there. He never said just don't vote, okay? He always told us how we need to get out there and advocate for the policies we deserve and how that we need to demand. Now, I don't know if he's ever full front said run for office. I think he has, because he's talked about running for office twice. He's doing it again now. He's talking about it. So people decided to stop at no tangibles, no vote, because that's easy to do. I can stay home right now and say no tangibles, no vote. Look, I'm on cold. I'm in my bed. Because now I feel on cold. It takes work to say no tangibles, no vote, but I'm going to run for office. I'm going to run on those tangibles, and I'm going to go out there and get my people, the tangibles they deserve. That's why people don't like to talk about what comes after the no tangibles, no vote. And because we are in this situation where illegal immigrants are flooding the border, like our son said, we're at a point where we can literally put in a point of political and social extinction to the point of no return. What do we do, Mark? Sorry, Mark, you got it.
You cool, bro. Listen, man. I was out there stumping for no tangible, no votes, right? Right now, it's no tangibles or hope. Because we hoping for a candidate right now to do right with Black Americans.
Ooh, I like that. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because there's hope. Because basically, what we're looking for a candidate to actually do, we know that they don't be in favor of Black Americans at all. Listen, man, I'm just gonna use for Obama. Everybody made excuses for Obama. My mama, my grandmother, everybody made excuses for him. Like his hands was tied. He was unable to do anything for Black Americans. He was They made all these excuses for Obama, man. And this is just what I see happening with candidates. That if we don't say, listen, man, we got to hold you up to hold some kind of guard up with our voting process. Because if we don't hold some kind of guard up to our process, then they're just going to keep on shifting us years and years and years into the making of just saying what we can do. Like, we understand that Trump was trying to close the borders. We know Trump was trying to close the wall and build the wall, but did he do it? No, man. So that's what I'm trying to say. We're working on hopes of what somebody could do. And so what we're doing is we're buying it. Until we see it done, we haven't saw it done yet. So when we see it done, for Black Americans, and we see that it's working for us, then we can say, okay, we invest into the system. But we always know that the system is always stacked against us. But we still working. Like, it's brothers like you, Marcel, and people like that woke a lot of us up, man, and gave us a lot of hope, man. That it's going to be a whole bunch of different candidates. We still got a year and a half to really galvanize a lot of people and get out here and push our messages and wake people up to get to the booths and everything. Because, like, I'm not ready for the midterms, to be honest. I'm not ready for the midterms myself. You know, I understand people just say, get out there, vote for somebody, get yourself together, and boom, 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 and that's what happens. And people try to think for you. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want nobody to think for me, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of people probably was in that process. But at this point, by me stumping for no tangible, no vote, right now I'm at no tangibles for hope. And that's what I'm gonna land right there.
Thank you, Mark. And you know why? First of all, give yourself credit too, because you was out there. People, we cannot dismiss people in their local neighborhoods going out there with signs, talking to everyday people. That's important. Had I had that happening here in South Carolina before I ran, when I came on the scene, people would have been like, okay, this guy's talking the language I've been hearing about. That's called infrastructure. Y'all are tilling the soil. That's what you're planting seeds. So when I don't care if you spoke to 5 people. You spoke to 5 people that day about reparations. Those 5 people need to go and speak to other 5 people. I don't want us to get to a point where we are at no tangibles, no hope. Or we get tangibles, but no hope now. Because we done been outnumbered so badly, we don't have enough votes to get the tangibles through. And right now, allowing this border to stay open and just illegal to flood in, what is going to happen? What do we think is going to happen? Big Joe, you got it.
What's up, Marcel? What's up, fam? What's up, Black Power? What's up, family?
I'm good. Hold on, Big Joe. Let me say, y'all, my donation link is in the Jumbotron. The Jumbotron is kind of fun. Let me put it up there again. So it'll be the first one to the top. If you can donate, not only do I really appreciate it, but I really need it. Because we can't talk about tangibles and think we're going to get those tangibles without candidates who are going to run those tangibles. I'm not bragging, but I am unapologetically running on those tangibles. But I need support as I can get. Big Fred, sorry, you have the floor.
All right, what's up, man? Yeah, I was just saying about I was saying about the immigration, though. I'm for closed borders, too. We don't need them fools up in here, man, because if they come up in here, they're going to bury us, and we'll get to the point we're going to be fighting. And I don't want that. We just need to prop up a candidate so we can just get rid of these immigrants, man. I'm really from New York, but I live in Alabama. I'm starting to see too many goddamn Mexicans, Asians. I'm seeing too many of them. And they're not, in Alabama, in some places, they don't want to treat us right. We had a problem down here in Dothan that an agent do spit in a girl's face. So that right there showed me like, well, we gotta do something about these immigrants, man. And in our land.
Can I give a data point real quick to the people talking about how Trump didn't have immigration under control? He reduced immigration by 63%. Joe Crow, since being in office, nearly 5 million illegals have crossed the border. Thank you.
63%? Wow. Where is that?
Let me go to the source. I'm in between screens. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes. Y'all. Now, South Carolina, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, like Big Joe brought out, these states are still very much black, white states, and the black American population is growing. So we can't take for granted that these states can't end like California. At one point, California was damn near 20% black. 20. Now look at California. Not only is it only 6% black and declining, it is also a very hostile, extremely anti-black state.
Marcel, we are fewer in number as American freedmen than the undocumented illegal immigrants whom Newsom just gave driver license, jobs. He gave protections from deportation. And he gave them one other thing, Medi-Cal. While our people are homeless and screaming for Section 8 vouchers that have been controlled by Blanca Jimenez over at LASA for years. So just giving you a peek into your future. That's what we've become in a state.
Well, it's not just California. Now, New York City, you just heard DJ from New Jersey. I know, but you're in Philadelphia. I know that's happened in Philadelphia. I know it is. Because I have relatives who said they're getting the hell out of Philadelphia because of the illegal immigration problem, because of the black poverty and the black crime rate. And a lot of that stuff started with the influx of illegal immigrants and people being neglected. I don't see how we don't see immigration now. Reparations is always going to be the main thing. I don't see how we're not seeing immigration in position 1.5. 1.5. Okay. The company.
Hey, Marcel, I was going to say, can I piggyback off of that real quick? Just real quick.
Hey, you got 10 seconds.
Hey, Sister Angela, 200,000 people are homeless right now on the street of North New Jersey. Another 10,000 folks just lost their EBT card. Ras Baraka is a fucking coon. I don't care what the fuck is going on. These tethers are coming up here pregnant. Baby, fucking baby. Y'all fucking crazy. So any of y'all East Coast niggas talking that nonsensical shit, I don't care if it's voting to close the border or voting for fucking something. Go vote for fucking something. You feel what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, these motherfuckers have already undermined us. And I already know I went over 10 seconds. I just want to stay up here and post to the Jumbotron. Go ahead, company.
Thank you, DJ. Let me tell y'all again, every act of anti-blackness that I experienced as a teacher last year, every single one was from a child of an illegal immigrant. You think they're going to become pro-black when they get older and get a job? Because they can speak Spanish? Because some other illegal immigrant has gotten a handout and gets them there? How is anyone not seeing that this needs to be treated like the crisis it is? Okay, the company got it.
I mean, from my perspective, living in California, I mean, I couldn't say that I could totally leave California per se. I mean, I can, you know, whatever properties we have here, we could rent them out and we could move somewhere else. You know, I guess that's possible. You know, I was thinking about moving to Texas or somewhere around in that area or something like that. But you know, I think that like California, as far as like, I think the next governor is probably most likely is going to be Hispanic. That's probably going to be the same thing in Nevada soon. What's it called? Colorado, Arizona, Texas. They've been had, you know, Mexican governors before. Let me see, Florida. You know, they had you know, I guess Hispanic governors. You know, so as far as like the vote and stuff like that, I think we could work around it, but we're not going to be able to, like, you know, win every vote into whatever it is that's going on. But we can actually shift the market.
Is it me or do y'all hear him?
He cut out.
I don't hear him.
Okay, the company, are you there? Company, you're in the matrix, unfortunately. I'll drop you and bring you back up. Okay, next, Satra, you got it.
Greetings, American Freedmen. This is Satra. And to stop illegal immigration, I agree with Ms. Angela that this is an immediate strategy. Block voting is important. We all have been voting, but we have been voting as individuals. We need to block vote. So block voting would be, let's stop this immigration, vote for candidates that are going to close the borders. I am in Georgia, and someone was talking about write-in. We cannot write in Mrs. Sheely Johnson because someone's open. Someone's open. Can you close? We cannot vote for Mrs. Sheely Johnson because she ran in the primaries and lost due to machines being rigged, and she's not in the write-in because someone's talked about write-in, and I think Ashun said, yes, educate yourself about writing in. So
Georgia is not a state where you cannot write in. You can write in Georgia, and
yes,
it will count.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey y'all, I don't know who someone's mic is on, but please make sure your mic is off, so because it has feedback and it makes it hard to hear. Miss Thatcher, I'm sorry. Continue, Miss Thatcher. Miss Thatcher, you have to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may continue.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, you can write in Georgia, but it's certain dates. And I think it was either September the 7th or October the 7th was the deadline. So the deadline is over with. I'm on my laptop now looking at the write-in candidates who are qualified. And Mrs. Johnson Sheely is not a write-in candidate. So I just wanted to educate people who listened to someone else that said that write her in. We can't write her in. She wasn't registered. She lost the primary. And now we have to move forward. So go on the Secretary of State, if you're in Georgia, and find out who are the write-in candidates that you can write in. That's what I wanted to share with that. And just to say, in a perfect world, you should want to live where you want to live. However, we're in Jim Crow again. Just like My parents left Georgia and went to Philly, now came back down to Georgia. Those in California and Texas and Florida, we in Georgia, we got beaches too. Just gonna have to consider leaving California because you don't have the numbers. Even if you use these strategies we're talking about, you don't have the numbers. What was it, Prop 16? They shut down your affirmative action in California.
That was Satra, that was Prop 209. Prop 209 shut down our affirmative action.
Prop 209.
Hold on, let Satra land. Satra, you have 15 seconds. Satra, go ahead. Unmute, please. You have to unmute. Satra, hit the microphone button.
Sorry. Okay. Can I talk? I can talk. Okay. All right. Prop 209. Correction. Who shut it down? Immigrants shut it down. So these strategies are not even working for us if we don't have those numbers in those cities, in those counties, in those states. We do have to consider coming back south. And even with this pandemic and all of this and internet, it's making it easier for us to move south. Most of us work at home now. For the banks or whoever you work for, mostly you're working at home. You're working remotely. So let's network together to move back south. Okay, because we need senators. Like our agent got senators.
Thank you. So I want to say a lot of people are still, the majority of people still have to report to a physical job site, just to be clear. But I do agree with you. We do need to move back south. But here's the problem. Y'all, Angela has made it clear. We can move back south all we want. Because I'm for that. I want us all to come back south. 61% of the black population is already in the south, with 35% of the south population. But if the border is open, all they're going to do is eventually start coming to the south, and we're going to eventually have the same crap that happened in California. We're going to go from being 35% of Georgia's population to 6%. If we don't hold this border, we are participating in our own replacement, and there is no forgiveness for that. So, Ms. Asher, thanks, Ms. Asher. Okay, I'm going to drop down people in the queue. Ms. Shack, you got it.
Hey, good evening, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for bringing me to the stage, Marcel. Thank you, everybody, for all the information. I lived in California, so I definitely understand the migration replacement plan, and it's definitely a plan. It's not by happenstance. This is not a fluke. This has been on purpose for years that it's been in place. It's definitely by design to eradicate the Black nation, period. I am running for president. I definitely believe in closed borders. The border could have been shut down under Trump, and he didn't. He caved because he was trying to be a people pleaser. Bottom line, the president has the authorization to shut it down, let nobody in, and kick everybody out that is not a legal citizen. It is in our Constitution. That is all we have to follow, and we have to hold people's feet to the fire. We have the right to hold them accountable for what they are doing. They are not doing their jobs, period. The end. No more excuses. The demand is to close the borders. We are not accepting anybody who is an illegal citizen in this country. We've got all these measures in place. I think somebody sent me the policy, that the verify blue or verify whatever, that check that we have to do as legal citizens to prove that we're not illegal, which is ridiculous because they don't even have them do it, because half of them can't even read the paperwork to file it. Let's just be clear. It's over. What we can do and what we should do right now is pretty much put businesses on blast that we know hire illegal citizens, and also put our congressmen on blast that have that pocket, right? Somebody's got, Amazon is in their pocket. GE is in their pocket. Carl's Jr. Hardy in their pocket. McDonald's in their pocket. And they are allowing that. It's unacceptable. Under my watch, it's not going to happen. I'm running for president in 2024. So I am a candidate for the highest seat in the land. I do know and understand the laws, and California has become, unfortunately, a rat trap. I grew up in California. I wouldn't want to live there now. I feel so sorry for my brothers and sisters that do. But guess what? We're going to turn this around. No more. And I turn it back to you, and I land with that, Marcel. Thanks for letting me speak.
That's Shaki Noni Nichols, y'all. She was on a space we did. She is running for president, and I already know what y'all thinking. Does she support reparations? Yes. She's very new to the movement, though, but she's been reading From Here to Equality, Volume 1, and I think she's going to be reading Volume 2. She's been reading the Black Pacts, so she's educating herself, and I want y'all to check her out. Don't ever think we can't take the presidency. We can take whatever we want to take as soon as we are determined to take it. I'm gonna go here. I'm not gonna be waffling and flip flopping no more. I am with Angela on this strategy. I'm with Angela.
Yes, thank you.
I ain't apologizing for nothing. And I ain't apologizing for nothing. These illegal immigrants, I'll be damned in South Carolina and Georgia, my birth state and my home state, 2 states I live in. I go to Georgia all the time. I'm 25 minutes from Savannah. I live over the border in South Carolina. I'll be damned in my state where I can drive down the street and see beautiful Black people. I can hear gospel music still coming from Freedmen churches. I can go to the grocery store and get my red rice and okra and shrimp and oxtails and hush puppies. And I can go to the jazz club and I can go and see Black businesses and Black barber shops. And I can go and do my Black American festivals, like the Heritage Festival that we are about to have, which is a Gullah Geechee festival to celebrate the first Penn Central School. I'll be damned if my beautiful Black American culture and communities are invaded. And I'm just going to sit back because we got this whole, you telling people, I don't care what anyone thinks. I'm voting for the border to be closed, and I'm encouraging everyone to do the same damn thing now. And guess what? And if anyone doesn't like it, you should have been on the ballot so we could have told people to vote for you. Now, if anyone doesn't like it, why aren't you on the ballot? If you were on the ballot, I would have been telling people to go and vote for you. So everyone, I want to make it very clear so there is no misunderstanding. I am voting for the border to be closed. I don't care who is the candidate. If they're for putting these illegals out and deporting them immediately, I will be voting for them. The only thing that will make me not vote for them if they come out and they say, oh, we're going to throw Black Americans in a concentration camp. Okay, no. Other than that, that's no extreme they're going to have to be. I'm voting for the borders to be closed.
Thank you.
I have sent several forms to ICE. I have not. I've called them, but the ICE in my area is located in Charleston, South Carolina. I always call them in the evening; they're closed. What you do though, if you call them when they're closed, and I always do, they will send. You can press a button to get a link sent to your phone. That link will give you the tip line, or it'll give you a form. I have filled that form out, and I put several companies in there that I know are employing illegal immigrants. I have not yet put home addresses there, but I will. I am doing my duty. I am protecting my community. What are the rest of you doing? I know what's going on with some of us. We want that sexual access to illegal immigrants. Let's be very honest. We want to have sex with illegal immigrants. Someone will say, oh, in California, it was so beautiful. All the Mexican grandmothers with their Black grandchildren. That was not beautiful. Are the children beautiful? Yes, they are. Is it beautiful that they love their grandchildren? Yes. Do I hate the Mexican grandmothers? No. The reason why I say it's not beautiful, though, is because that's the evidence of what's the problem. You got these Black men, and some of these Black women too, but you got these Black men who just want to have sexual access to illegal immigrants. So they don't want to call ICE, because if they call ICE and the illegals get deported, they know they don't get none no more. You see, I sleep with immigrants too. My fiance is an immigrant, a legal one. But I can always get me a Black American man. So, if someone tell me, well, they're about to ban gay marriage, I said, I doesn't stay single forever then. Hell, ain't nothing to me. Let's be very honest. Some of you want that sexual access That's why you're terrified of colonize. That's sexual access. That's what you want. Okay. Who's next? The company, are you back? Okay, who's next? Padrino. Oh, I think we are to Miss Key, then Padrino.
Hey, thank you so much for allowing me to speak again.
See, wait real quick. I'm sorry. Because y'all spoke already, I'm going to be a little strict with the time. I know there's some people here who didn't get a chance to speak. But go ahead, Miss P. You got it.
Okay, I'll be very rapid. And I'm with you, Marcel. I am definitely for closing these borders. So I'm going to be questioning Mr. Kemp to make sure what is his strategy, because I haven't seen the commercials that he had before where he was riding around in his truck picking up immigrants, taking them back across the border. I need to see that same kind of activity. I need to see that you saying that you still about that life. But I did share up in the Jumbotron a little bit of good information in regards to DACA. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has voted that DACA is unlawful.
Woo!
So
yes,
point,
yes.
Yes. So at this point, they are deathly afraid that they have to go. So we need to keep up with this, y'all. There is a Twitter space called Border Report. Go ahead and follow that so we can keep up with what's going on. Of course, you know that they are going to appeal it, but we need to be strategizing with, on how to help get these folks up out of here. But in the same realm, I saw where there is a mission in India. They filled 160,000 jobs, IT jobs in America so far this year. And they are processing another 100,000 applications. Y'all, we have got to get skilled because these jobs are out here. They are high-paying jobs. I mean, they're jobs as testers, y'all. Just testing websites. And you can make $80,000 to $120,000 a year. So, if you got a child and you know good and damn well your child does not need to go to college, it'll be a waste of your money. But they can actually learn a skill in 3 to 4 months by going to a boot camp and make good money, them or their friends. Let's get these jobs, y'all. They out here, but they keep filling them with these H-1B visas. So that's what I want to say. Make sure y'all follow Border Report. And lastly, if you have a house that's for rent or sale in your neighborhood, let's let each other know. Let's buy these properties. Let's keep it Black in our neighborhood. Let's not give other people the opportunity to come in and buy that property or rent that property or lease that property. Go ahead and just say, hey, y'all, it's the house for sale over here. They're asking this. Here's the address of the website. And let's just try to keep it Black. Now land my plane.
Can I respond? Can I real quick? When it comes to those jobs, those remote jobs, those IT jobs, we're also experiencing a ton of anti-Freedmen racist sentiment in those hiring practices. I'm not discouraging you from getting the skills, but do know that they are absolutely filling those jobs with the H-1B visas, and that needs to be shut down too. As far as renting homes and things of this nature, tragically, our national median income is around $35,000 with a national median home price of over $500,000. We don't qualify for a lot of those loans. So there you have that. Thank you.
Yeah, but some of us do, or some of us can get together and buy those.
We got to move on, but I'll come back to you. I'm going to have to drop you down. I'll bring you back up, but I'll move on. Let me say this. Yeah, I am making a career switch to IT. And they like to use that excuse, well, we need people to fill these jobs. Then you goddamn pay for them to go to school and teach them to do the job. That's what a country, especially the wealthiest country in the world, is supposed to do. You're supposed to invest in your populace, not just outsource or import your labor. You see immigration, illegal immigration even, allows a country to get away with neglecting their own people. There are plenty of Black Americans, freedmen, who would love to go to school to learn how to do AI, to learn how to do cybersecurity, to learn how to do coding. They should be providing those communities, our people, with the grants to go and do these jobs and paying us to do it instead of importing people from India who don't give a damn about this country, who are going to send 20 to 30% of their money to their nation. You invest in freemen, who this country owns, by the way, called reparations. You invest in us and the money stays here. That is even more of a reason why even legal immigration is a threat and it has to be reined in. Now, when it comes to legal immigration, in the case where a person immigrates legally, I'm a fan of them if they have a spouse who can bring a spouse to bring their child. That's it. What we haven't talked about a lot in this space is the other evil, chain migration, which is done legally, but is used to bring over the aunt, your grandmother, your cousin. That's the whole thing we got to stop. Chain migration. I am against that. Okay, Padrino, you have the floor again.
Yeah, so I just wanted to speak on hold on, I can't hear you. Say that again.
I almost thought you're trolling me in a sense. There's no way you can disagree. Nah. Hold on. Why is the room muted? Hold on, Padrino. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Padrino. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, I just don't, like, I think what it is that maybe sometimes the geographical things, like, basically, I'm saying it like this, right? Y'all already have people that are Republican who are supposed to be against immigration, but for some reason, y'all still have an immigration problem. I don't know why, but that's just y'all. But what's happening is they're being sent to sanctuary cities. Let me finish.
No, you're misunderstanding me. This is not a vote for Republican thing.
I'm not saying it's not. It's a vote for immigration.
We are for closing borders, deporting the hell.
Right. And the folks in those areas, whether they be Republican, which majority of these people are, they're supposed to be for immigration. I don't know what's going on, but they're not, because y'all have an immigration problem, according to what we heard all night. What I'm saying is that I live in a sanctuary city. They're going to flood my city with more additional people, whether y'all vote or whether y'all don't vote. That's a part of their plan. My plan is to move back down south, because obviously we're not gonna succeed up here. I already see the writing on the wall. But the point of the matter is, if y'all go to vote, whether y'all vote for borders or closed borders or not, for some reason, the borders aren't being closed. And in all of these states, they have Republicans that are in the league who are supposed to be for getting rid of immigration. Now, this is where you have a problem in a Republican Party. You got some people who are Republican in name only, rhinos, and then you have some Republicans who are for closed borders. That's a more interesting level in regards to the Republican Party. But I think that's something that we got to bring up, because I don't think a lot of the audience understand that component. You have Republicans in name only, what they call rhinos, and then you have some real conservative America First Republicans, which is a difference. And what's happening is there's a billion people between them. Some of these people, under the guise of being Republican, they're finessing, and they're not really against immigration. That's why a lot of y'all are saying that we have immigration problem. Well, I mean, it sounds oxymoronic, because Republicans are supposed to be against immigration, but a lot of them aren't, because they finessing. So I want to land the plane on this. So even with the borders being closed or open again, I live in a sanctuary city. Angela, you live in a sanctuary state. Some people live in son, you live in a sanctuary state. Well, it might be one soon. Who knows? I don't know what they're gonna do in Maryland. But I'm saying all that to say we're gonna get the brunt of all of this stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's good to have these dialogues so that people know that these sanctuary cities and states, like, we get the shithole of it. That's why I'm saying we don't want to vote, because the people that are making these places sanctuary cities and states are Black Democrats who you can see at the local market.
It's a sanctuary.
Hey, don't cut them off, please. Do not cut them off. Let them finish. Thank you. Go ahead, Padrino.
Yeah, so basically, just to continue and just to really solidify most of this stuff, again, the goal is to move back down south, because you have larger numbers. So let's say, for example, in the congressional district, you got 750,000 people in the district. Well, if you start looking at some of the maps and some of the people that's voting, maybe only like 40,000 people is voting in general in these certain congressional races. So you got to get more people down there inclined to vote for the things that they need to vote on, but then also at the same time bring more people down who can be active voters. So that's a part of it. But needless to say, me personally, I can't just give up my vote for no reason out here, because ultimately, if I vote for somebody out here, they're either for the sanctuary cities, or the vote is just a dead vote in my area, and it's not going to lead us to anything, and the shit is going to happen regardless. That's how it's been looked upon on my aspect.
All right, let me respond. So now you are bringing up state level positions, like yes, South Carolina. Angela is talking about at the federal level, because ultimately immigration is a federal level matter. Because even a governor is limited in what they can do when immigration legislation. Oh, she was up here. She's running for president. She already made it clear. The president has a large control over the border. They really do. They really do. And we can see it now, the difference between Trump and Biden. So even though South Carolina is a red state, that's the state level. We're talking about getting people. And by the way, I want to reiterate, because some of y'all are making this a Republican Democratic thing. It is true. You're more likely to get closed border candidates on the Republican side. So I understand why we usually think, okay, vote Republican. No, but you're right, Padrino. I've said that already. I've been saying that. Y'all want to look at my interviews where I've called out the Republicans for pretty much allowing the border to be open because they cheap labor. They claim to be against illegal immigration, and then you go and raid their mansions, and all you see working for them are illegal immigrants. So, like you said, those are Republicans are full of crap, so are the Democrats. What we're saying is forget whatever party. If that candidate runs on a platform like Trump did of being against illegal immigration, being for putting them out, that candidate could be a Democrat, they could be a Republican, they could be a Green Party, Libertarian. That candidate is the candidate that we support. In your area, Philadelphia, whatever, your vote, if you voted, let's say it was a red candidate who was for putting out people, that would be a municipal level candidate. So even if they did, their influence would be minimal. We're talking about at the federal level.
Even at the federal level, if we say for Congress in our area, it wouldn't, like, that vote wouldn't mean nothing because it's so Democratic leaning for the.
But Pennsylvania is actually a state.
For that race we got John Fetterman and Dr. Oz, and just say, for example, with that one, Dr. Oz, from my understanding, he's trying to get on a closed border tip, but Dr. Oz is going to win the race because, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, these guys, they're going to blow these Democrats out because they haven't done anything.
Right. What we're saying in other states where if it could be a Democrat, maybe the Democrats the closed border candidate and the Republicans the open border candidate. In that case, especially if it's a close race, we definitely support the Democratic candidate because that's the candidate who wants the border closed. We know usually there's going to be the Republican that's voted for. We're saying whatever candidate at the federal level, local to federal level, that is for the borders being closed, that's the candidate we need to support. Unless there's a candidate on the ballot that is for reparations, that's for specific policies to dispense American slaves. In that case, that candidate gets our vote. I will hope a candidate who is for us in reparations will recognize that illegal immigration is a massive harm to us. Always has been. They've always used immigration to harm us and to deprive us of our specific policies. But that's what we're saying. And because we don't have candidates on the ballot that are running on reparations, because we did not run for office, most of us didn't, we are now having to choose between we have to protect our vote in the meantime. So when we do get those candidates, our vote will actually mean something, and we're not going to be outnumbered by one vote from a Black American freeman to 25 illegals who hate us and came around anti-Blackness.
And that's what I was just trying to, like, conclude to, because when we just looking at the number of it, just some of these areas, like whatever the party is, we can just take the party out of the picture for the time being. Some of these states, they're gonna have this problem already because, like we stated earlier, the president is for open borders. So no matter what the situation is, We got to get Biden out. The Biden ideology is bled on into all of these foolish Americans. So we got to get that ideology out of the situation.
Because people are joining, but let me say real quick, and that's exactly what Angela is saying. We got to get closed border candidates in the front office. Now, if there's 3 candidates, let's say one's a Republican, closed border, one's a Democratic open border, and one is an independent candidate, closed border for reparations. We're definitely going to go for the reparations candidate. In the event that it's a reparationist candidate, but they are open border, I will still go with the reparationist candidate and still try to fill Congress with closed border candidate to get the reparationist candidate to be closed borders. I don't see how anyone could be a reparationist candidate, a true reparationist candidate, and be for open borders. The two do not align because those illegals are always going to be used to obstruct what we're owed. But I get what you're saying. We do have to move on, y'all. We got to keep it to 2 minutes. I got to be a little stricter with the time. Zombie, you got it.
Don't forget Rella and Insane Optimist, people who haven't spoken. Go ahead.
Okay. Zombie.
Hey, top of the evening, y'all. Thank you for letting me speak. I just feel like no tangibles, no vote is a weak political strategy because it really ain't no kind of strategy at all. It's just passive, lazy, and apathetic. When we really need to be mobilized and we need to be getting active because it's a very crucial time for us right now politically. You're not hurting no crackers' corporate pockets by withholding your vote, okay? That's exactly what they want you to do is stay home because they don't want your vote to matter. They don't want your vote to count. They never did. These white liberal politicians know the black vote is important or they wouldn't keep on pandering to us all the time the way they do every election cycle. The Republicans haven't bothered to pander to us for a number of reasons, but mostly because these white conservatives know that we started the Republican Party and we can take it fucking back anytime we want because freedmen, literal freedmen who were former slaves started the Republican Party working right alongside John Brown type abolitionists to end slavery in America. And the first black men to ever vote in this country were Republicans. Frederick Douglass was a Republican. Martin Luther King was a Republican. We can restore the blackness and the greatness of the Republican Party and reaffirm our stake in this country by banding together and mobilizing under one banner that already has an established reputation, okay, which works in our favor and gives us more strength in numbers and political leverage. So that's why I'm going to exercise my right to vote because they tried to deprive our ancestors of it like they did the right to learn how to read. And that's how you know it's important because they don't want us to have it. Okay, they never did. We had to fight for that shit. And so now that we got it, I'm not about to disrespect that legacy of boots on the ground and blood at the root by staying home, sitting on my hands like a house Negro and letting them give away the rights our ancestors fought for to illegal border jumpers that just hopped off the fucking bus yesterday, okay? Black American freedom fighting patriots exercising their right to vote has always been these crackers' worst fucking nightmare. So I say we keep that great tradition alive and really give them something to be scared of when we show up and show the fuck out this November. I'm talking about voting red down ballot and show the Democrats they don't own us and we don't owe them shit. If anything, they owe us. And at the same time, we can show the Republicans that they can no longer ignore us. And look, I get it, okay? I was a non-voter for most of my life, anti-establishment, anti-government, apolitical, even though I was actually working to register voters in Cali in the Bay Area where I'm from. I'm not in Cali no more, but I do live in a border state in a sanctuary city. And it just breaks my heart to see what's happening to my soil, to my home state, and also to the current state and city that I live in. I had like a East Oakland Black Panther kind of upbringing, but I woke up in 2011, and so I've been a constitutional conservative ever since because I realized it aligned more with my value system, especially living in border states most of my life and seeing firsthand how ruthless these cartels really are and how important that national sovereignty and national security is, okay? So as a Black American nationalist, building a wall made sense to me. And that's one of the reasons I've been a Trump supporter from the minute he announced his candidacy, because all the politicians on both sides, Republicans and Democrats alike, both hated him in equal measure. And that was enough for me because the art of war teaches us that my enemy's enemy is my friend, okay? But I stayed a registered independent until recently after Jim Crow stole the election. because I realize it's getting too crucial now not to vote in the primaries, right? So I just registered Republican earlier this spring because I see it's important to vote these crooked motherfuckers out whenever we get the chance, especially the ones who support sanctuary cities. I'm gonna wrap it up, but real quick, I just want to say something in defense of capitalism. Capitalism is not a bad word, okay? I want y'all to keep in mind that capitalism is essentially the right to hustle. Okay, it's the right to control your own personal economy and provide for your family the way that you see fit, not by the standard of living that the government or the tribe sets for you. Okay, but understand this though: the end of capitalism in this country means a socialist, communist takeover, which would mean the end of personal property rights altogether, and a mass genocide that'll make this clock shot shit look like a fucking cakewalk. Okay. But like that other brother has said earlier, to me, good political policy is tangible as fuck. A border wall, I can take that shit to the bank. I can feel that shit in my bones. Because until you see your little brothers and sisters strung out on cartel fentanyl and see niggas on the block killing each other over it and these illegal fuck faces sending all the money back to Mexico and laughing all the way to the bank, you can't imagine how much they take from our communities. And Brother Marcel, I love you. I support you fully, even though you ran as a Democrat, because I know you better than that. And I would love to see you switch parties or at least pull a Tulsi Gabbard and leave the Democrat party, because that'd be lit. And I'll land there.
Thank you. Responses. Oh, who's that speaking?
Me too.
Wait, please. I'm gonna get to you. Sorry, y'all. Y'all brought up my teacher. Who's that talking? That's Mr. Dickson. I'm having a flashback of my teacher.
Marcel, I'm dying over here.
Y'all, my brothers and sisters who live in these border states, when y'all speak, I can hear not just the border states, my brothers and sisters who live in these immigrant enclaves. When y'all speak, I hear the pain, I hear the anger,
He's so crazy.
I hear the horror of what y'all have seen happen. I hear my brothers and sisters from California who saw California, which was once a state that was becoming a black state. Now it's a anti-black, illegal immigrant infested, white liberal, anti-black, white liberal infested war land minefield for black Americans. And I can see, I hear black Californians talking about how their neighborhoods used to be majority black, the barbecues, the Black Panthers, the West Coast hip hop, the colorful cars with hydraulics, and now it's nothing like it. I'll be damned.
It's a wasteland. It's a wasteland full of American freedmen that many cannot even afford to leave. It is a nightmare what we're experiencing, and I'm sounding the alarm so y'all can get in front of it the way Marcel is intimating, the way a son is intimated, the way all the fire in the building has intimated. Weaponize this vote. Shut it down before it even comes out there, because it's coming to you. And I promise you that, because y'all already starting to see it. I've been screaming this for 3 years, and now y'all see it. But I'm saying you still got time to weaponize your vote and socialize your suffering. Have you ever noticed how when the Demorats have a trifecta, American freedmen are the only ones in distress? I was very smug with Trump because everybody was higher than fish grease, and he wasn't giving away our reparations and protections to every damn body like Joe Crow. He's doing that to buy his new voter base at our expense and using our votes or our non-votes or our tangibles, no votes. He's weaponizing that to put them into position to never need the black vote again. And that's all we've got. Thank you.
Let me...
I can't hear you, Marcel. I think Rella...
Oh, I'm sorry. I had it on mute. This has to be stopped. I'm going to go to the next person. Man, y'all, I didn't expect this room to get this busy. I hope those donations coming in. Hint, 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 hint. All y'all up in here this late at night.
Can I say something myself?
Sure.
I want to say this.
Let me signify real quick. The donation link is the first link and to the right in the jumbotron. There's a lot of us in here this late at night. So, or in the morning, or early in the morning, however you want to look at it. So, y'all, please donate if you can. I'm being serious. Because I'm serious, y'all. We do have to stop this. Look, y'all, I have been beating the drum, too, about how anti-black a lot of Hispanic and Latinos are. That leak conversation we heard from California, that's just a peek into the deep anti-blackness they have. Do we really want their numbers to keep increasing? You heard what they say behind the scenes. Okay, FBI goddess, of course you can say something to me. You're a co-host.
What I was going to say is this, what you were saying in reference to donations. Everybody wants people to do it grassroots. Well, if you want people to do things grassroots, then how are they going to do it if you do not donate? We don't see those donations like we supposed to see when it comes grassroots. So if you do not want people to go outside and reach out and go whatever party they go with and get money from them, we're trying to do it grassroots. We don't want to take money from them at all. So if y'all know that and you want us to be that way, then you need to also donate. Marcel has said that several times in this space since I've been in here. I don't know how long it's been before I got here, but also Del Monte Crawford, he is running as well. So his information is in a jumbotron as well. I just think, as far as us being black, want to stay black and want to fight black, we need to also be able to fight and give people donations that you want to be in Washington to do things that you want them to do without having to put their hand in a white man's pocket. Thank you.
FBI Garner makes a good point, y'all, and I'm not just saying that for me. I'm saying that for look, the good news is, y'all, one, our people are waking up. Let's get some positivity. We've been positive. We haven't been negative. We've been discussing. This is a discussing strategy. This is not a let's just complain space. This is let's discuss a strategy space. And if y'all don't agree with it, like Padrino, I know Padrino's on cold. People disagree with me, they're not on cold. I understand us not wanting to give our vote to any party. Let's do it specifically for us. But I have realized now, if we have to vote to protect our damn vote, not from that Democratic lie that the Republicans are trying to take our right to vote from us. No, we have to vote to close the border before these illegals come over here and they're given the right to vote. Then when a candidate comes along that has tangibles for us, there's not enough of us to vote to get the tangibles because we're outnumbered now by these illegals. So I get it. Y'all, the good news is our people are waking up. Okay? Our people are waking up. Do y'all not see it? I can feel it. Our people are waking up. Number two, the other good news is that we have more people running for office. FBI Goddard is going to be running for office locally, or she is already. FBI Goddard, can you help me? You are, or you're going to be?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What you asked?
You're running for office, right? Or you're planning to soon?
Yes, I'm planning to city council.
Right. We had young brother Monte Crawford. Monte's in his 20s. I don't know. He's in his early 20s.
Monte just turned 29 last week.
Oh, he's 29. He's running for a lieutenant governor of North Carolina on Reparations platform. I don't care how out of reach we might think it is. Everything's been out of reach for our people until we've reached it. And we've gone through a hell of a lot to do it. More than any other group. And we do it. And when we get there, we do the best damn job when we get there. We have a candidate running for president, and she's adding reparations to her platform. But they're all closed borders. There's a candidate running for mayor of Raleigh who is strongly for reparations. At a meeting, she spoke not about how we need it, but how we deserve it. And she mentioned it needs to be direct cash payments. She acknowledges that at the city level, the municipal level, she can't do reparations in the way that it needs to happen, but she's strongly for it. And her being a mayor, she can sign the Conference of Mayors letter in support of reparations and add to it that needs to be direct cash payments. Y'all, people are running for office. Our brother Harriet Tubman is running for senator. He's running on a reparations platform. So y'all, the FBI guard makes a good point. If we don't get the support from us, we ain't gonna get it. We know no one supports us but us. So when we are asked to support, it's because we're the only support we have. It's growing, but it's not there yet. Off my soapbox now.
Can I chime in for a second?
Sure.
Also, we got to acknowledge Rella, because Rella is here, and Rella is running for a congressional seat in Virginia. So we can't leave her out. Yeah, and I'm running for a county council seat here in Charles County. So we're here.
So y'all, no, I don't like that. Okay.
I want y'all to know also that Harriet, he also mentioned that he is going ahead and going into politics as well.
Right. Ella, you didn't tell me what you ran for us.
You know, I've actually been, I've kind of been a little, I've been a little quiet. You know, my mom, the anniversary of my mom's passing was the 12th. And then we recently just lost my great aunt who just passed away last Friday. So I just kind of been a little quiet, and I normally just listen. But I wanted to say that everybody in here is spot on. Zombie, whatever you decide to do, says, please tap me in. She got the fire in the belly that we all need, because the one thing I wanted to point out, that Hassan also makes sure that we keeps in the forefront of her third eye, is that we have to strategically look at our prospective states and cities and find out where the bleed is. The thing that happened with California, being from Inglewood, California, as you all know, is that the bleed was the city council, but the bleed needs to keep bleeding. And in order for that to happen, even though the enemy of our enemy might seem like they are our friend, they're still our enemy. And we must remember that. This is a chess game.
And again, I like that. The enemy of our enemy might be our friend, but they're still our enemy. Say it.
Correct. And even though we see this as a potential possibility, we need to ride this. And I put up 3, because you know Marcel, as I was on their campaign, and I'm still a heavy supporter, and making sure that you get to the promised land, as well as all of us, is that there's 3 things. We missed the opportunity to understand the ballot. A lot of people tell us, oh, we need to vote, we need to vote, we need to vote. But we missed the opportunity to understand the ballot and the processes of write-in, the processes of who we need to have on the ballot. And then the other thing was the understanding of who voted for DACA and who upholds DACA. The Supreme Court actually was the one who actually upheld DACA for this long. And the people who did vote for it, which, to Padrino's point, I hope I said his name right, is that there was a bipartisan effort. And at the same time, we need to look at those people to see if they're still in office in any prospective state. I put a small list of what I found online, also in a Jumbotron. And then we need to figure out what was the driving factor behind that. Because I am also in IT, and I do have a background in the beauty industry, I look at a lot of factors and different things. My mind works quickly. My brain just runs fast, and I try to slow down, because some things that we miss, we need to have that discussion in maybe private rooms, or we need to have it offline. I will always say that no matter what, we need to move away from the Democratic Party. We need to be registered as Republicans. Not to vote Republican, it's to move away, to send a message to the Democratic Party. Even if you don't want to be a registered Republican, be a registered independent and move away from the Democratic Party. Does not mean that you won't vote Democrat. It means that you are now going to vote policy over party. And I've always been policy over party. And so with the other added benefit of making sure that you understand what I'm saying, is that it is imperative that we all come to an agreement, no matter what acronym that you are running for or you supporting socially, that we actively get active, as we like to say in Cali. You need to get active. I'm not running, on a breath of faint heart. I am a mother, and I also have experienced trauma as American Freedmen. And the one thing that they used in DACA is they actually used the children to get the families over here. And under DACA, there were protections, political protections, as well as legislative protections under DACA. If you don't fully understand what DACA is, you need to go read it. Because just saying the acronym doesn't fully give
projection of how detrimental DACA actually has been to us as American freedmen. They pull in about $9.4 billion, and the government actually puts in the program, I think a little over 5, maybe, and they return it. They return an investment on that money. Remember, our country is a business, and you need to look at it like a business. And what happens to all corporate big companies? They're looking for a return on their investment. The problem is they did it illegally, using people to get over here with the birthright citizenship. They also gave protections to people who weren't included in DACA, because DACA only is supposed to be for the children. However, it protects the families who come with the children. And so looking at all those things, we need to look at how we have to write up rebuttals or need to write up maybe lawsuits in perfected states. Those who actually participated in actually getting DACA passed, we need to go after them, including Obama. And so at the end of the day, we need to make that state claim loud and clear. And that includes those who are going to be running for office. You need to understand the points, the speaking points, so that you can actually mention those things when you start to run. There was something else I wanted to say, but my mind is running so fast and I'm a little tired, but I'll land it there. And I will say, yes, I have decided to run for state senate in the state of Virginia. I wasn't going to say a whole lot until I actually got all my ducks in a row, but I have been talking to people in the background, holding stuff close to the vest, only because when I actually step, as my grandmother taught me how to step, is I want to step with the right momentum. And remember, when you see my name, you're not going to see Sisterella. You're going to see my full government name. So I need to make sure that my family's protected and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, this is my truth. We have some other workings coming out as well. That's going on in the state of California with some relatives of mine that's going to also be a part of some things that are happening. So just keep on the lookout, and I appreciate you guys. And for those who will be in DC this weekend, if you want to meet me, show up on Sunday. Peace.
Thank you, Rilla. I'll be there November 5th for the one Tariq is hosting. And, we need to give ourselves a superhero name. You, a son, Marcel, all the reparations can. You got to give ourselves a superhero name. But, okay. I don't know what the cue is now. And saying, I know you was up there, but you have to drop down. Say, I'm going to go with you.
All right. Marcel, FBA Goddess, Shun, wonderful space, great energy in the space. I just have to talk about where we're at in this election cycle, and Phyllis, the only male zombie reparations perspective reparationist, they all echo my take on it too, man. We have to be a little bit more sophisticated about this whole idea of no tangibles, no vote. Right now in this point in the election cycle, we need the sure shot. We don't need to be sitting around biting nails wondering if this shit is working, man, on November 7th. We need to know we have taken our best fucking shot in terms of no tangibles, no vote as a concept. We can look at that from a 360-degree perspective, man. That's related to what party is doing something or not doing something for you. We just gave up tangibles. We had a president here who was effecting good border policy. We gave it up. So who has our tangibles now? These illegal immigrants. We gave up a tangible affecting something that we did not get enough response on. That's what happened there. We have to have honest conversations about this. Furthermore, this whole business about this thing in California is horrible, it's ugly, and my heart goes out to you, but it's no longer California. That's Mexico out there. I need a quick yes or no answer from the host. Has anybody seen any footage of this man saying they need to step down versus Kareem Jean-Pierre saying it? I need a yes or no answer very quick, and I'll finish.
Yes, Tara Perry was out there with a whole bunch of freedmen and a whole slew of other folks down there leading the charge.
Did Biden say that, or is it simply
yes? Biden did ask for them to step down, but
you saw the footage.
I know he flew out here. I know he flew
out there, but I haven't seen the footage. What I'm saying is, and it relates to an article that I've sent you, reparationists, reparationists. These people are playing deep mind games. They funded, what's that man's name? David Valdeo's opponent out there. The Democrats right now, a tactic they employ is in the New York Times. I sent you the article. They were funding the greatest of two evils.
Yeah.
They were funding the greatest of two evils in the primaries. The out of two Republican candidates, they funded the most despicable on the logic that when it came to the general election, they could beat the most despicable candidate. That hasn't worked for them. The candidate that they tried to smear in California, David Valdeo, he ended up winning, but he's the most likable Republican. They were hoping that the other Republican would win. These are the types of games they're playing. That's in the New York Times. And then this whole business about Biden not looking people not looking people in the eye and saying they need to step down versus Kareem Jean-Pierre saying it, and then the lack of Governor Newsom, who by all rights, this is a local thing, man. The governor should be there saying, by all rights, this is the reason that we need to see lineage-based reparations, but he stopped trying to stay away from that. It opens him up for all sorts of questions. They're playing mind games with us, folks. Deep mind games. You talk about COINTELPRO. California is an example of how legislators effected laws that decimated us historically. It's the same thing. So,
let it say, go ahead and land 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm landing with that. I got my piece out.
Thank you, Insane. Let me say this to what you said. Let me respond to Insane.
I forgot. Let me tell y'all real quick. I forgot to let y'all. I keep forgetting. I have merchandise available now. T-shirts, black, gray, red, with my name, Marcel, and the palmetto trees. Paying respect to South Carolina, my Gullah Geechee heritage. I got those fitted caps. I don't have fedoras, coffee mugs, and thermal cups. I just put the link up there. I keep forgetting I actually have merchandise that you can order too. Because sometimes I didn't realize how important t-shirts are, but they are. Angela, you got it. You go ahead and respond.
Oh. I lost my train of thought. I'm so tired I could take off running, but I'm sure that's even more true for the people back east.
Well, Angela, real fast before someone else goes, I did invite Denise. I invited Denise to the space. Not the Denise, Republican Denise. She's actually Denise. She was actual candidate in California, and I will say that the 8th district, there is a stronghold in the 8th district, and that the city council was doing what they did throughout the entire time that they have literally invaded California, as they were breaking up the Black communities. In the 8th district, there is a stronghold there, and that might be where we're going to see more of the swell of people actually coming forward that are Black American in the 8th district. And so I will say I'm definitely not going to give up on my people out there, and that because I definitely have an entire family that lives out there in majority in the 8th district. So I will say that.
To Marcel, I got my point back, Marcel. Don't let me forget it. Please just give me a minute to get it out. Insane, to Marcel's point, to be for reparations and illegal immigration and a sanctuary state are oxymorons. Governor Newsom is actually grifting off of reparations. He is really going to count. This is what my inner Christ is telling me. He's counting on these whites and immigrants who sat up there and voted along the lines of Reginald Jones Sawyer to extend our reparations proposals through 24 and to be able to get rid of all the lineage-based reparationists who sat on that task force. He's counting on all of our proposals in 23 to fail epically in the Senate, so he don't even have to get his hands dirty. He's looking like a hero because he vetoed the measure, because he only vetoed it because what they did was a peek into our future on reparations out here. We don't stand a snowball's chance in hell. And so Newsom can look like the white knight in shining armor, and this will be a grift to get the people sheepwalking to the polls for the midterms, and then for him in 24 to do to the country what he's done to California. And if that happens, we will be as few in number as the Indians. Thank you.
Next, and y'all, I'm gonna get a little strict with the time. Show, you got it. No, I'm sorry. It's Blessed first. Blessed, Finesse, you got it. Blessed Finesse, you got to unmute. All right, Show, you got it.
You gonna show another time when I get up here, huh? That's what you want, bro.
I'll tell you what, if you donate $100, I'll give you I'll give you 5 minutes. Let's just break it down. Hey, go ahead.
Peace to the family, and I also want to say peace to all the ancestors. They still with us, man, and that's getting us motivated and, getting us focused on fight for our reparations, fight for what we got coming for us. It's our ancestors that's doing this. So everybody who have, lost their ancestors, they still with us. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us warning. They whispering in our ear. They warning us of danger. You know what I'm saying? They still with us. So I don't want nobody to be sad. I just want us all to be motivated and knowing that we got an army, you know what I'm saying, in the spiritual realm that's with us. But I want to share with y'all what's going on in Chicago, man. A lot of people know we're a sanctuary city. They've been busing these illegal immigrants up into, our city. But what they're also doing is the people that here legally, I guess, if you could say that, DACA people, whoever, they buying up cribs in some of our notorious hoods. If anybody know anything about Chicago, Inglewood is one of the notorious hoods. They filling up the hoods now. They buying up houses, fixing them up, doing the bare minimum, filling it up with illegal immigrants, getting them little factory jobs, and they making money off this illegal immigration. All them DACA workers and the other, whoever who can speak their language, they getting paid, under the table, probably for hooking them up with a job, and then getting paid for giving them some type of housing. And they putting them up in the hood. There's a whole bunch of Latinos in Inglewood. So you're right, Marcel. And all you ladies out there, you guys are right. This immigration issue is a major problem for Black Americans, for freedmen. It's a major problem. They're growing in numbers. They're stacking their money. They're developing economic powers. Then they're developing a political base. It's like they read Dr. Carl Anderson's book. And with that, I'll land.
Thank you, Show, for that. Blessed Finesse, are you there? Okay, y'all, we're going to wrap this up. Black Panther Party, give you like a minute, then WPOM give you like a minute, then we're going to close it out because we really built on this topic. Andrew, I didn't expect it to go this far. Okay, Black Panther Party, you got it.
Honestly, I just wanted to shout out again to like the reparationists and the actual politicians doing the work. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yep, this is Angie's strategy on. I'm convinced now. I mean, at first I was like, I will never, ever give like some idiot like Walker who came out to reparations my vote. But Walker is just a tool, a means to an end. I'm not even in Georgia. I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. I'll weaponize that idiot, get these illegals out, and then we need to support a reparationist candidate like Tamara Shelley Johnson. We can't talk about no tangibles, no vote when the candidates offering tangibles don't get the support. No support, no tangibles. That's how it works. Okay, WPI, you got the last word.
I'd like the last word. I'd like the last word after WPI and Assange.
I meant the last comment, and then I'll go to you, Angela.
Okay.
WPI.
No, I just want to say, you can have the mic, sis. I just want to say, get in the jungle, trying to look at this right there where it says the book allegedly. So when we talk about closing these borders, it's more than just that. We facing a war on all fronts, and we spread thin. That's what Dr. Claude tells us, right? So support our sis, Aunt Larisha. She's suing the probation office in Middlesex County. They trying to undermine us, you know, when it comes to everybody saying, yo, we could get jobs and all this other stuff, and you know, we working from home. That shit don't mean anything either, because they could just ostracize us. Check any EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, filed by a Black American. Ain't nothing but discrimination there. I haven't had a job in over a decade, Marcel. So we're gonna talk in the background. And with that being said, you know, look what we did at our stop over here in Jersey. Ross Kumbaraka and his peoples tried to step to us and talk about that. Oh, we need to be down at the state building talking about at the federal building talking about reparations. Well, reparations is a two-check system. We just happen to be at the state building, and I learned that from my sister in reparations. So y'all need to go fuck with us. Let's go.
Oh, and don't forget about the banks, Marcel. Don't forget about the banks. Everybody under the sound of my voice need to be going applying for loans. If you get a denial letter, you can put the letters together and have proof that they are actually utilizing resources against us. Alan.
Okay, I like that idea. We're gonna do another thing about that.
Hey, just to piggyback off of that, Rilla, again, go check any any EDC, in your county, city, or maybe state. It could be all three. Economic Development Corporation. That's what it's called. Economic Development Corporation. They're attached to the SBA, so they're like a low level in the hood. You know, if you need help, you know.
I know who you're talking about. Loudon got one here, and they do not help. They help maybe one Black person, one American.
That's what I'm saying. You know, if you can't get it at the regular SBA, you can't get the loan from the bank. Go to the Economic Development Corporation, and that is true. Start keeping a paper trail. We all got to open businesses. Go ahead,
y'all talking the back channel, Angela? Go ahead.
Real quick before I bless the space, son, can you share how those who are interested in running for political office can be trained through the Freedmen Party? Are you still there?
I know who to tell them. The Freedmen Party does training on but also Tesla and Figaro does free trainings. I don't know where she will be next, but if y'all know Tesla and Figaro, let me try to find her. I'll post it in my Twitter thread. I posted it and I retweeted it. So the Freedmen Party hosts training and Tesla and Figaro hosts training as well. But y'all, let me tell you, look at these idiots in office right now, and look at the mess our people are in. Look at the mess the country's been in, and it's going to stay in a mess so our people get what we're owed. They don't take a genius to run for office. All the reason they're in office is because they corrupt and they get corrupt money. That's the only reason why. Go out there and run for office. Stop being afraid. Don't be afraid. They gonna find out about me. They got all type of skeletons in their closet. Hell. Okay, but Angela, you go ahead, and we can close it down.
Okay, yes. I think that a lot of them are fearful because they just don't know how. And so please reach out to Marcel, Asan, Rella. Those who are running can give you guidance. With that being said, I want to just thank you immensely, Marcel. You know, I'm the little engine that could. I've been screaming until it feels like an echo chamber for a few years now. And I just want to thank each and every one of you who are in support of my voice as the reparationist perspective. I've been through quite a few contemporary reparations grassroots org to find myself, my voice, and my square. And I just thank each and every one of you, Facebook, ScrewTube, Twitter Space, for rolling with your sister tough and strong. Know that, you know, you guys, we're here as comrades. The ancestors has chosen us to do this important work. I'm not really here to necessarily tell you what to do. I just want to show you a peek into your future if you don't get actively working on behalf of the Freedmen lineage and understand the importance of the role you hold and how people look up to each and every one of you as leaders, as co-founders throughout the nation of this contemporary reparations grassroots movement. Don't take the people for granted and don't be lazy. Don't be politically lazy. Close the borders as our most imminent threat. Otherwise, we're going to leave the fate of the line to immigrants who seek to replace us and Crayola white supremacists who want to erase us. I love y'all Black and I love y'all Freedmen strong. Thank you again, Marcel. This was amazing. I appreciate you all.
Thank you so much, Angela. And I'm going to quickly, I'm going to like and I'm going to retweet Tesla's Push the Line training. It's free training. I'm going to try to attend it myself, but my schedule is all over the place. I am not making a penny, but I am getting invited to speak at a lot of different places. I'm getting flued out again. I'm getting flued out a few times. So people are asking for me to speak. So trust me, that was not happening when I started. So that's good. That means people are, and yeah, when I speak, I don't speak about me. I don't go there to talk about how amazing I am. I go there to talk about what we're owed. So the fact that people all over, MAGA people, of course, you know, Tariq Nasheed is having me at his rally in D.C. I have these people here in South Carolina. They're Black American people, Black American business owners who are doing a business event. They're inviting me to speak. They're paying. I mean, I'm driving there, but they are, you know, it's a ticketed event, but because I'm invited, you know, everything's covered for me. I'm really getting invited to speak, y'all. Some of this group, they wanted me to come to New Mexico to speak, but I told them, so they're going to do it live stream. I told them I couldn't make it. And the other reparations rally, the one that's happening on the 16th, they wanted me to speak too, but we couldn't make it work. So the point is, this movement is growing. And I can tell you it's growing from my personal experience. I'm getting people that are offering to cover my expenses so I come out and speak. So I'm with Angela. We need to vote for closed border candidates just in the interim until we can protect our vote. If we do nothing and the border stays open and they bring in another, how many goddamn illegals have come into this country since this bastard's been in office? 2 million, they said?
No, 5 million. 5 million and counting.
5 million. Are we going to sit back and let 5 million more come in to the point where our vote won't matter when we finally do get the candidate that's presenting the tangibles? If that's acceptable to you, it ain't acceptable to me. So I'm voting for closed border candidates. And if anyone has a problem with that, why aren't you the candidate on the ballot that I could have told people for whom to vote? That's your fault that you're not on that ballot. Okay? Or you didn't try to be on that ballot. Okay? I'm going to be back on the ballot.
Thank you, Marcel.
And I need all of us, wherever we are. I want us all to come back south. But if you're not back south, I need us to be on the ballot with the tangibles that we deserve. So you could be the candidate. Until then, get these illegals out of here. And if you're
Marcel, and please tell people, don't let nobody chucks and pearl you into no bag. Please don't let nobody do that to y'all. Don't let nobody do that to y'all. If you're not the person that wants to run, pull together collective thinkers in your community and find someone that y'all can rally around and start to gather some money around and put them up. Yes. But don't let nobody chucks and pearl you. Do not. I understand some of y'all might be a part of the pen hell. I understand some of y'all, you know, Masons and all this other stuff. Guess what? You need to be utilizing that energy to get behind a lot of the things that we need to get done.
And if I could interject, guys, listen, y'all are all I've got in terms of making this message go viral. Please, please, please be sure to like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. I need you guys over in YouTube, because if I were as big as a Tyreek or a Jason Black, I wouldn't be at 18%. I'd probably be more at like 40, 50%. Even I'm happy to go onto their broadcast to explain my Freedmen protest voter strategy, but I'm only at 18%. In order for me to reach critical mass with this message, I need your help. Thank you.
I can talk to Tariq. Tariq usually will bring people on of all mess. He brings trolls on. He brings people up that don't like him. Sometimes he'll make spaces to confront people who got something to say to him. I can definitely talk to him about, like, getting you on at least one of his Twitter spaces. Now, he does like people to get right to the point. And, you know, I'm long-winded. You're kind of long-winded. He does like people to get kind of to the point. So, I mean, if you go in his spaces and request the mic, he brings people up all the time. But if you are when he opens his spaces, hell, I think he got one going on right now, and you go up there, he usually gets sometimes up to 2,000 people or more in his face. Just got to request the mic. He brings people up. And sometimes he looks for people that don't come up often to be brought up. So just got to be in his space and raise your hand.
Marcel, I really think I need a meeting with Phil from the African diaspora. I need a meeting with Jason Black and Tyreek. Like, I need to show them, and then they can take the message forward to their viewers, because I don't have, most of the time people shut my mic off when I start talking about vote closed border. Oh, you just a repugnant clan, you a Trump supporter, and my mic gets shut off. So you've got that type of influence with the folks in the spaces, even Queen. So whatever you can do to help get me a meeting, then I can sell it to them.
And a lot of y'all need to be holding y'all ADOS talking heads accountable as well, because I'm just gonna say we all know, we all came from that era, and I'm gonna put it out there and I'm gonna say it like this: if all you doing is talking shit online and you ain't showing the receipts in person, then all you are is a talking head online. That is 2018, 2019. That is 2020. We actually need activation. We don't need no more comment. We don't need no more commentary. And trust me, this is not no hating on ADOS and all y'all supporters of Yvette and Antonio. This is saying that they also need to be held to the highest standard if we all come holding people accountable. Period. I don't give a shit what happened way back when, 20,000 years ago, and who didn't get on a task force and who didn't do X, Y, and Z. At this point, in this juncture, we literally are bleeding. Do you think that our ancestors at this point are going to care if we don't make it? They're not going to care about if you knew Antonio and Yvette Carnell and all these other people and what the arguments were. Our children are not going to care about that. They're going to ask, why didn't we fight harder? Why would you have let arguments and minuscule things keep you from getting the business of our people done? Period.
All right, Rella. So you're right. Okay, I even saw, there are many people who do the ADOS hashtag who are good people, who are on call, who are for reparations. I saw one of them, though, some Boston guy. What the hell? I don't even know the guy's name. Talk about some black people.
That sounds like Reggie from Boston.
Reggie, talk about some black people. I'm a mute because I want to get this out. That man talked about some black and brown coalition. I already saw that train and went off. That train and been derailed. Okay, so he said black and brown coalition. That's all I needed to hear. Hey, I'm Angela. I don't have any influence with Tariq and them, but I do. I mean, I can reach them. I'll let them know. But look, the best thing for you to do is to get on Tariq's Twitter space. Okay, and that's the best thing. And from there, that reaches a lot of people. And he brings people up all the time. So I strongly encourage you to do that. When he opens the Twitter space, request the mic, go up there, make it as succinct as you can, because he does like people to get to the point. I can reach him, but it's not just Tariq, Jason Black, and Phil. We got Vicky Dillard, you got Dana with the data. There are plenty. There's too many people for me to name in the new black media who will have you on. Angela Stanton King, these people have massive platforms too, and they're all throughout the country. Now, I will tell you, it's hard to reach these people. Now that they know me, they respond to me right away. But before I was on, it was hell trying to reach them. Matter of fact, I didn't get on their shows until they finally reached out to me. But I sent emails, and my team sent emails, with Tariq. But once you finally reach them, and they kind of start feeling you, they see you're and on cold, then they start responding to you right away. So I'll definitely, I'm sure they know about this space because they have ears to the ground. I'm sure they know about this space. They may even listen to it. But it's a lot of people in the new black media with followings, big and small, but you need to take this message everywhere. So even some of the smaller platforms, I encourage you to go on their shows. Sometimes we overlook our people with shows who may not get the big numbers like Tariq and them do, but they are valuable too. And sometimes Tariq and them, they check out those shows to see what this person is about, and they will bring you on. Damn it, y'all, I'm trying to close this space. There's Sean up here now. We got Yusuf coming here now. And y'all lucky I don't have a job. I'm gonna give me a little dog. Sister Shaw, you want to say something?
This is your job. You just need to get paid for it.
Thank you, Rella. And thank you for saying that to Sister Angela, because I've been trying to tell her ass for a whole year. Thank you. Now there's two people. What's up?
Angela, well, yeah, if these smaller platforms will have you, go on there, because the bigger names, and I hate saying bigger names, but the names in the new black media that are bigger numbers, they watch these shows. They watch the new black media too. They support these shows too, and they vet people too, because they can't have everyone coming on their shows, and their shows kind of lose credibility. Sister Shawn, you want to say something real quick before I go to you, Seth? If you could make it a minute, that would be great. Okay, Yusef, I don't want to rush you, but I want to close it down. So, Yusef?
Sure, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm up late in D.C. I've been listening to conversation. I actually disagree with, I guess, the whole premise of what most people were talking about. I do support holding the vote. A lot of
hold on. Let me stop you. All right.
Sure.
Okay, it's a little too late for you to come here disagreeing. I'm sorry, but go ahead, feel your piece. You had hours for us to discuss this, but go ahead, though.
Sure. I appreciate it. I more so just wanted to hear out the points. It was a lot of them came back to diluting the vote. The biggest issue that I forgot the young lady, the reparationist. So the biggest thing that I would say is I would like to see, based off of the percentage of people that vote, so 66% of people voted last time, and then I think it was like around 60% of black voters, and we're talking about the presidential election. So unless people actually vote, the people that are voting are what dilutes. So if you have illegal immigrants, there was some people that were saying that, people from New York, illegal immigrants were voting. That's not true. But that's my only thing. If I understand your premise, I personally would like to hear more of the data on how that actually makes sense, because your argument to me is not, it's not really a good point, because you're not really actually diluting any by having additional, while I do believe we need to close the borders, having additional illegal immigrants come in and they can't, vote anyways, isn't diluting our, foundation of American power.
I'm going to respond. Okay, so what happened when these 5 million illegals have children?
Marcel?
What are their children going to have the right to do unless we change and rescind birthright citizenship? What are their children going to have the right to do?
And they're already coming in here crazy pregnant with kids already. Let's go.
And we already got DEMORATS trying to give them voting rights. So
driver's licenses and everything up here in Jersey, Marcel. Ross Kumbaraka let these illegals get a license, a state license, yo. Think about that, yo.
Colorado just said, how many Colorado just sent a message to illegals, 500,000, I think, telling them, come on and vote. And then said, oop, it's an accident. We didn't mean to. Yeah, damn right. So you said, what's going to happen? What happens?
Sure. So, I agree with your premise, and
okay.
And I think it's a good rebuttal.
So what do we do?
Regardless, I believe whatever the tactic is, whether it's holding the vote or voting for specifically on prioritizing one focus, I think the biggest thing that we need to do as Black people is make sure that we're able to move our voting block outside of the Democrats, whether that be voting for MAGA or just abstaining voting. That's the number one thing we need to do.
Because I was trying to close the room down, now we got people coming up here again. I'm gonna have to be a little short. Voting in a block is not going to mean nothing if for every one Freedmen vote, you got 5 to 6 illegal immigrant votes that's going to vote against what we want. This is the whole point. We got to keep these illegals out of here, okay? And they're going to dilute our numbers to the point where even once we get the candidates with tangibles, it's not going to be enough of us to vote them in office. That's the whole point. And not only that, I get tired of us just saying, well, we got to vote, we got to not vote. How about when are we going to start saying run for office? When are we going to start saying I'm going to run for office? Or I'm going to really organize and get people together to fund candidates for office? Why are we always being so damn politically passive and lazy?
And
I have one more point to make.
I think.
Hold on. Let him respond, y'all. Let him respond. Go ahead, you, Seth.
Thank you. So I would say that actually is the biggest priority, is getting more Black people, whether you're voting or not, you have to be more engaged. So you don't even have to vote, but whether that be registering to vote and not voting, or if you want to vote, we need to raise the percentage of voters or people that are engaged with the politics and things like that. I think that's number one.
What about us running for office?
No, you need to sign up. You need to sign up.
We need to have let me build with you, Seth, please, y'all. I am so sick of us ignoring that because we don't want to do any work. What about us running for office? We want to be so damn lazy. It offends me almost. What about us running for office? Is that not an option?
No, that is the number one option.
Exactly.
That's the number one option.
So that, to your point about registering voters, we can register voters till we blue in the face. Again, if one Freedman vote is equal to 5 illegal immigrants, if you get 5 votes from a former illegal immigrant that now has the right to vote and their children, that one Freedman vote that we just registered ain't gonna make a difference. Right now, as we speak, they're flooding in our countries. Right now, as we speak, the Democrats have no intentions of closing down the border, and neither do many Republicans. What's going to happen when they start having children who are going to be anti-Black, then having the right to vote and run for office? This has to stop. I don't know how are we not against this?
I agree with you. Again, my point is the most important thing is having the amount of people that can vote actually do vote. So it doesn't matter
the amount. These illegal immigrants are flooding in. Even though Black women in America still have a lot of babies, 600,000 births roughly a year, we cannot keep up with that and the borders being open. We got to get this border closed. We got to get them deported the hell out of here. So while y'all sit there and say no tangibles, no vote, no tangibles, no vote, the illegal immigrants are flooding in right now, and the Democrats are saying, oh, hell yes, they're going to vote, and y'all still don't get tangibles. So what do we do about this problem in the meantime? Because we don't have any candidates offering tangibles. So what do we do in the meantime? Just sit back and grab a pina colada and watch them flood in the country?
And the midterms are 3 weeks away. We're out of time, family. If you're going to run for office, set yourself up for 24. But right now, nobody has run for office that I know of but Marcel. And he's all the way in South Carolina. So my thing is, it ain't about a party thing. I think folks are trying so hard to avoid to have to cast their vote. It's about closing the borders, because if say we fall back and go with this no tangibles, no vote, do you think that once these immigrants flood the damn voter booths, I'm talking about the ones that are legal, that's 42.6 million. And you can sit up here and try to do the math to try to get around having to do your duty as a voter for Freedmen to save us because we're out of time. But say we fall back and follow this no tangible, no vote strategy, and the legal immigrants go to the polls and they vote in droves. This gives Joe Crow a green light to give all these DACA recipients, that's 11 million strong, plus the 5 million that are here. And God only knows if he does another 5 million in another year and a half, you're talking about roughly, 20 million on top of the 42.6 when they claim that we're only at 12 or 13%. We're out of time. We don't have the luxury of not weaponizing the vote. That's what I'm asking you to do. It's a protest vote in lieu of sitting at home withholding the vote, voting blue, no matter who, voting dim down ballot, withholding the vote. This is my strategy in lieu of that so we can save ourselves. But we can sit up here and say if was this, we'd all be drunk up in this piece. We don't have time to cut up maps and decide, well, what portion did what, because that doesn't project what they're about to do as Joe Crow gives them our reparations and protections for the going north. I'm saying close the border. Period. The end. All this other stuff is made up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about what we did historically. I need our people to at least tread water. We are becoming homeless and being evicted all over the freaking country. And the news is not talking about it. But I see it here in California. So I don't care that the Dems may win out here. These Democrats need to see that we're willing to weaponize the vote to make them very afraid for 24. And if we don't show them the strength of our numbers while we still got power with the only commodity we've got left, they will say, see, we were able to use them and they fell off like we know they do customarily during the midterms. And now we've been able to replace the only thing they had left. The ballot is the bullet. That was the only thing we had left. And we're deciding that we're going to withhold the vote or get caught up on math and what percent did this. And historically, when it was black and white predominantly, when we were able to withhold the vote and deliver the repugnant clans without getting our hands bloody, the Democrats have declared war on American freedmen. We need to respond by weaponizing this vote. The end. Let's close this out. I'm tired. I need to go to bed.
I agree with you. 30 seconds. So I agree with you. What I'm saying is how you're positioning your message, it works really well for a certain type of voter. You're speaking based off of fear, which is really a great indicator to get people to do certain things. A lot of people, but there's also a segment of voters or people that you need to get on your side that also are very, let's say, analytical or so that's what I'm saying is how can you reach based off your message, how can you connect with them and be able to communicate the same exact thing that you're saying without actually being fear-based?
I'm just trying to reach those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear to partake of the fruit of the Spirit. I cannot reach everybody, but I show am working on more than 18%. It's a damn shame that damn near, what is that? 100 minus 18. Lord, my mind ain't working. About 78% of us are still voting for Joe Crow as he is seeking to erase and replace us. And because I don't have as many subs as some of these other new black media.
Yo, I'm sorry, my microphone went out. What did I miss? What do you not agree with? Can you just recap that real quick, please?
I'm just basically.
No, let Yusef speak, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yusef?
Sure. So I said I agree. I mean, I haven't voted for the Democrats. I'm pretty much conservative. But what I was saying is I understand how she's communicating is basically fear-based. I'm not disagreeing with her overall.
We have a right to be fearful. It's happening.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is she's saying that we need to connect more people with their message, and I'm saying how can we do that without just there's a segment of people that will that rely on move based off fear-based and things like that. How can we also interject or inject some more?
Stop trying to police people's emotions.
No, hold on.
You said go ahead. A broader spectrum of people that her message will be heard and listened to.
We're gonna try to do that with the new black media. Okay, Arthur, go ahead, Arthur. Because I'm shutting this down.
Hey, Master, I 100% agree. I'm going to ask you, check your Facebook and send me back with that information about South Carolina with the virus. I'm going to support that. If you can't convince Yusef about the truth and you can't hear it, let him just sit there and marinate. He'll get it in the morning when he sleep on it. Sister Reb got the correct answer. Straight up. You got to go at it like it's a bull prep or we're going to get eliminated. Good night, everybody. God bless.
Thank you so much. Tommy, I'm going to give you like 30 seconds if you spoke. 30 seconds, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to address real quickly what Yusef said about illegals supposedly not being able to vote here. It's very naive to think illegals can't vote here because that's the whole reason why these Democrats don't want voter ID. They use us as an excuse, but it ain't about us. It's about them replacing us with illegal immigrants and bribing them with the resources that should be made available to us. These Democrats want to let illegals vote us out of our rightful place in this country. So, frankly, if you think they can't vote us into extinction, you sleep, brother, and you really need to go get you some get right in our land.
Thank you, DJ. 30 seconds.
Hey, yeah. Sorry about that, bro.
30 seconds.
So in the state of New Jersey, Yusuf, they're promising Latinos reparations. Look up New Jersey reparations bill, A938 New Jersey. A is the apple, 938 New Jersey. You crazy, bro. Close this motherfucking border because I'm sick of seeing these motherfuckers.
I'm conservative, just to let you all know. So
that doesn't mean anything.
Hold on, let DJ finish. DJ, go ahead. You have like 15 seconds.
That doesn't mean anything.
Over here, y'all.
Republican and I'm a
so
registered Democrat, bro. That don't mean anything. It ain't about no party affiliation.
my
You don't have to run the
bedtime.
tape back. You don't have to run the tape back. You know,
right.
My patience.
Shit, we talked about that. We talked about it's not just for a Republican. We assume a Republican. It's closed borders. A lot of them are for open borders too. It ain't more a Democrat. Assume a Democrat's open border because some Democrats are for closing the border, deporting the hell out of them. It's policy, and these illegals gotta go.
Right.
They gotta go. Right. And the border needs to be closed. This is not even a discussion. I am side-eyeing anyone who's even remotely against this border being closed. Even remotely. I am serious. This is an attack on us. This is a genocidal attack on Black America. This is an attempt to replace them. The replacement theory ain't no theory when it comes to us and Black Americans. Rella, 30 seconds, Rella. Then I'm going to
Thank you. And I'm going to say this as someone.
Real quick, just to say this, Rella, I lived in the DMV before too, you said.
I remember.
So I understand how folks get down there. Y'all don't understand that we're going up here farther in the north. I got family down there, and I try to tell them. They ask me, yo, why you be going in on these immigrants? Because it's the same thing about that happening to y'all. If you don't follow my sister, the Reparations Perspective, who got videos, 300 videos on her YouTube, bro. Go over there and get the lessons, bro. It's too much to explain, man.
Thank you, DJ. Yeah, that's our problem now. That nice Negro shit. Go ahead, Rella.
So I'm gonna say this: illegal immigrants actually been coming in since 1776. I'm also gonna say, just because you're a Republican, today's Republican, if you are not a Reconstructionist Republican, a Constitutionalist Republican, a Annette King, a John Brown Republican, then you are not the right type of Republican, and you're just voting just like Democrats do. And I will say, as someone who also thinks analytically and who thinks technically, your words matter. So when you try to say someone is voting fear-based is a reaction to someone harming you. That is a fear of a predator coming after you. And that is the response that you get when you actually connect within your emotional self. So for you to say that we have to somehow talk a certain way to reach a certain demographic, if people don't understand what's happening, and you need numbers, Google is free. Second of all, as a Republican, you should also have
I'm not
information.
a Republican. I said I was conservative. Just to correct you.
Okay, excuse me. Whether you conservative Democrat or conservative Republican or conservative independent, whatever you vote for in your prospective states, you should be on committees. You should be on assembly people. You should also be finding out who are the electoral people running for electoral colleges, electoral college position in your state. And with that being said, you should not be using the term fear-based talking points towards any Black American or American freedmen, because we have a right, because it's buried in our DNA to respond to people who are actually coming for us and want to kill us. I am not holding hands with someone that wants to kill me, and I'm damn sure not going to be standing in the paint waiting for someone to kill me. Period.
You got that right. Let me tell you, it can be fair-based. Okay, yeah, it's fair. I'm going to get the hell up out of here. Now, that's fair. Yeah, I'm fair. I'm fair. That's why I'm going to get them hell. I'm going to close the border. All you got to do. Our people vote for fair-based all the time. That's what the Demorats do. You know now. You don't vote for me. You know Trump will get back in there now. That's all they do for our people. And we saw it to the board. Now we got a legitimate reason to be fearful. We was fearful of Donald Trump, who was actually doing something that may not have been good, but the Platinum Plan was at least $500 billion. Joe Crow came in, who locked up a whole generation of Black Americans. Okay, but his crackhead son ain't seen a day behind bars yet. who fought to keep black kids out of better resource schools and neighborhoods, and we put that bastard on that legal immigrants flood and take over the nation. And yet they're telling us the only reason we need to vote to keep them in there is because somehow Trump will be first, who offered $500 billion in a platinum plan. Joe Crow's military voice plan was just a measly $11 billion. We've been voting irrationally based off of fear for the longest. This time, finally, this fear is rational. This is happening, and it needs to stop. And it will stop. Thank y'all. This space really, boy, it took off bigger than I thought. I knew y'all were going to come through. I didn't know it was going to be this big. Hey, son, anything you want to say before we close out?
No, I just want to say good night, everyone. It is 3:09 a.m. on the East Coast. Thank
you, son.
And you see, this is why. This is what happens when you don't have a job. And this is why when I get one again, it's gonna be hard for me to get used to a schedule again. Because when you get used to doing it, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna mention the weekend number. Yeah, to read that space all the time.
I'm gonna figure it out. I need more than a space. I need a freaking meeting with all the folks in the new black media to reach their people. That's how this message grows beyond 18%. Thank you, Marcel. This was epic. Thank you.
Let me say real quick. I can reach out to let them know, but because the midterms that is like 3 weeks away, me just have to take advantage of the space. I can let them know, hey, Angela wants to come and speak about something real quick, and he might allow it. A meeting because they all, all of them have jobs and stuff outside of their shows. That's a little bit more, but I'll try. But thank y'all so much. Take care, y'all. Thank you for coming through.
Well, y'all, that was epic. That was epic. I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging in there with us since 7:30. We got a late start, but a strong finish. Thank you guys so much for keeping the chat active. Thank you for giving a damn about American freedmen to our allies out there watching, weighing in. Forgive me for being so animated, but I'm really, really feeling the pressure to get this closed border strategy spread and make it go viral, because we are literally about to go out here again. And like I said, 78% are still in support of Joe Crow. And we are literally about to go out here and continue to vote for our own erasure and replacement. And so the stakes are so friggin' high, given what I'm living and enduring out here in California. And yeah, they're absolutely right. We need to bail because it's really a lost cause. I guess I'm just digging my heels in. My daughter's in college out here, and I absolutely love the home I've built for myself near the ocean here in Southern California. But it does sadden me that I literally have to start thinking of an exit strategy and where that may be. Because we are literally being driven out here and terrorized while Newsom and the elected officials allow it. So it's great. I'm grateful that the lid has been blown off of this anti-freedmen racist sentiment and deeds leveled at the heads of American freedmen. I'm glad it's exposed that, but there's so much more work to do. And I've got to hit the streets with these flyers with my Freedmen Protest Voter Strategy and lean in hard these next 3 weeks. And I need your help to help the message go viral. Please share this video or the one prior. I can't even think of the name of it right now. I'm so fried. I'm usually in the bed by now. I get up at like 5 a.m. to go work out. So please, please, please like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications. If you feel so compelled to bless the broadcast, please do so at $TRPTV. And please, 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 my payments to Marcel campaign is on recurring. Visit his website and bless that brother, marcelforcongress.com. With that being said, family, let me pray us out. Give us a covering that we so desperately need right now, that the light of God surrounds us, the love of God enfolds us, the power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever freedmen and its allies are, God truly is, because family, you are the face of God. Yes, you are. You are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. Until we meet again, family, I want you to make it a beautiful God-inspired rest of your evening, well, rest of your morning and Saturday. And until we meet again, if nobody's told you how much they love you, do know that I love you oh so black, and I love you Freedmen strong. And I'm believing for each and every one of us a ton of peace, love, and reparations. Thank you, family. I'm closing us out with my favorite outro. Stand by.